Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Draconic Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aoi banged her fists against the apartment door until they were red and stinging. "Mom," she cried, hiccuping as tears streamed down her face in rivulets and snot dribbled out of her nose. "Mom, please let me in." "Not until you take it back," her mother yelled back at her through the door. Aoi took in a sharp, shaky breath. "Momi, I can't live like this anymore." Izumi. My name is Izumi." "No it isn't. My son's name is Izuku. I don't even have a daughter." Aoi, who had yet to change her name to Aoi, let out a keening whine and rested her forehead on the door, trying again to turn the locked knob to no avail. "Please, I can't. I'll only open the door for my son, no one else." "Oh, please." Aoi bolted upright on her futon, gasping for air. Her dry throat caused her to cough, spurts of fire spitting out as she did. She forced herself to slow breathing the way Magna had taught her, placing a hand on her chest and feeling her heart rapidly thumping underneath her sweaty palm through her thin sleep shirt. "It's okay, I'm okay." As she calmed down and her heart rate slowed to a steady tempo, she only then realized her horns and whiskers had come out when she felt them shrink and morph back into her, disappearing as she composed herself. Then caught sight her UA uniform out of the corner of her eye, laying neatly ironed and folded on her floor desk across the small room, and whatever remained of her anxiety was immediately replaced with excitement. "Today's the day." "Aoi-chan." Magna called from the kitchenette. "Breakfast is ready." "Coming." Aoi called back, scrambling out from underneath her comforter to get ready. She was cutting it close, only making it to school a few minutes before the bell rang, and was now jogging through the halls looking for her class. Whoa. Finally, Aoi found her class, which had a normal-sized door in the middle of a much bigger door that towered over her, easily bigger than the walls of Magna's apartment. Do giants come to this school? I mean, I guess some mutation quirks affect people's size. At least I know I can come to class in my dragon form if I need to. Thinking of her peers reminded her of Kaken and the boy with glasses that had scolded her at the entrance exam, and she became nervous. I really hope they aren't in this class. When she opened the door, however, the first thing she saw was both said boys, arguing loudly as the rest of the class watched on in shock, amusement, and annoyance. Aoi sighed. Just my luck. It was at that moment that the boy with glasses noticed that she was standing in the doorway, and his attention zeroed on her. "It's her," he exclaimed, sprinting towards her. "Emmy?" Aoi squeaked, pointing at herself as the boy skidded to a halt in front of her. "I recognize you. You're the girl with the dragon mutation quirk, correct?" Is he about to scold me again? He, in fact, did not start scolding her, and instead bowed to greet her. "My name is Tenya Ida. I must admit, I underestimated you, miss." Aoi realized he was waiting for her to tell him her name. "Midoriya. Miss Midoriya. I am ashamed to say that the true purpose of the test eluded me. In this instance, you were clearly the greater hero." She was almost stunned speechless by the admission. Thank you? But I didn't know about that." "Hey!" A familiar, feminine voice behind her interrupted. "Midoriya." Aoi gasped and whirled around to see the brunette girl she had helped during the entrance exam. "Uraraka," she said, beaming. "You got in." "So did you." Uraraka said with a matching grin. "Are you in 1A too?" "I am." "She's so nice. And she looks cute in that uniform." Aoi studied the other girl's body, her more prominent feminine features and how they complemented her body, and then self-consciously looked down at her own figure. It reminded her more of a prepubescent child's than a young woman's. "I wish I was cute like her." "That's enough yapping," a gruff voice below them said. Both girls were startled by the sudden interjection, and Uraraka stepped to the side so that they could both look down to see a homeless-looking man in a sleeping bag on the floor. "If you've come here to make friends, you're in the wrong department," he continued, slurping a jelly pouch. "Why are you on the floor?" Aoi shrieked, grabbing the hem of her skirt and pushing it as far down as she could even though she, like Uraraka, was wearing tights. "Are you trying to look up our skirts?" The man was taken aback by the accusation, and his previously hooded eyes went wide. No," he sighed and crawled out of his sleeping bag, getting to his feet. "I'm not a pervert." Aoi glowered at him suspiciously. "That's exactly what a pervert would say." The man scoffed. "Enough nonsense. Get to your seats." The man was actually their teacher, Sho Yudaizawa, and instead of taking them to orientation, his first order of business was to have them take a quirk assessment test, threatening to expel whoever came in last place. Aoi was actually excited to test out the limitations of her quirk. While she wasn't planning on fully transforming, her flight, her advanced strength, and an enhanced lung capacity were more than enough to get her through the tests. However, using these aspects of her quirk still resulted in some of her draconic features coming out, such as ram-like horns and whiskers, starting at the sides of the bridge of her nose, tracing the tops of her cheekbones, framing the bottoms of her eyes like three-dimensional eyeliner. It was one of the reasons why, despite still having short hair, she tied her hair back with a ribbon as a makeshift headband to keep it out of the way. When the test ended and Mr. Aizawa revealed that he had never planned on expelling anyone, much to Mineta's immense relief, he left without another word. "Hey, you have horns too," a pink-haired and skinned girl named Ashido Mina said, pointing to her own tiny horns. When she saw Aoi's, "We're horn buddies." "Why yeah," Aoi said, smiling shyly as she absent-mindedly twisted the thick black wristbands she was wearing. "Horn buddies? This is nice. I've never had people be this friendly to me before." She then thought back to how her middle school peers had treated her, both before and after her transition, and a knot of anxiety formed in her gut. "I can never let them know. By the way, why didn't you get changed in the locker room with the rest of us?" Kyukajire, a girl with phone jacks hanging from her earlobes, asked curiously. "And where did you get changed?" Aoi's breath hitched. She stammered nervously, scrambling to think of an excuse that wouldn't expose her. I got changed in the nurse's office." "Because he's a TRNY, Kaken cut her off. He did the same thing in middle school. Didn't want people to see his junk." Aoi's heart plummeted. Aoi squeezed her eyes shut and turned away from her classmates, bracing for the insults and slurs. "Dude," a red-haired boy, Ijiro Kirishima, snapped. "Not cool." "Seriously?" Jairu sneered. "Come on." "What?" Kaken said nonchalantly, as if they were the ones overreacting. "I'm just stating the facts." "Bakugu, such language is highly inappropriate and unbecoming of a future hero," Ida reprimanded. Aoi's eyes snapped open, and she stared at her classmates in disbelief, surprised to find that they weren't berating her, but Kaken. "They're defending me?" "Come on," Uraraka said, grabbing Aoi by the arm and tugging her towards the school building. "Let's go get changed." "I'll still get changed in the nurse's bathroom so that you girls aren't uncomfortable," Aoi rushed to reassure the other girls. "Who cares?" Jairu said. "You're a girl, plain and simple. You can get changed with us if you want. I mean, unless you're uncomfortable." Aoi gaped like a fish out of water, struggling to think of anything to respond with. She had never been in a situation like this, having peers her own age just casually accept her. I think it'll take me a while to work up to that. Maybe one day, but not yet." She bowed at the waist to them all. "Thank you though. It means a lot that you guys would be okay with me." Jairu studied her, her expression unreadable. "Don't mention it." Before anyone could say anything else, either to overwhelm Aoi with validation or to start calling her names, she bolted to the nurse's office. After school, Aoi was stopped on her way out the gate by Uraraka and Ida. "Hey," the other girl greeted cheerfully. "Are you going to the train station?" "Yes," Aoi said, confused as to why she was asking. "Great. That means we can walk together." Aoi pointed at herself, dumbfounded. "With me? Would you like to walk to the train station together?" Ida clarified. Aoi tried to ignore her stinging eyes, and pursed her lips to stop them from wobbling. "Yeah, I would." Tashinori, alone in his office, leaned onto the back of the sofa, scanning the student profile in his hand a third and fourth time. Something about that girl is familiar. Then a memory resurfaced, him and a middle schooler on a rooftop in Mustafu. Can someone like me become a hero without quirk? He narrowed his eyes at the word dragon printed in the quirk section. Why would she ask me something like that if she wasn't quirkless? Toshinori had a niggling suspicion that, no matter how hard he tried to push it out of his mind, continued to hound him. It's impossible. That man is dead. Aoi slipped inside the apartment and quietly closed the door behind her. I'm home, she called out to the empty room, not expecting a reply. As she predicted, a note was folded on the small table across from the kitchenette. Aoi slipped off her shoes and padded over to read what was written on it. Working late, feel free to make yourself dinner. Big sis. Aoi folded the note again and set it back down. I know she's strong and can defend herself, but I just can't help but be worried. Especially considering her line of work. Kaken, after dragging Aoi by the collar of her uniform to the back of the school, slammed her against the wall of the building. You shitty Deku, he spat in annoyance. Your old woman's been worried sick, and now my hag is bugging me about where the hell you are. I'm fine, Kaken, Aoi murmured, staring at the ground and refusing to meet his gaze. You guys don't have to worry about me. I'm not you worried. And you can't just say that your mom shouldn't be when she doesn't know where the hell you've been. Aoi grabbed Kaken by the forearm and pushed him away, forcing him to stumble back and away from her. I'm fine. Kaken, despite being startled by her newfound strength, quickly recovered and glared at her. You're being selfish, Deku. Just quit cross-dressing and go home. Reminded of the unpleasant memory, Aoi marched into the kitchenette and angrily yanked a knife out of the knife block to start making dinner for her and Magna. The next day, Class 1A had their first heroics class, taught by All Might himself. It was an odd experience for Aoi. The two of them had shared a knowing look that she found difficult to decipher what was going on in the man's head. After their encounter a year earlier, seeing him in his weakened state, discovering his injury, learning about his time limit, and having her crush her dreams on that rooftop, her view of the man had been forever altered. She still admired what he did, even more so due to the fact that he was far weaker than she thought he was, but he no longer stood on the pedestal in her mind she had placed him on. He was too human. They said nothing, though, and all he did before he left was announce that their first class would be a battle trial. Are you sure you don't want to change with us? Azui riveted to Aoi as the class took their hero costumes and left for the changing rooms. I don't mean to pressure you, but I don't want you to. Think you have to seclude yourself for our sake. It's fine. Aoi reassured her, not wanting to spend any more time than necessary on the subject. Thank you, Azui-san, but Kaken was kinda right. I'm not that comfortable being seen without clothes. That's fine. And call me Tsu. Alright. Sorry. Don't apologize. Okay. Aoi's costume was a black skin-tight bodysuit with green accents that was similar to what superheroes in pre-quirk comic books used to wear, along with a matching muzzle hanging around her neck with filter to prevent her inhaling smoke and a vent that could open to allow her to breathe fire through it. Despite the fact that she had meticulously designed the outfit herself, she was still embarrassed by how revealing she thought it looked, even though almost none of her skin was showing. This is a lot more form-fitting than I thought it'd be. Are you finished, dearie? She heard Recovery Girl ask through the door. Aoi sheepishly stepped out to show the older woman. Look at you. Very stylish. Why you think? Aoi asked nervously, hugging herself as though she were naked and trying to hide herself. I do. In fact, it reminds me of one of my earlier costumes back when I was first starting out as a hero. Aoi's interest was immediately piqued, her discomfort momentarily forgotten. Really? Recovery Girl opened one of her desk's drawers and began rummaging through it. I should still have a photo somewhere in here. Aha. She pulled out an old photograph and handed it to Aoi. Here it is. It was a picture of a young woman, only a little older and taller than Aoi, in a skin-tight pink and white hero costume similar to her own with a nurse's cross printed on the chest. Whoa! Aoi breathed in. You looked incredible when you were younger, miss. Ah yes, I used to, didn't I? Recovery girl teased, poking her in the rib. Cheeky girl. Aoi spluttered in embarrassment. No, you still look good. I didn't mean to imply anything offensive, I promise. Recovery girl chuckled. I'm just teasing you, dearie. Now go join the rest of your class so you can show off your new costume. The rest of Aoi's class and All Might were already in the faux city when she arrived, all decked out in their new costumes, and some of the girls' outfits, especially Hagakure's and Yairzu's, which probably violated several public indecency laws, made her feel a little less self-conscious of her own. Midori-chan, Uraraka said, pushing her way through the crowd and making a beeline for her. Wow, look at you. Your costume looks great. Thanks, Aoi said, removing her mask so that it wouldn't alter her voice, and gasped when she saw the other girl's own astronaut-inspired costume. Yours looks good too. Yeah, but it's a little tighter than I was expecting. Uraraka sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck. I guess I should have been more specific in my request form. Aoi sighed. I know how you feel. I mean, mine has to be this tight, I guess, but it feels pretty exposing. Oh, that's right. You won't have to, to use your quirk and stuff, will you? I shouldn't have to. When I put in my request form, I mentioned that my transformation required me to do that, and my costume came with a note that said I wouldn't have to worry about it. I gave them the measurements for both my neutral form and my dragon form just to be safe, so I'm guessing it's probably something similar to Ryukyu's outfit. Hey, you and Ryukyu have pretty similar quirks, don't you? Is she your favorite hero? Oh man, I couldn't just choose one. Hey Midoriya, Mineta said, approaching the two girls. I have a question. Aoi's attention was drawn away from Uraraka and down to the shorter boy. HM? What is it? Mineta pointed at her BRSTS. Are those real? Or is it padding? Mineta! Jairu shrieked, sticking one of her jacks in his ear, causing the boy to screech in alarm. That's none of your business. Aoi stared at the screaming boy, at a loss for words, and Uraraka sighed in exasperation. When All Might called for the class's attention, he explained that the battle trial would be composed of 2 teams of 2 people each facing off against each other, one team being the villains who have to hide and defend a fake bomb, and a hero team that had to find the bomb before the timer ran out. The duos and face-offs were chosen randomly through a raffle. Aoi was relieved when she got paired up with Uraraka, but her relief was short-lived when the 2 of them were chosen as the hero team that would be fighting Kaken and Ida's villain team. Seriously? This has to be some kind of sick joke. Hey Midori-chan, Uraraka said quietly, leaning in so that no one could overhear them, are you gonna be okay? Going up against Bakugo? Aoi looked at Kaken and found him already glaring daggers at her. Instinctually, she wanted to avert her gaze, to submit to his act of dominance. Instead, she forced herself to glower back at him, startling Kaken. Yeah, she said, putting on a display of confidence to mask how nervous she was. I'll be fine. The plan was simple. Aoi would distract Kaken while Uraraka went after the bomb and dealt with Ida. Easier said than done, all things considered. Standing up to her childhood frenemy was more than enough to PSS him off, but to then dodge his attack and shoulder throw him as though he weighed nothing was like throwing gasoline over a forest fire. She knew better than anyone that the one thing he hated more than anything was to be denied what he wanted. After years of knowing him, though, it sometimes felt impossible to do anything that didn't anger him. Early on, Aoi had taught herself not to fight back against Kaken. He was stronger than her in every regard, and he had his lackeys to back him up whenever she got especially contrariant. The more she resisted, the worse the bullying got, and she had quickly learned capitulation was the only way to pacify the boy. Unlearning that behavior was twice as difficult, in large part to just how ingrained it was into her. It was ironic. These days she could turn into a literal flying serpent, yet some primal part of herself still feared Kaken, was convinced that no matter what she did, he would always win in the end. It wasn't as though she could transform, however, considering how confined the building was. She could easily injure one of her classmates if she weren't careful, and one of her biggest anxieties that she had developed after her quirk manifested was losing control and hurting people without meaning to, as if hurting people on purpose wasn't already hard enough for her. Currently, she was hiding around a corner while Kaken stalked the halls looking for her, crouched down in the shadows to stay out of sight while keeping an ear out so that she'd know if he was getting closer or not. Once she was sure he was out of earshot, she pressed the button on her earpiece. "Uraraka-san," she whispered in the comm, "have you been able to retrieve the bomb yet?" It took a moment for the other girl to respond. "Not yet," Uraraka's voice groused into Aoi's ear. "Ida's running circles around me." Aoi heard the sound of Kaken's boots marching towards her and slipped down a different corridor to put more space between them. In that hall, however, she caught sight of an air vent, and she got an idea. "I have an idea. You're on the top floor, right?" "Yeah." "Do you think you can make it up here without Bakugo stopping you?" "I know I can." She flew up the vent and tried to pull it open from the bottom as quietly as possible, wincing at the sound the bolts made when they snapped and hoping Kaken didn't hear it. She slipped into the duct and closed the vent behind her so that it looked as unassuming as possible, and then proceeded to float through the narrow tunnels, pushing herself forward like an astronaut, not wanting to alert anyone to her presence by making noise crawling on the metal plating. There's a prideful part of me that wants to give in and fight Kaken head-on, to prove him wrong. "Come the F out, Deku!" Kaken roared, his voice echoing through the vent. "Stop hiding like a coward." Aoi scowled and pushed herself up a vertical. But another part of me wants to deny him the satisfaction. Magna would sometimes take her to Dagoba Beach to teach her self-defense, using the trash that had washed up on the beach as makeshift weapons. The element of surprise is crucial if you want to win a fight, she remembered Magna telling her one time, suddenly sweeping Aoi's feet out from under her with a pipe when she wasn't expecting it and eliciting a squeak of surprise from the younger girl. After all, you won't have to fight at all if your opponent can't defend themselves. "Hero team wins." All Might's voice boomed throughout the building. "What?" Ida exclaimed, whirling around to see Aoi crouching behind him with her hand on the bomb. Where did you come from?" "Look," Uraraka said, pointing up at the open vent on the ceiling. "Hi," Aoi said with a sheepish smile. Only a floor or two down, a large explosion went off, followed by a distant string of curses. Uraraka sighed and rubbed her temples. "Looks like someone isn't happy." Kaken dragged Aoi into a stairwell by the arm and slammed her against the wall. The experience was oddly nostalgic, but not in a good way. "You've held back," he growled in a low voice, careful so that no teachers or other students heard him. "And?" Aoi said in a quiet voice, looking anywhere but at him. "My team won, right?" "The hell you did. You won on a technicality. Next time man the F up and give me your all." Kaken gave her one last shove before letting her go and skulking away, and Aoi felt the exact same way she had in junior high. She slid down the wall to the floor, sitting there for a moment just blankly staring at her knees. "At least the rest of your classmates are nice," Magna grumbled. While she prepared dinner in the kitchenette, Aoi folded their clean clothes on their old, worn, beat-up leather couch, one of the few pieces of furniture they had in the otherwise sparse apartment. The younger of the two glanced over her shoulder, and couldn't help but stare at the bruise on her older sister's back that the woman had tried and failed to hide from her with her shirt, watching her readjust the collar of it in an attempt to better obscure it. "Did another client give you trouble?" Aoi asked tentatively, concerned. Magna gave a small shrug, unable to move much without wincing in pain. "Nothing I couldn't handle." She chuckled. "You should see the other guy." Aoi pursed her lips, a familiar knot of guilt and unease forming in her gut. "I really wish you didn't have to do this sort of thing just to support yourself. And not that I disapprove of it or anything. It's just, hey, it's better than most of the alternatives. I know, but it's not like you can go to HR and tell them you're having a problem with someone. It's so unsafe." Magna turned a bit to give Aoi a reassuring smile. "Good thing I'm a tough girl. Are you sure there's nothing else I can do to help?" "Aoi, you already take care of things around here. My apartment would be a disaster without you." Magna vaguely gestured at the room and the laundry Aoi was doing. "I wouldn't be able to do all this without you. Besides, I don't want you looking for work in a red light district of all places, Nor do I want you to come home from the train station after dark by yourself. She chuckled again. All this means you'll make a great housewife one day. Aoi groaned in embarrassment. Big C's. Look, we take care of each other, all right? You don't have to worry about me. Me? Not worry about something? You're asking too much of me. Magna laughed. The next day went by in a blur for Aoi. It started with being hounded by reporters, then she was made the class representative despite not raising her hand, someone destroying the school gate, a swarm of media people besieging the front door, and finally ended with Aoi making Ida the representative instead. Before she knew it, it was the day after, and her class was on a bus heading to a simulation joint for rescue training. I always say what's on my mind, Tsuyu told Aoi as they drove away from UA's main building, and I have a question to ask you, Aoi-chan. Why yeah? Aoi said, still not used to being treated so casually by other people her age. So you have horns and whiskers, right? Can you transform into a full dragon? She can. Uraraka piped up excitedly. She turned into a dragon during the entrance exam. Aoyama agreed. It was terrifying admittedly. No offense, Mon Ami. And untaken. Aoi reassured him. It was an impressive sight, Shuji said. I'm actually surprised you haven't used your mutation more often. Is your costume too restrictive? No. I just haven't had a chance to really show it off yet. I call bullshit, Kaken spat. Deku can't transform into sheet, and I've known him since we were tykes. Like you would know, Kaminari shot back. You don't seem like the type of guy to pay attention to anyone but himself. Kaken lunged forward, leaning over the top of the seat in front of him to get in the other boy's face. Say that to my face, Sparky. Aoi stared at the ground in horror. People are actually insulting Kaken? UA is even more intense than I thought it was. Tamura watched from the plaza as Kurojire's black fog consumed the group of students gathered at the entrance, splitting them up and dropping them in different zones of the USJ. 13 had somehow failed to stop him from doing so, and the class's homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, was too preoccupied fighting the mob of villains gathered at the base of the stairs to do anything about it. He studied the underground pro as he fought, and after a few minutes of evaluating his martial style, one detail in particular caught his attention. His hair keeps rising and falling. He started counting the intervals, noting that they were becoming shorter and shorter, and noticing that whenever the hero's hair fell, he stopped erasing quirks. He contemplated charging forward and attacking the hero himself when suddenly a giant furry dragon burst out of the water in the flood zone like a geyser, letting out an enraged roar that reverberated throughout Dome. Tamura stared up at the flying serpent now circling above him and Nomu, taking father off and pushing back his bangs to get a better look at the creature, mouth hanging slightly open in pure dumbfoundedness. You've gotta f***ing kidding me. Aoi floated above the USJ, Tsuyu clinging onto the damp pelage on her back and Mineta stuck to her horn using his sticky ball to keep him in place. They had a bird's-eye view of the entire facility, and Aoi could make out the little dots that were her classmates and teacher fighting off hordes of villains, even being able to discern whom was where, such as Todoroki Ice trapping an entire group of thugs in the landslide zone and the sound of Kaken's explosions coming from the ruin zone. Thanks for the rescue, Tsuyu said, surprisingly calm. What the hell is going on? Mineta squealed, on the verge of tears. You can actually turn into a dragon? Sorry for scaring you, Aoi said, her voice a low, loud, growling rumble that sent vibrations up her classmates' spines. Right now, though, we need to focus. You're right, Tsuyu agreed, surveying the area below. What do we do? That's a lot of villains. If the alarm isn't going off, we need to go and warn the school staff ourselves. How do we do that? Mineta cried. Aoi looked up at the ceiling of the dome surrounding the USJ. I can break the window and fly out of here. Suddenly, there was a booming sound beneath them, followed by the sound of something flying through the air, quickly getting closer to them. Ai-chan, look out! Tsuyu called out in alarm. Aoi dove out of the way of whatever had launched itself at them, and where she had been hovering a moment before was now the massive villain with the beak and exposed brain that had stepped out of the portal with the guy covered in hands. It tried reaching for her, but was unable to maneuver while airborne, and was soon falling back to the ground with a cacophonous thud. What the hell is that thing? Mineta shrieked in horror. How did it jump that high? Aoi exclaimed, letting out a panicked draconic warble. It's coming back! Tsuyu warned. The villain made another attempt to grab Aoi, leaping back into the air. Aoi again flew away from it before it could seize her, watching it make more aimless grasping motions at her before once again plummeting back down. Tamura sighed in annoyance when Nomu crashed back into the plaza the second time. Well, that didn't work, he grumbled before raising his voice to order the Nomu. Enough. The Nomu went still, and Tamura hummed in annoyance. Where's Kurogiri when you actually need him? As if summoned, Kurogiri materialized next to him in a cloud of inky mist. Tamura Shigaraki, he greeted. Kurogiri, Tamura said. Is 13 dead? The rescue hero is out of commission, but there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them managed to escape the facility. What? Tamura growled, and the itch just underneath his skin, that started to mount in intensity as he became more and more upset. He reached up to start scratching at his neck. Kurogiri, you idiot! If you weren't our warp gate, I'd shred you to molecules. He stopped himself, his anger waning when he realized this meant that whatever brat had escaped was now on their way to get reinforcements. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over now. Back to the title screen. Brought his hands down, letting them go limp at his sides like puppets that had had their strings cut. And I was looking forward to finishing this today. He sighed, but his attention then returned to the dragons still flying above them, and an idea came to him. Maybe you're still good for something though, he pointed at the W. Kurogiri, bring me that dragon kid. He grinned underneath father. Let's take out some pesky heralings before we leave, and wound the symbol of peace's pride. It seems like it isn't gonna try and jump at us again, Tsuyu said, peering down at the hulking villain. We need to get out of here, Aoi said, getting ready to break the dome. Guys, hold on. She was cut off when the same black fog that had initially split up their class consumed the three of them yet again. Not again! Mineta shrieked. Aoi could feel the change in location in ambient air, similarly to how she had when she was dropped in the flood zone. When the mist cleared, they were in the plaza, seeing Mr. Aizawa still fighting the mob of villains blocking the exit. Dragon Kid, a scratchy, rasping voice behind her said. Aoi landed on the ground and wheeled her head around to see three villains. The one covered in severed hands, the one with the black mist portal quirk, and the behemoth with the beak that had tried to grab her. There you are, the hand villain said. You always look like that? You sure didn't look that way when you first came in here. Pretty sure I would have noticed you. Who are you? Aoi demanded, suppressing a low growl in the back of her throat. Tamura Shigaraki. The villain gestured to the fogman. This is Kurogiri, then the Goliath. And this is Nomu. He then motioned vaguely at her. Now it's your turn. Who are you? Why do you care? Midoriya, stop taunting him. Mineta exclaimed. Mineta! Tsuyu snapped. Midoriya, huh? Shigaraki said. Well, that explains the green aesthetic. You said you were here to kill All Might, Aoi said, trying to ignore the gnawing anxiety she felt now that the villain knew her name. Are we your hostages now? Actually, that's a good idea. Shigaraki nodded. That'd give us some leverage. Maybe we can still kill the symbol of peace after all. He snapped his fingers. Congratulations. You're officially hostages. Don't give him ideas like that. Mineta squealed. Mineta, I will use you as a human projectile. Tsuyu hissed with uncharacteristic rage. The conversation, if one could call it that, was then abruptly interrupted by a capture scarf shooting out and binding Shigaraki. I don't think so. Aizawa yelled, having appeared at his student's side, his hair rising as he erased the three villains' quirks. Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogiri exclaimed in alarm. Mr. Aizawa. The trio of teenagers cried in relief. Get the hell out of here. Eraserhead ordered the three of them, yanking Tamura toward him. His arms were constricted, but Tamura was able to twist one of his free wrists and grab a section of the capture weapon. The pro got ready to elbow him in the gut, but once he was at arm's length, Eraserhead's hair fell. Tamura grinned underneath Father as the scarf's material disintegrated in his hand, allowing him to free himself and stop the blow, catching the hero's elbow with all 5 fingers. "Not so fast," he taunted, feeling the fabric of Eraserhead's sleeve decay before his fingertips touched skin. "They just got here. It'd be rude of them to leave so suddenly, wouldn't it?" He could see the hero wince in pain when the first 2 layers of skin started to crumble and chip away. "Besides, you're running on fumes, Eraserhead." Eraserhead released Tamura and kicked him away, leaping back to put as much distance between the 2 of them as he could, his bleeding arm now hanging uselessly at his side. "Mr. Aizawa," the Mineta kid screamed when he saw the hero's injury. Tamura chuckled. "Your quirk isn't suited for drawn-out fights. Those goggles might hide your eyes, but I've figured out your tell. It was hard to figure out because you were jumping all over the place, but your hair floats when you use your quirk. That means that when your hair falls back down, you've stopped using it. After all, even you need to blink, don't you?" There was a flash of green light, and when Tamura looked back at the students, the dragon was gone. Instead, there was a short green-haired girl. She was holding Mineta in her arms, and the frog girl was piggybacking her. "Midoriya, what are you doing?" Mineta screeched, shaking the girl by the shoulders. "Enough," Midoriya said, trying to sound cool and collected, but Tamura could hear the nervous waver in her voice. "We'll play hostage, all right? Just leave our teachers alone." "Seriously?" Tamura said, baffled. "This is what you actually look like? A twerp?" "Midoriya!" Eraserhead roared. "What do you think you're doing?" "He doesn't care about the rest of us," Midoriya told her teacher, but kept her focus solely on Tamura. "Even if he wants us dead, we're not his main objective." She glanced at Eraserhead, and her gaze softened. "He's right, mister. You can't keep fighting like this with your injury, with or without your quirk, and that villain," her eyes flicked to the Nomu, "is a lot stronger than it looks. If we want to make it out of this alive, we have to go along with his demands until help arrives." "Quite the negotiator, aren't you?" Tamura teased, amused by the girl's faux confidence. "I don't know if this is a good idea," the frog girl said. "We don't have a choice," Midoriya lamented. "Miss Midoriya is correct," Kurojairi piped up in agreement. "I suggest you comply like your friend, young lady." "Midoriya," Eraserhead began, aggravated. "There's nothing we can do, mister," Midoriya interrupted. "You know that better than I do." She nodded in Tamura's direction. "Go ahead then. Let the alarm go off." "Won't need to." Tamura sighed. "One of your little friends managed to sneak out and scurry away. Heroes should be here any minute." He clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Annoying. At least this won't take long." "But I've been here longer than I wanted to be." Midoriya's brows furrowed together in confusion. "You came here to kill All Might, didn't you? What makes you think you can get rid of him that quickly?" Tamura smirked. "Because I know I can. Nomu was bioengineered for the sole purpose of killing that false idol." Midoriya and her lackey's eyes went wide in shock. "Bioengineered?" "You'll see what I mean soon." Ironically, it was at that moment that the door to the USJ was blown open. Villains, students, and hero turned their attention to the commotion just in time to see All Might striding through towards them, a scowl locked firmly on his face instead of his usual eye-bleaching grin. Tamura's excitement returned, and his smile widened. "Well, would you look at that? Looks like we're getting a continue." After All Might arrived, he was able to easily take down the villains that had been blocking the entrance and engage with the Nomu, allowing Mr. Aizawa to drag the trio away to rejoin their classmates and 13 who were still by the now-destroyed front door. "You're lucky I'm not expelling you for that stunt you pulled," Aizawa muttered angrily as they stepped over the groaning, unconscious villains in their path. "What were you thinking?" "Sorry, mister," Aoi murmured, too lost in thought to give him her full attention. All Might's at his limit? She remembered seeing the news about All Might's busy morning of rescuing civilians and stopping villains, and her suspicions were confirmed when he didn't show up for rescue training. Then, when Aizawa had asked about All Might, 13 had put up 3 fingers. The 3-hour time limit. She looked up at Aizawa, who was trying to keep a neutral expression, but she could see the crease between his brows and the nervous tension in his shoulders. Do the teachers know? Mr. Aizawa, All Might doesn't have much time, Aoi said in a low voice so that Tsuyu and Mineta didn't overhear, grabbing the man's uninjured arm to slow him down. If the other teachers don't show up soon. What do you mean, doesn't have much time? Aizawa asked, eyeing her skeptically. Aoi stared back at him knowingly. He told me. Aizawa's eyes went wide with realization, but before he could react, there was an explosion behind them, followed by Kaken screaming. All 4 of them pivoted around to see said boy, Kirishima, and Todoroki rushing to All Might's rescue. Aoi had never seen Aizawa look angrier. Those idiots. In the end, it had all been for nothing. Now there was a gaping hole in the dome of the USJ made by Nomu, and All Might, despite having almost been cut in half by Kurogiri's warp and being critically injured by the bioengineered behemoth, was still standing. What the F? Tamura muttered, scratching at his throat with renewed agitation as the itch returned in full force. What is the sheet? He isn't weaker at all. Tamura Shigaraki, please do not fret, Kurogiri reassured him, still staring unblinkingly, if he ever blinked, at All Might. Look at him. He has been weakened. Noma's attacks were successful. We can still destroy the symbol of peace. Tamura stopped scratching and studied the symbol of peace. Upon closer inspection, he looked to be in rougher condition than he initially thought, regardless of the posturing he had done trying to goad them, and steam from rising from his body as if he was overheating. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the big end boss is right here. With renewed resolve, he charged at All Might. Consider this revenge for what you did to Nomu. From his side, however, he could have sworn he heard Eraserhead yell, Midoriya, no. Then he was getting tackled to the ground by said green-haired girl, who had now sprouted the same horns and whiskers she had in her dragon form. They were sent rolling, Midoriya's iron grip on his arms holding him in place until he kicked her in the gut, knocking the wind out of her and forcing her to let go. She went sliding across the dirt floor, putting a few meters between the two of them. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri exclaimed. You just don't know when to give up, do you? Tamura taunted, pushing himself up and back onto his feet. I could say the same thing about you, Midoriya shot back, also standing. What? Not gonna transform and rip me to shreds? Tamura's hands flexed in anticipation. It won't matter. I'll tear you apart either way. I don't need to transform. Aoi sunk down into a defensive fighting stance. I can take you down either way. Tamura grit his teeth in vexation. DMN brat. He looked over his shoulder at Kurogiri. I'll handle her. Finish off All Might while we still have the chance. Tamura again charged, and Midoriya waited for him, letting him close the distance between them. Once he was in arm's reach, he made a grab for her face, only for her to dodge and grab his arm, before throwing him over her shoulder with more strength than a girl her size should have. His back hit the ground hard, and now it was Tamura's turn to have the wind knocked out of his chest. She grabbed his elbow and his wrist, trying to hold him in place by locking his joints. His other hand, however, was still free, allowing him to reach up and latch onto her right forearm with all 5 fingers. The material of her costume was thin, and it decayed in an instant, along with the first 2 layers of skin he touched, the same way he had with her teacher. Game over, he growled. Then her forearm was suddenly on fire. She wasn't even breathing fire like a regular dragon. Her arm had just randomly combusted. Tamura yelped and let go of her, recoiling from flames, the palm of his hand now red and stinging. She can set herself on effing fire? Midoriya was also forced to release her hold on him with a hiss of pain, allowing him to push himself away from her and scramble to stand back up. Now a perfect, bloody handprint marred her skin. Effing hacks! Tamura roared. He was cut off by a gunshot, and then something socked him in the shoulder. Shigaraki and Kurogiri ended up escaping, even with the timely arrival of the rest of UA's staff, leaving Aoi and All Might alone. An awkward silence fell over them. Are you all right? Aoi asked after a few uncomfortable beats of quiet. I am, All Might replied after a pause. Are you all right, young Midoriya? I am. You, a third voice rang out. The two turned to see Mr. Aizawa was marching towards the duo, his hair and capture weapon floating, and Aoi's horns and whiskers disappeared. Aizawa, All Might began. You can shut up, Aizawa cut him off furiously, turning his full attention onto Aoi. And you, he made a beeline for her and grabbed her wrist, holding it up to show off the ruined sleeve of her costume and the red handprint on her arm. Did a great job of almost getting yourself killed. Aizawa, please. I'm sorry, mister, Aoi said, trying to avoid her teacher's glare by staring at her new wound. You seem to be sorry a lot, Aizawa snapped, letting her go. Next time, better to be safe than sorry. Do you understand? Aoi nodded slowly in contrition. I understand. I hope you know that if circumstances were different, you'd be expelled. That's enough, Aizawa. All Might interjected, incensed. The girl saved my life. Only because you couldn't save yourself. Once again it was silent. Come on, Aizawa said once his anger dimmed. The three of us need to see Recovery Girl. He turned and left, but neither Aoi or All Might made a move to follow him. Tamura grumbled incoherently under his breath in annoyance as the doctor finished dressing his injuries, dizzy from the opioids he'd been given and laying on a stretcher in whatever hospital room Kurogyari had warped him into. His bullet wounds were already stitched and bandaged, and all that was left was to wrap up his burned hand. This will be a bit harder to dress because of your quirk, the doctor mused, having had to bandage each of his fingers and his palm individually. My, she got you good, didn't she? Tamura huffed in frustration and refused to answer. Magna was waiting for Aoi when she got home, opening the door before the younger girl could even reach for the handle and pulling her into a hug. Thank God, she breathed before pulling away, scanning Aoi for any immediately noticeable injuries. Are you okay? I got a call from the school. I'm okay, Aoi said, her voice barely above a whisper. Magna grabbed her face and looked into her hazy, unfocused eyes. Looks like an adrenaline crash. She pulled her the rest of the way inside and shut the door behind them. Come on, let's lie you down and get you some food. Shoyuta sighed in exhaustion and dragged a hand down his face, leaning back in his chair to put as much distance as he could between himself and the expulsion forms on his desk. The only other person in the teacher's lounge with him was Namuri, who appeared to be ignoring him entirely as she graded second-year papers. But he had known her long enough to know that she wouldn't have stayed so late after hours, until it was well past dark, unless she had an ulterior motive, and each of them were waiting for the other to break the silence. You're still debating whether or not you should expel them, Namuri said finally. I'm also wondering if I should even re-enroll them afterwards, Shoyuta admitted, conflicted. The girl saved both your and All Might's lives, Shoyuta. She also almost got herself killed. And yet she didn't. She could have, and that's not even mentioning what the other three did. They also saved All Might. I read the report. Had they not intervened, he would have been severed in half. Shoyuta glared at the other pro. You're not gonna make this easy for me, are you? Namuri smirked, but didn't look up from her papers. When have I ever? They're all my responsibility. If any of them had died. If, Shoyuta. Dwelling on hypotheticals is irrational. Shoyuta scoffed and rolled his eyes, exasperated. You're impossible. Namuri chuckled. Don't I know it? There was another brief pause as she waited for a rebuttal, but when none came, she continued. There's no easy solution for a situation like this, but I'll say this much, we need our students to trust us, now more than ever. Now she looked up to meet his gaze, an uncharacteristically solemn expression on her face. Don't break your students' trust, Shoyuta. With that startlingly profound assertion, Namuri diverted her full attention to her grading, properly ignoring her abstracted junior. Shigaraki charged at her, and Aoi waited for him, letting him close the distance between them. Once he was in arm's reach of her, he made a grab for her face, but she dodged and grabbed his arm, throwing him over her shoulder the same way she had to Kaken during the battle trial. He hit the ground hard, and let out a sound that was somewhere between a grunt and a gasp. Aoi was quick to grab his elbow and his wrist, trying to hold him in place by locking his joints the way Magna had taught her. His other hand, however, was still free, allowing him to reach up and latch onto her right forearm with all 5 fingers. This time, however, nothing happened. Her costume and skin remained unblemished as he gripped her with his own surprising strength, but she did not decay, or at least didn't feel the effects of it. She ignited her arm anyways, a facet of her quirk she was still hesitant to use, in an attempt to force him to let go. Shigaraki didn't let go this time. Even as he started to scream in pain, he still held on to her, even trying to pull himself away, but it was as if he couldn't release her, like he was glued to her against his will. Panicked, Aoi unhanded him instead, but the second they separated, the inferno erupted, doubling in his eyes and quickly engulfing him. "I'm sorry," Aoi yelled over his crying and the crackling fire, reaching for him as if to try and extinguish the flames. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Aoi awoke with a startle, back in the apartment bedroom she and Magna shared, her stomach leaden with guilt and horror at what she had done. Only to remember that she hadn't killed Shigaraki. Her delirium slowly ebbed away as she regained her bearings and came fully to, consciously reminding herself of what had actually happened as opposed to what she had dreamt. She had expected nightmares, but not one of that nature. But more she thought about it, the more it made sense. She was more afraid of herself and her quirk than she was of Shigaraki, and that fear was more ingrained into her psyche than any consternation she felt towards him. She sat up and scanned the room, finding the other futon across from hers empty. Magna hadn't come home yet. Aoi sighed and brought up her arm to see her new handprint scar, a wound that Recovery Girl had easily healed once she and her class had returned to UA. It had joined her other cicatrices, resting right above a thin line that traveled longwise down her wrist. Even with what little light the street lamp outside the window offered, she could make out the shape of the mark, still gripping her as if he was still holding on. A part of her was annoyed, borderline angry, that he had left something so permanent on her, but the feeling was tempered by the sick satisfaction she felt knowing he most likely had a scar of his own that she had given him. But that only reminded her of her dream, and she felt guilty all over again for taking any pleasure in hurting him. Her phone buzzed, derailing her train of thought. The light of the screen dimly illuminated the room, and she reached over to unplug it from its charger to see what the notification was. Ashido had sent an image to the class group chat, the first group chat Aoi had ever been invited to, and when she unlocked her phone to see what it was, her eyes widened when she saw that it was a photo of her at the USJ. More specifically, her as a dragon, flying over the rest of the zones with Tsuyu and Mineta on her back. Before anyone else could respond, she hastily started typing. "Midoriya, when did you even get a chance to take that photo?" Ashido, "Okay, so after that mist guy left I took a pic. BC, you looked so cool." Zero, "Kim, there's people that are dying." Ashido, "Hijajduffbudge, but they were fine. And Aoi looked so badass. I couldn't resist." Kaminari, "She looked so dope." Tokoyami, "Her draconian display was indeed impressive." Aoi felt her face become warm with embarrassment, but also preened at the praise. An excited trill bubbled out of her before she could stop it. "Uraraka, I was worried when that Kurogiri guy got you 3 though." Azui, "Yeah, playing hostage was no fun." Again, Aoi felt a knot of shame form in her gut. Midoriya, "I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect you too." Azui, "It's not your fault the school got broken into. Don't sweat it." Mineta, "If it hadn't been for you we would have been fish food." Azui, "You just liked being carried by her." Mineta, and? Mineta, "Also am now 90% sure that they're real." Zero, 90% sure what are real? Azui put Mineta in timeout for 24 hours. Azui, "Don't ask." Azui, "I've been thinking about it, though." Ishido, "About what?" Azui, "I just think it's weird that someone with a quirk like mine was dropped into the flood zone." Aoi's brows furrowed together in confusion but then shot up into her hairline when she realized what Tsuyu was implying. Midoriya, "They must not have known what our quirks were." Azui, "That's why Shigaraki didn't recognize you when you transformed. He had no idea someone in our class had a quirk like yours." Azui, "Even so, the villains that were in the flood zone had quirks suited for water." Midoriya, and when Kurogyari separated us, we weren't randomly scattered. None of us ended up in between zones or anything like that. Aoi, which means that even if they didn't know what our quirks were, they did know what the layout of the USJ was. Kirishima, how could they know what the layout was? Aoi, dunno. I just thought it was interesting. Zero, that's a funny way of saying deeply concerning. Kaminari, do you guys think UA got hacked? Aoi, most likely. Midoriya, didn't Kurogyari mention the lesson plan? If they had it, it would explain why they thought All Might would be there. Tokoyami, I believe so. Uraraka, how can a place with security as strong as UA's get hacked? Aoi, clearly their security isn't as tight as we thought. You guys remember when all those reporters broke in, right? Kirishima, ugh, don't remind me. Aoi thought back to that day, remembering how the gate had been completely destroyed, allowing the media horde to get past UA's security system. No one knew how it was demolished, though. There was a giant hole in a metal door more than a meter thick, but there had been no explosion, nor was there even any rubble left behind. Only piles of dust, as if the material had been silently disintegrated without anyone noticing. Her attention returned to the scar on her arm, and she recalled the feeling of his calloused hand grabbing her, and her skin losing all sensation before quietly dissolving. She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head, refusing to entertain the idea that the break-in and the USJ were in any way connected. I'm just being paranoid. There's no way it was him. Kaminari, okay not to change the subject, but him changing the subject BC, I just can't stop thinking about it. Aoi, thinking about what? Kaminari sent a photo of a dark green worm on a string. Kaminari, Midoriya, is this you? Aoi let out a surprised laugh. Midoriya changed their username to Greenworm. Ashido, who are we changing chat? Names? Kirishima, oh no. Aoi's giggling was cut short by her phone ringing and an unknown number popping up on her screen. Her face contorted in curious puzzlement as she stared at her screen, mentally debating whether or not she should answer, but her interest was piqued, so she accepted the call and brought the phone up to her ear. Hello, she said. Young Midoriya, All Might's voice on the other end greeted, startling Aoi so greatly that she nearly fell off her futon, her eyes wide and her mouth gaping in disbelief. I apologize for calling you so late. I hope I didn't wake you. No, it's fine. Aoi rushed to reassure him, though she herself found it bizarre that her teacher was calling her only an hour before midnight. I'm awake. All Might chuckled, and even though she had complicated feelings about him, Aoi still found it surreal to be talking to the #1 hero over the phone so casually. The perks of having a day off tomorrow, I suppose. No matter. I know this is sudden, and I hope you forgive me for such informality, but I have a question for you, on that I've been putting off asking for a while now. What is it? Young lady, do you remember when we first met about a year ago? Aoi is in a long, soundless breath, her tense chest filling with air like a straining balloon. Yes. Back then, you asked me if someone like yourself could be a hero without a quirk. However, ever since you've started attending UA, it's clear that you're anything but quirkless. It turned out I was just a late bloomer. A month after we met, my quirk manifested. Truly. There was a disbelieving tone in All Might's voice that bothered her. That's incredibly fortunate. You must consider yourself exceptionally lucky. Aoi stared at her other wrist that had a matching scar to the one on her right. Yeah. Well, thank you for indulging me. Again, I'm sorry for bothering you at this hour. No, it's fine. Honestly, I was surprised you didn't ask about my quirk sooner. That reminds me, actually, on the subject of quirks, I wanted to thank you for not revealing my secret to any of your peers, and for protecting me the other day after I went over my time limit. I owe you my life. Of course. I also wanted to thank you for saving us. That Nomu was really scary. Think nothing of it, young lady. Then, before Aoi could even so much as bid him good night, he hung up. Toshinori set the phone down on the coffee table between him and Naomasa, and for a beat, his office was silent. Well? He asked his friend expectantly, wringing his hands. She was being truthful, for the most part, Naomasa said after pondering for a moment. She's just a late bloomer. Toshinori let out one of the deepest sighs of relief he had ever released in his life. Thank God. She was still being avoidant, though. It doesn't matter. So long as that quirk is her own and not given to her by someone else, I don't care. Be that as it may, we're not in the clear yet. Toshinori hummed in agreement, thinking back to what Shigaraki had said during his fight against the Nomu. I never said that was his only quirk. You should get some rest, Naomasa said, pushing himself off the sofa and grabbing his hat and coat. How's your injury feeling? It feels great, Toshinori joked with a bitter huff of amusement. Hurts more and more every day. Point in case. Naomasa put on his hat and pulled on his jacket. I'll see you around, Toshinori. See you around. Then the detective was gone, quietly shutting the door behind him and leaving the number one hero alone with his unsettled thoughts. Deku! Aoi pursed her lips and slowly turned around, bracing before she was abruptly grabbed by the shoulders and shoved into the nearest corridor wall. First day back and he's already on my case. Guess I won't be having lunch with Uraraka and Ida. What? She sighed, having become unwillingly accustomed to the explosive boy's outbursts. Why didn't you tell me you could turn into a giant flying lizard? Kaken demanded angrily. I did tell you, but you didn't believe me. Because you never showed me, asswipe. I couldn't. Bullshit. Why didn't you transform during the battle trial? Or during that stupid test we had on the first day? Or when you fought that shitty discount Halloween villain at the USJ? Kaken. Don't call me that. Bakugo, Mr. Aizawa interjected, startling both students. He had somehow managed to silently approach the duo without either of them noticing, giving the illusion that he had materialized next to them out of nowhere. What? Kaken snapped, his grip on Aoi's arms tightening. UA has a strict no-harassment policy. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Kaken and activated his quirk, his hair rising and his eyes glowing scarlet. So, unless you want me to drag you to the guidance counselor, I suggest you let go of your classmate. Kaken looked like he wanted to argue with the man, but put a noticeably great effort into biting his tongue to stop himself from snapping back at their teacher, reluctantly letting Aoi go and stomping away. Before he was gone, however, he made a point of muttering to her, "Don't hold back next time." Once Kaken was gone, it was just her and Aizawa. For a moment, neither of them said anything, an awkward tension hanging between them. You all right? Mr. Aizawa said finally, startling the girl a second time. I'm okay, Aoi said, staring at her shoes. How's your arm? Better. Yours? HM? Oh, yeah. Mine's feeling better too. The silence drew on for a few more uncomfortable seconds before Aizawa broke it again. Go get to lunch. All right. Eager to escape the awkward confrontation, Aoi made her way to the cafeteria as fast as she could without getting scolded by any of her passing upperclassmen for running in the halls. What's wrong? Magna asked, sinking down onto the couch with her younger sister when she noticed her brooding. The sports festival, Aoi said, staring at her pensive reflection in the black screen of her phone. What about it? I thought it got cancelled. No, UA's gonna buff the security, but it's still happening. Magna made a noise of disapproval. Seems a little reckless, considering the fact that you and your classmates almost died. They want to show the public that an attack on the school isn't going to affect them. In other words, they're trying to play it off as if it were nothing to make themselves look good. Basically. So what gives? Why were you nervous? Are you worried that villains will attack the festival too? No, it's... Aoi sighed. It's my dad. Realization flashed over Magna's features. He's gonna be watching? Yeah, Aoi gave a strained smile. We always watch it together over video chat. It's one of the few things we're able to do together while he's in America. And you still haven't come out to him. I keep meaning to, but he doesn't know that Mom kicked me out, and if I came out to him, he'd ask Mom about it, and then I don't know what would happen. I'll tell you what, all hell would break loose. Magna also sighed. Yeah, I dunno what to tell you, to be honest. Do you want to just opt out of the festival altogether? I've thought about it, but This is a really big deal. The entire point of the sports festival is for us to make a good impression to the general public. Hero agencies across Japan are going to be watching this, as well as millions of civilians who are getting a glimpse at the next generations of pros. For future heroes, this entire event is a pivotal moment that could determine how successful we become. Magna rubbed Aoi's back reassuringly when she noticed the other girl was starting to hyperventilate. Don't make yourself sick. Aoi, who hadn't consciously been aware of just how fast her anxiety had spiked, nodded and forced herself to take deeper, longer breaths. I dunno if it'll make you feel any better, but I will point out that there are plenty of high-ranking pros who didn't go to UA and never participated in a televised sports festival. It's important, but I wouldn't say it's necessary. That being said, as a hero, you're going to be in the public eye whether you want to be or not, Aoi. Even your underground hero teacher has to entertain the media from time to time. Unless you decide to go back into the closet, your dad's gonna find out one way or another. I know that. I'm just not ready yet. I get that, and I will never pressure you into doing something you don't want to do, especially in a situation like this, but I also don't want you to self-sabotage because you're worried about how people will react. That actually brings me to my other problem. Magna snorted. Another one? Aoi huffed in amusement in spite of herself. You know me, go big or go home. She frowned. It's Kaken. Magna groaned and rolled her eyes, and Aoi repressed the urge to giggle. He keeps getting mad at me because I haven't been using my quirk to its fullest potential. Him. You don't owe him shit. I know, but I don't want him to. Magna grabbed Aoi by the shoulders and forced the younger girl to look at her. You're stronger than him, Ate. He can't hurt you anymore. I know your brain doesn't believe that you're so used to going along to get along because everyone always took his side, but you don't have to keep the peace anymore. Then she glowered and let go. After all, it's not like your mom can chastise or punish you for standing up for yourself anymore. Yeah, Aoi smiled again, more relaxed and genuine this time, remembering what had happened earlier during lunch with a strange elation. And Mr. Aizawa did defend me today. Magna's eyebrows practically shot in at her hairline in surprise. He did. She chuckled. Seems like that old grouch has a soft spot. Aoi snorted. Don't let him hear you say that. I don't want him to give me detention. Anyways, if you ask me, I say F, Bakugu and anyone who gives you shit for what you choose to do with your own goddamn quirk, and regardless if you compete or not, do it for yourself and no one else. Thanks, sis. Anytime. There was a pause, but it wasn't uncomfortable, just contemplative. So, what are you gonna do? Aoi's father looked almost nothing like her save for a handful of shared features. She had inherited his curly hair, though his was black, like his eyes, but the coloration had influenced the shade of Aoi's own curls and irises. She had also gotten his freckles, which looked out of place on a tough-looking guy like him who was well over 6 feet tall, but they complemented her round face and soft cheeks nicely. To other people, he was this large and intimidating man who could easily pass as a villain, but Aoi had never seen him as anything other than her goofy dad. Even with his scars and imposing frame, the only things she paid any attention to were things like his lopsided smile and soothing baritone voice. Soon, though, his voice would be all that she had of her father for a very long time. You're leaving? A 3-year-old Aoi asked sadly, looking up at her father anxiously. Not for good, her dad reassured her, kneeling down and ruffling her hair. I got a really good paying job overseas, though, so I'm gonna be gone for a while. After all, I gotta support you and your mom. Aoi felt her eyes start to sting, and a lump formed in her throat. Can't you stay? Her dad made a sad, wilting expression, but tried to force himself to smile so as not to worry her. I'm sorry, kid. I'd stay if I could, but... He trailed off, and it looked like there was more that he wanted to say to her, but he didn't. Trust me. This is for the best. But, you'll come back, right? Of course I will. He pulled her into a bear hug, holding her firmly against his chest and carting a hand through her curls to soothe her. I promise, I'll visit you as much as I can, all right? Aoi sniffled, inhaling the overwhelmingly smoky scent of him as she did, and clung to his shirt as tightly as she could while resting her cheek right over where his heart was, listening to it beat underneath her ear. Okay. Aoi wasn't sure if she was being subtly influenced by Magna, but regardless of if she was or not, she was beginning to share her older sister's feelings about the sports festival this year the closer she got to it. After the USJ, it felt insensitive to act like nothing happened, even if her classmates seemed to take it in stride, save Mineta. However, because UA hadn't cancelled the sports festival, that meant that no one was taking the attack on the USJ. Seriously. Most people assumed that, because UA was being so blasé about the entire thing, it wasn't a big deal, and though Aoi hated to admit it, she understood the logic behind the assumption. Something she had noticed over the years was that how civilians react to a villain is entirely influenced by the hero fighting them. If a villain manages to injure a pro, they're seen as a threat regardless of how popular or competent said pro is, but if they got taken down without any complications, they come across as nothing more than a harmless idiot. Despite the fact that an entire horde of criminals had broken into one of the most prestigious schools in Japan, all but 2 had been arrested, and the duo in question managed to escape before the rest of the teachers even arrived. There was also no televised broadcast of the League of Villains attack, and any information that was released to the public was both vague and incomplete. To the rest of the world, the attack was nothing more than an unsuccessful stunt pulled by an incompetent flash mob of wannabe criminals. Technically, that wasn't entirely inaccurate. If the League of Villains had actually been a skilled criminal organization, all of Class 1A would be dead or worse. Yet even though they weren't, Aoi still felt dismissed. A part of her wondered if things would be different if someone had died, but she was ultimately glad that no one had, and was instead angered by the fact that people would most likely only care if something irrevocably tragic had happened. She often felt like society had a scale for misfortune, and unless you passed a certain threshold, you weren't allowed to be upset. The day after the sports festival was announced, the door to her classroom was blocked off by a swarm of other first-year students from every track, even the other hero course class, all of whom were observing her and her classmates like they were zoo animals. For a moment, she was reminded of the group of villains that had gathered at the foot of the steps leading to the entrance of the USJ, and it didn't help that the kids caging them in had a similar predatory look in their eyes that set her on edge. According to Kaken, they were scoping out the competition before the sports festival, each of them eager to prove themselves by taking down the kids who had fought and won against the League of Villains. None of them seemed even remotely sympathetic about what her class had gone through, 2 students even going so far as to call them things like arrogant and egotistical, due to the popularity her class had gained after the incident. These kids had no idea what the Nomu was or what it was capable of. They had no idea how close All Might had come to death, how close a lot of them had come to dying. In preserving the public's peace, her and peers' struggles were completely erased. Aoi wondered if she was the only one bothered by this, seeing how the rest of her classmates seemed mostly unaffected by it all. Then again, she, All Might, and Mr. Aizawa were the only ones who had earned new scars that day. The purple-haired Gen Ed boy brought up something that bothered Aoi, though, the possibility of being pulled out of the hero course and replaced with someone from one of the other tracks. If she asked to drop out of the festival, there was a chance she could be usurped by another student. Then everything she had done to get to you, everything she had sacrificed, would all be in vain. So, what are you gonna do? New York was 13 hours behind Japan, which meant that Aoi had to wait until it was late in the evening before she could call her father. It had been a while since they had last spoken over the phone, she still hadn't told him about the USJ, and even longer since she had seen him in person, her 13th birthday, almost 3 whole years ago. She spent the entire day worrying about what she would say to him and how he would react, remembering all the arguments she and her mother had had. Izuku, please. Mom, I can't keep living like this. Aoi's mother slammed her hands on the table. Does your selfishness know no bounds? Aoi's mouth fell open, but no words came out. She was too stunned and hurt to think of anything to say in response. I spend so much of my time worrying about you, terrified of what'll happen to you if you run into a villain and there's no hero there to save you, and now you want to put this on me too. My life is hard enough because of your quirklessness. Why paint an even bigger target on your back? I never asked you to worry about me. And I never asked for you to be born. The sun had set over the horizon, bathing the apartment in dim orange light. Aoi's hands were trembling when she pressed the call button. Her father answered after the third ring. Hey Aizu-chan, her dad said, and she flinched at the nickname. How are you? I saw your text. You wanted to talk? Hi Dad, Aoi said, her voice wavering pathetically. It's good to hear your voice. Is everything all right? What's with the shaky voice? I have something I need to tell you. Yeah, what is it? Aoi is in. A deep breath, then forced the words out of her as fast as she could, as if she was ripping off a vocal band-aid. I'm trans. She braced, waiting for a drawn-out sigh of contempt or an angry chastising, but all her dad said was, This is later than I was expecting. It took Aoi a moment to process what she had heard. What? Aizu, wait, did you change your name? Why? My name's Aoi. Suddenly, her father started cackling. Seriously? Was Midori not enough for you? Aoi spluttered in embarrassment. That's not why I chose it. Her dad's laughter died down. I'm sorry. He let out a small sigh. And I'm also sorry if you were scared to come out to me. I thought I'd done my best to show you that I didn't care about shit like that. Aoi's mind was reeling, struggling to comprehend what was happening, and an anxious knot formed in her stomach. Did Mom tell you? HM? Nah, I just had a hunch. A hunch? What do you mean? You copied your mom a lot, and most of the other women in your life, for that matter. Even when you were surrounded by boys, you still took after the girl's example. I was betting on trans or some flavor of gay, maybe both, but yeah, you've just got vibes. Hell, before the Elters ND, I was convinced you were gonna be a girl. I would have bet good money on it. She was hesitant to believe him, terrified that this was all some elaborate joke and that the other shoe was about to drop. You don't care? No. And if anyone gives you shit, you're gonna give me their full legal name and social security number. Aoi accidentally cut her father off with a choked sob, tears finally escaping and flowing freely down her face. His voice became concerned. Are you okay? Are these good sounds? She nodded, even though he couldn't see her. Why yeah. Her legs were weak and wobbly, like a baby lamb's. She had gone from feeling weighed down with preemptive grief to light as a feather, overcome with near debilitating relief. These are good sounds. The rock hit Kaizomi square in the back of the head. He yelped in pain and instinctively reached back to cover himself, whirling around to see who had thrown it. 3 of his middle school classmates were standing behind him, giggling, and when they realized he was glaring at them, they turned heel and ran away. Go, 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 one of them cackled. Don't let him bite you, another one taunted. Someone get a hero, the third called out. Somebody's gotta stop that villain. F off. Kaizomi roared, picking up the same rock that had hit him and chucking it back at them, missing them completely. They started laughing harder. His eyes stung with unshed tears, more from the embarrassment than from the pain. Once the bullies were out of sight, he lightly pressed his fingers to the back of his head, wincing at the sharp pain caused by the simple touch, and brought them back around to see if there was any blood on them. Luckily, there was none. At worst, he would be sore for a while, but it was still going to make laying down to sleep that night annoying. He sniffled and furiously rubbed away wetness in his eyes with the cuff of his uniform sleeve. As he continued on his way home, he passed a TV store that a crowd had gathered around, watching whatever was being played on the showcase screen in the display window. Curious, Kaizomi tried to peer over their heads to get a better look at the video. Are you seeing this? Someone on the TV exclaimed. He's already saved over 100 people. Eventually, he finally got a glimpse of the broadcast. It was a news report from the previous night. There was fire and debris, collapsed buildings and ambulances, and everyone was freaking out, even the reporter on the scene. Then, someone laughed, a loud, boisterous sound that came straight from a person's chest. Fear not, the booming voice announced. A large, muscular blonde man emerged from the rubble, carrying several injured civilians in his arms and over his shoulders, more than Kaizomi could count upon first glance. Why, you ask? the man said with a wide grin. Because I am here. Kaizo's jaw was hanging open, and he was unable to tear his eyes away from the screen. Over 100 people? How is that possible? Quite the debut, if you ask me, a businessman next to him murmured, impressed. Who is he? Kaizo breathed awestruck. I heard his hero name is All Might, a woman in front of him replied. Kaizo committed the name to memory. All Might. Yeah, he just got back from the States, the businessman added. People have started calling him the symbol of peace. The kids from earlier and the throbbing in Kaizo's head were instantly forgotten and replaced with the image of the beaming hero on the TV. How is he still smiling? Kaizo startled awake and instinctually gripped the hilt of his sword, prepared to strike at anyone who was planning on ambushing him. He was alone, though, as he slowly came to and took in his surroundings, he was certain that no one else was in the abandoned warehouse with him. He sighed and tossed off the dusty tarp he had used as a blanket, gripping the edge of the wooden crate he was leaning against to help pull himself up off the hard cement floor. It wasn't the most dignified place he had slept, but not the worst either. It was dry and moderately temperatured, so to someone broke and on the road like him, that basically made it a 5-star hotel. He had to leave soon though. Ingenium and his team were still looking for him. The stadium was quickly starting to fill, people rushing to pervade the stands before the first year's tournament started, eager to catch a glimpse of the class who fought against a swarm of villains and walked away almost entirely unscathed. In the teacher's reserved seating, Nizu hopped into the empty seat next to Toshinori. Tell me, All Might, the principal said, surveying the arena below them. Have any of my students caught your attention? Some have piqued my interest, Toshinori replied thoughtfully, but only a handful of them have really stood out to me. Anyone from the first years? Quite a few, actually. Really? I suppose that makes sense, considering what happened at the USJ. Who, in particular, has caught your eye? For starters, the 3 boys who jumped in to save me from the Nomu, Todoroki, Bakugo and Kirishima. If it weren't for them, I would be dead. All 3 of them have what it takes to become the new symbol of peace. I can see why you would consider them, but last I checked, they weren't the only ones who saved your life that day. Yes, that brings me to young Midoriya. Toshinori had already considered giving her one for all a year ago, after watching her attack the sludge villain and inspiring him to go past his time limit to save both her and Bakugo. At the time, he had decided against it. He knew she was trans, saw the crossed-out dead name in her notebook, heard the words Bakugo had called her, and come to the conclusion that she couldn't become the symbol of peace, not because he thought that she was incapable, but because he was concerned about how the public would receive her. No matter how strong or inspiring she was, he knew that the public's bias would work against her. She could not be a beacon of hope if the majority of the nation wrote her off simply because of what she was. Even now, after everything he had seen her do, he was still hesitant. A part of him wondered if it would be cruel to put her in his spotlight where she would be subject to the overly harsh judgment of not only Japan, but the entire world. But he reminded himself that it was her choice to make anyway. If she was willing to take on the burden of one for all along with all the added challenges a person like her would face, it was up to her. Even without one for all, she'll make a fine hero, he said finally, and if she does become the 9th wielder, she'll be unstoppable. She'd be strong enough to contend with all for one, Nizu pointed out, eyeing Toshinori with an undecipherable expression. I did the background check you asked me for, by the way. Her father does indeed have a fire-breathing quirk, and draconic mutations are common on his side of the family. Good to know. So, are these students your most likely contenders? As of right now, yes. Then today should be exceptionally exciting. Indeed. Depending on how today's events play out, I might end up with a successor. Class 1A was packed into a stadium waiting room, nervously anticipating the moment they would be called out to begin the sports festival. Aoi had planned on wearing her hero costume, had put in a request form the same way Aoyama had for his belt, but was currently dressed in her gym uniform, nervously playing with the hems of the wristbands that were strategically covering her old scars. The new one Shigaraki had given her, however, was on full display, and she glared at it. Midoriya, a deep voice behind her said. Aoi twisted around to see Todoroki looming over her, his already stoic expression somehow even more dire than usual. Yes, she said, confused as to why he had approached her in the first place. She was fairly certain this was the first time they had ever actually exchanged words. What is it? I think it's safe to say that I'm stronger than you, Todoroki said, completely unprompted. There was a beat of silence, and then their classmates started to laugh. Seriously? You gotta be kidding me. Shiro cackled. Stronger than her? She can turn into a dragon, dude. Kaminari said. I may not be able to transform the way you do, but I still believe that I can beat you, Todoroki continued, unfazed by his classmates' guffawing. Okay, Aoi said, wondering why he was bothering to tell her any of this in the first place. And? Consider this a declaration of war. Aoi's face scrunched up in confusion. Why? What do you want from me? Why are you singling me out from the rest? Because you've been holding back. Aoi flinched at Todoroki's choice of words, immediately reminded of every time Kaken had said the exact same thing while berating her. Before the USJ, you didn't use your quirk to its fullest potential, and even then, you barely used it to fight. Hey man, Kirishima interjected, but then he paused. Actually, you've got a point. He turned to Aoi. Why didn't you fight the Nomu? You totally could have taken it. No, I couldn't, Aoi said. It was a lot stronger than me, and the downside of my dragon is that it makes me a bigger target for both it and Shigaraki. It also probably would have made it easier for Kurogyari to cut me in half the way he tried to with all might. Meanwhile, I was able to restrain the Nomu, Todoroki pointed out, crossing his arms over his chest. Not for long, Kaken taunted, snorting. In case you forgot, it broke out of your ice like it was nothing. Stop acting like you're hot sheet when you're nothing more than a fancy extra. Besides, it's FING rich that you of all people is getting on someone else's but for holding back. Tell me, how come we've never seen you use your fire? Todoroki went tense, and an unknown emotion flashed across his features, but it was gone before Aoi could tell what it was. That's irrelevant. What, so you're getting on her but for sandbagging but then turn around and do the exact same sheet? Aoi's head snapped in his direction, her eyes wide with shock. Gotta say, I didn't take you for a effing hypocrite. Did he just say her? Okay, how about we all calm down? Kirishima said placatingly. I get it, tensions are high and all, but there's no need to start going after each other's throats. Why not? That's what this festival's all about, isn't it? Kaken said, giving Todoroki one of his token feral grins. Put your money where your mouth is, you icy hot BSRD. If you wanna win, quit being a priss, give it your all. His smile fell, and he turned his attention to Aoi. That goes for you too, Deku. Don't you dare hold back this time. He then went back to ignoring her again, waving her away dismissively. And go put your costume on so you don't have to strip in front of everyone. You have to get naked to transform? Mineta exclaimed excitedly. Mineta! Jiru snapped, sticking an earphone jack in the boy's ear. Wait, your costume lets you use your quirk without getting naked? Hagakure said as Mineta squealed in alarm. Why didn't the support department offer me something like that? Or me, for that matter, Yaoyorozu muttered indignantly. Perhaps we should speak with the support department after this. Aoi couldn't tear her eyes away from Kaken, still gobsmacked from hearing him correctly gender her. I can never tell what's going through his head. Tamura was watching the sports festival from the comfort of his room on his monitor, relievingly enough. The idea alone of having to awkwardly sit shoulder to shoulder with screaming hero fans made him feel like he was about to break out into hives, and he resisted the urge to scratch the itch in his neck. He leaned back in his desk chair, trying to be mindful of his stitches as students trickled into the arena. He ignored the other classes and focused solely on 1A, searching for the faces of the kids who he had fought at the Ueti. When he caught a flash of green hair, his attention zeroed in on the girl it belonged to, eyes never leaving her until she was out of frame entirely. Midnight was this year's umpire for the first year's sports festival, which was a sure way to bring the viewership ratings up even higher than they already were, but he blocked out most of what she was saying. Then, she called Bakugu onto the stage to give the student pledge, which confused Tamura. You're telling me the green chick didn't come in first in the entrance exam but Atomic Blonde did? Bullshit. Bakugo just said he was going to win, which set everyone off for some reason, but he kept it short and succinct, so Tamura was grateful for that at the very least. Then the obstacle course started, and he waited for a furred serpent to emerge from the crowd of students, but it never happened. He continued to watch, confused, as Midoriya ran the entire race without using her quirk. No transformation, no flying, no fire, nothing. Why the F isn't she using her quirk? She still won, annoyingly enough, by using the bombs in the minefield to catapult herself to the finish line, which set Tamura off severely. Show off. What the heck, Midoriya? Uraraka panted, sluggishly jogging over to Aoi. Why didn't you use your quirk? I didn't need to, did I? Aoi said avoidantly, keeping her eyes locked on Todoroki, who was currently ignoring her and glowering up at his father in the stands. Uraraka pouted. Now you're just starting to sound cocky. Aoi flinched at the word, cocky, and rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly, finally looking at Uraraka to address her feelings slightly chagrined. Sorry. I'm not trying to be really. Then what gives? You didn't even fly or anything. Well, Todoroki didn't use his fire either. Uraraka tilted her head to the side, confused. What's that got to do with this? Aoi sighed and turned back to Todoroki, who was now giving her the most intense death glare she had ever seen on him. Until Todoroki uses his left side, I'm gonna do everything I can to use my quirk as little as possible. I'm not gonna go all out just because he told me to, not unless he starts giving as much as he's getting. She started to fiddle with the edge of one of her wristbands again. I know that sounds egotistical. Uraraka hurriedly cut her off. Not at all. That makes perfect sense. Aoi smiled warmly at her, deflating in relief. Thank you for understanding. Ida was less sympathetic, and when she and Uraraka approached him about joining their team for the cavalry battle, telling him upfront about her self-imposed limitations, he declined them outright. Unlike Todoroki, I haven't been holding back, he said, pivoting away from the two girls to go and join Todoroki's team. So please, at least for me, give it your all. Aoi had felt betrayed that he was on Todoroki's side in more ways than one, and was borderline furious when she found out he had lied about never holding back when he used his reciproburst, allowing Todoroki to snatch Aoi's point headband. She had instinctively ignited her forehead, but it was useless against someone who was also immune to fire. The cavalry battle ended, and she was overcome with a wave of shame over how she had failed her team, even though she had told them all before they agreed to join her that she wasn't going to use her quirk, and they had all accepted it, Hatsum even taking it as an excuse to show off her gear. It didn't make her feel any less horrible for having let them down. She almost collapsed in relief when she realized Tokoyami had managed to grab a headband off of Todoroki that had enough points to land them in fourth place. Todoroki had also briefly used his fire during the battle when her team had intentionally attacked his left side in an attempt to provoke him, and during lunch, he asked to speak with her in private. She almost said no, becoming increasingly annoyed with his one-sided rivalry with her, but her curiosity won out in the end. Are you Ryukyu's secret love child? Todoroki asked once they were alone. What? Aoi said, dumbfounded. The silence of the empty corridor they were in was somehow deafening. Your quirks are pretty similar, but I've never heard of her having a daughter. Oh. I'm not secretly related to Ryukyu. Huh. Todoroki shrugged. It doesn't matter, I guess. That isn't why I wanted to talk to you. Why do you want to talk to me, Todoroki? What do you want from me? Todoroki stared at his left hand, a common habit of his, Aoi noted. Tell me, Midoriya, are you familiar with quirk marriages? Discovering Endeavor's familial abuse was both shocking yet unsurprising at the same time. Logically, Aoi was more than willing to believe that a man of his temperament and personality was capable of all sorts of cruelties, especially considering his infamous reputation for leaving the villains he turned in on the brink of death with the injuries he gave them, but the starry-eyed naive part of her still struggled to process that a pro-hero would do something that would get any other person labeled as a villain. I had no idea you were capable of using fire like me until I saw it at the USJ, Todoroki said once he had concluded the traumatizing recounting of his childhood. Why haven't you been using it? The same reason I originally thought you weren't using your fire. It's dangerous, Aoi explained, refocusing her attention back onto the conversation at hand and trying to shake off the severe emotional whiplash she was feeling from the sudden changes in topics. Comparatively, your mother's ice is a lot safer than your father's flames, so I had thought you were just trying to be careful, just like I was. After all, other people aren't fireproof like us. That's it? You just don't want to hurt people? What about villains? Well, for starters, I have used my fire against a villain. Aoi brought her arm up to display the scar Shigaraki had given her. Otherwise, I'd be short of an arm. Even then, though, I don't want to go too far. Why? Well, when I'm fighting a villain, I'm just trying to stop them. I have to make sure they can't hurt anyone or themselves, and that doesn't always mean beating them until they're on the brink of death or charred to a crisp. Aoi sighed and reached up to scratch her shoulder with her index finger, on one of the same areas Snipe had shot Shigaraki. I mean, I'm grateful Snipe saved me at the USJ, but I still think it was a bit much for him to keep shooting Shigaraki even after he was taken down. Even though Shigaraki tried to kill you? He was incapacitated after the first shot. He couldn't hurt me or All Might after that. It was pointless. Todoroki hummed thoughtfully, studying her. You and my father are nothing alike. He goes on and on about having control over our quirks and the dangers of our flames, but never out of a concern for other people. Aoi nodded. Endeavor is pretty notorious for his overkill, isn't he? I mean, he's a competent and accomplished hero, but he's also brutal and unforgiving. Yeah, that's him. Todoroki also sighed, shoving his hands in his pockets and staring at the floor. Even though you're nothing like him, your fire still reminds me of his. A light bulb went over Aoi's head as she finally realized what the purpose of the conversation was. Is that why you want to beat me? Yes. If I can beat your fire with my ice, then I'll have proven that I don't need my father to succeed. I don't want him to take credit for my victories just because I used his quirk. It isn't his quirk though, it's your quirk, isn't it? Aoi watched Todoroki's expression shift ever so slightly, but she still wasn't sure what was going through his head. I understand where you're coming from, Todoroki, maybe not personally, but logically. She pushed herself off the corridor wall and started to walk away. And that's exactly why I don't support what you're trying to accomplish. Until such time as you use your flames against me, I refuse to use mine against you. But it's not like it would matter, seeing as we're both basically fireproof. It's about the principle. Denying a part of yourself isn't good for you. Aoi hugged herself self-consciously. Trust me, I would know. She shook her head. Besides, your ice won't do anything against a villain like Shigaraki. Todoroki didn't respond, and made no attempt to stop Aoi as she left. Before Aoi loomed herself in her draconian form, both her and the serpent standing completely alone in an empty black void. It was odd, seeing her transformation this way. She couldn't remember the last time she had seen herself in this state from an outside perspective, save for the handful of pictures Magna had taken of her. We will not yield, the dragon said to her with its bone-vibrating voice. What do you mean? Aoi asked, confused. I am stronger than his quirk will ever be, the dragon repeated. We will not yield. Shinsu's quirk. Aoi had almost forgotten. She opened her mouth, and a jet of flames poured out of it, the fog in her mind retreating like real mist when it came in contact with fire. Midoriya stopped? Present Mike exclaimed over the stadium speakers, sounding as alarmed as Aoi felt. What's with the fire? Is she like an actual dragon? Did you not read her file? Mr. Aizawa asked him, unimpressed. How? Aoi heard Shinso roar behind her from the other end of the ring, disturbed and angered. What did you do? Aoi opened her mouth to reply, but quickly clamped a hand over it to stop herself. Good question. What the hell did I do? The cacophonous noise of the crowd in the stadium stands around her derailed her train of thought. She looked down and saw that the tips of her shoes were a centimeter away from the arena line. That's right. The fight isn't over yet. Say something, why don't you? Shinso demanded, but his voice was wavering, his confidence clearly shaken by Aoi's unexpected resistance. So, you've got that much power just from opening your mouth? Consider me jealous. Aoi sighed. Not that long ago, she had understood how Shinso felt. I wish I'd learned to be content with what I had. She pivoted around and started marching towards him. There was no gateway to success here for me, he continued with a false sense of confidence, unable to hide the desperation evident in his expression. Not with my quirk. He was right. Someone like him would have to work twice as hard to get where she was. I'd give it all up if it meant things could go back to normal. The price I paid, it wasn't worth it. Someone as blessed as you wouldn't understand. That's incredibly fortunate. There was a disbelieving tone in All Might's voice that bothered her. You must consider yourself exceptionally lucky. People like you, born with perfect quirks, would never understand. I know that I can't be a hero, Aoi told her mother, but this isn't like that. Is Zook enough? Her mother sighed, exasperated. Aoi bowed at the waist, going as low as she could without tipping over and falling. I'll do whatever you want. Just let me be your daughter. Stop. Aoi flinched at her mother's raised voice. Isn't being quirkless difficult enough? Isn't giving up on your dream already too much? The woman sighed again. Why do you keep seeking out hardship like this? Aoi bristled, biting her tongue and resisting the urge to scream at her. I didn't seek this out. I promise I've tried to deny it. Obviously, you didn't try hard enough. You can't change what you're born with, Izuku. Gender, quirks, we're stuck with what we're given. You need to learn to accept that. When she finally reached Shinso, he punched her square in the face. It was a weak hit, though, and even without Aoi's enhanced strength, it did little more than make her stumble back a step. She then lunged forward, wrapped her arms around his thighs, and hoisted him over her shoulder, causing him to squawk in alarm. Hey! Shinso stammered, grabbing the back of her gym uniform and pulling at it fruitlessly, unable to wriggle out of her iron grip. P put me down. What's this? Present Mike said, excited. Midoriya's carrying Shinso like he's a sack of rice. Is he just that light? Or is she just that strong? You're being unnecessarily dramatic, Aizawa droned, exhausted. Aoi carried Shinso to the edge of the ring and threw him over the edge in a practiced motion, forcing him to let go of her shirt. Unbeknownst to her, both in the stands and somewhere in a kamino, Bakugo and Shigaraki, two former victims of the infamous Midoriya shoulder throw, raged simultaneously when they saw her toss the Gen Ed boy out of bounds, concerning classmates and Kurogiri alike. Shinso is out of bounds. Midnight announced with a wide grin on her face, raising her flail into the air. Midoriya. I forfeit, Aoi interrupted, the words tumbling out of her before she could stop them. Midnight paused, momentarily confused. What's that? What? Shinso parroted, pushing himself up to look at Aoi in bewilderment. I said, I forfeit, Aoi repeated, turning on her heel and leaving the arena without another word. Sorry, Todoroki. Midoriya forfeits. Midnight said, trying to maintain her persona in spite of her puzzlement. Shinso moves on to the next round. Are you kidding me? Shinso growled. What, are you trying to humiliate me? Aoi didn't respond or stop to look back at him, further agitating him. Hey, answer me. She continued to ignore him as she retreated into the stadium proper, not trusting him to not try to use his quirk on her again. What the hell was that vision? Tamura's interest in the festival declined as the fights progressed, save one match in particular that caught his attention. Watching the girl with the anti-gravity quirk Yurika go up against Bakugo, there was something familiar about the way she moved, hunched over, keeping her body low and close to the ground as she ran, her arms spread out and her hands splayed, ready to grab. She fights the same way I do. As Bakugo continued to ward her off with explosions, Tamura realized that the reason Uraraka was staying close to the concrete floor was so that Bakugo's explosions would destroy the concrete of the arena. She then used her quirk on the chunks of debris, floating them upwards before they stopped just above the cloud of dust and smoke engulfing the ring, hovering in place like asteroids. Another contact quirk like mine. Kurogiri told me about her. Did she study my moves? Or did she come up with this fighting style all by herself? When Uraraka released her quirk, the debris came flying down like a man-made meteor shower, but even that hadn't been enough to stop Bakugo. He blew away the raining debris with a massive blast near 10 times stronger than his others, and despite the girl's best efforts, Uraraka lost, and her opponent went on to the next round. In the end, Bakugo ended up in first place the way he said he would in his pledge at the beginning of the festival, with Todoroki in second and Tokoyami in third. When the finalists were brought back into the arena to receive their medals, Bakugo was chained and muzzled to the podium. He seemed more like a rabid pit fighting dog struggling against his restraints than a victorious hero student, clearly wanting nothing to do with the ceremony or the award that all might move on to him. Tamura didn't know why the boy was being so volatile, but the sight of him being treated like a raving lunatic in an asylum unexpectedly upset him. He brought his unbandaged hand up to his neck and started scratching absent-mindedly, his dismay slowly mounting. Did they really have to chain him up like that? What is it, Tamura? His master's voice said from his computer speakers, startling Tamura out of his thoughts and halting his scratching. The gamer sighed, annoyed. I hate it when he does that. Master, Tamura greeted, but he didn't take his eyes off of the first-year finalists on his monitor. That Bakugo kid, the heroes are treating him like he's some kind of villain. His master hummed thoughtfully. That they are. Does it bother you? Tamura glared at the screen, thinking to himself for a moment as Bakugo continued to thrash in his shackles. Yeah, it does. Initially, Shudo was confused as to why Midoriya wanted to walk to the train station with him. He had thought that there was nothing left to say between the two of them after their conversation before the final round, especially considering the fact that she threw her first match just so that he wouldn't get the chance to fight her. Yet she had tracked him down after the awards ceremony was over and asked to accompany him, and out of pure curiosity he accepted. It was when they were sitting on a station bench, waiting for their respective trains, that he discovered what her ulterior motive was. These are all places you can stay when you want to get out of the house to avoid your dad, Midoriya told him, showing him a list of locations on her phone. If you want, that is. Just in case he goes too far. Internet cafes, pod hotels, runaway shelters, emergency huts, that sort of thing. It depends on where you live. Some of them cost money, so I'd suggest using cash so that your dad can't track you down. I don't know if avoiding my father would be such a wise idea, Shudo said, but he did mentally store away the information. That might just make him even angrier. Midoriya turned off her phone and pocketed it. True, but this gives you options in case you need or want to get away from him for whatever reason. Tell him you're visiting a friend and leave it at that, but don't tell him where you're going or who you're staying with. Keep it vague. Also, make a go bag, pack it the way you would if you were evacuating for a tsunami, things like basic living necessities and shelf-stable snacks in case you have to go a while without food, and try to stay near places with easy access to cheap food, toilets, baths, and laundry machines. Shudo narrowed his eyes at her, scrutinizing her suspiciously. You seem to know a lot about these sorts of things. Midoriya shrugged, but there was something in her eyes and posture that betrayed her inner tension. There was clearly an unpleasant story behind how she had learned all of this. I just like to be prepared. I'm not diagnosed or anything, but my older sister thinks I have anxiety, so I tend to stress over worst-case scenarios a lot, regardless of how likely a disaster actually is. Besides, even if you don't end up using any of this information, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. She placed a hand on his shoulder and offered him a weak but reassuring smile. Stay safe, okay? Shudo scoffed. Why? Midoriya retracted her hand as though he had somehow managed to burn her, confused. Why? Why are you trying to help me? Because I don't want you to get hurt. You don't have to take my advice, of course. I'm not telling you what to do or anything, but if your father is pushing you too far, I just wanted to make sure you'd be safe. So you think I'm weak? No, not at all. Shudo abruptly stood, aggressively snatching his school bag and slinging it over his shoulder. Look, I don't know what your deal is, but don't bother pretending to care when you don't. I do care, though. You made it clear when you forfeit that you don't. I dropped out due to personal reasons, okay? Same as Ida. I promise, it had nothing to do with what we talked about. It doesn't matter. The point is, I'm not some charity case you need to fret over, so stop treating me like some injured bird that needs to be nursed back to health. Just forget what I told you and move on with your life. He spared her one last glance before leaving. And don't think that this is over. I still have every intention of beating you with just my ice. Todoroki, wait. The station intercom announced the arrival of Shudo's train, and he marched away without another word. Then, however, for some reason, Midoriya's words from before repeated his mind. It's your quirk, isn't it? He scowled, annoyed that what she had said was still ringing through his head, even now. For some reason, his subconscious refused to let go of what she had said, no matter how hard he tried to ignore it. Shut up. She doesn't know what she's talking about. The villain's gelatinous body clamped over Katsuki's nose and mouth entirely, leaving no room for any air to seep in through. Katsuki dragged a hand down his face, rubbing his jaw absent-mindedly. The phantom sensation of the muzzle was still there, and even though it had had ventilation for him to breathe through, the cold metal had borne an eerie resemblance to the ice-cold sludge of the villain who had tried to kill him the year prior. He clicked his tongue in dismay, forcing himself to roll his shoulders in an unsuccessful attempt to relieve the tension in them. Fing drama queen. You didn't even die. Get Fing grip. When he opened the front door to his house, he was greeted with what had recently become an obnoxiously familiar sight. Katsuki, Inko said, a flower-covered apron tied around her waist that indicated she and his mom had been making dinner together. Again. Hey auntie, Katsuki said, closing the door behind him and slipping his shoes off without so much as even looking at her. I was watching the sports festival with your parents. Congratulations on first place. He scowled at the reminder, the first place medal a heavy lump shoved to the bottom of his backpack. Yeah. Thanks. Brat. His old woman yelled from the kitchen, causing Katsuki's frown to deepen. Supper's ready. Come get food. Give me a effing minute. Once he had put his things away and changed out of his uniform, dinner was being laid out on the table. Katsuki rolled his eyes when he saw that the main dish was katsudon. Ever since that dumb beach ran away, her old hag's been coming over all the DMN time. I've even caught her sleeping on the couch sometimes. Does she ever go back to her own goddamn place? You did so well, Katsuki. Inko told him once everyone had taken their seats and started plating their food. Whatever. I only won because that BSRD held back, Katsuki muttered, poking his fried pork cutlets with his chopsticks. It doesn't count. Oi, his mother said with a warning tone, glaring at him. Just take the demon compliment, brat. Katsuki scoffed. You're only okay with people praising me when it's your friends. The old hag angrily slammed her chopsticks down on the table. You got something to say, punk? Okay, his father cut in, desperate to defuse the situation as quickly as possible. Let's all just calm down, all right? There was an awkward stretch of silence after that. Inko kept glancing up expectantly at Katsuki as they ate, waiting for him to say something. Always fine, by the way, he sighed finally, relenting to the woman's quiet request. I dunno why she forfeit, though. Probably because that Todoroki kid had some kinda personal vendetta against her and she didn't want to put up with his shit. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, still miffed with her decision to drop out. Fing cowered. I can't believe you're still paying her tuition, his mother said, shaking her head. If this one, she pointed at Katsuki with her chopsticks, ran away from home, I'd cut him off entirely. It's her father that's paying for it, Inko explained sheepishly, unable to meet any of their gazes. You still haven't told him? I don't want to start any trouble. Well, you should. Honestly, Inko, you're too lenient with her. Why'd she run away in the first place? Katsuki asked, trying to sound casual. She still won't tell me. He failed to suppress a scowl. There's a lot of things she won't tell me. It's not because of her transition. Inko hurriedly reassured, even though no one had leveled any accusations at her. I promise, I accept her unconditionally. We know, Inko, Katsuki's old hag said gently, which made him want to GG, Hearing the violent woman pretend to be soft was like listening to Howler Monkey try to sing. Inko sighed sadly. I just don't know. I don't know what I did wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Katsuki rolled his eyes at his mother's words. It doesn't really make any sense though, his father said thoughtfully. Aoi doesn't strike me as the type of girl to do this sort of thing in the name of teenage rebellion. Maybe something happened and she just isn't telling you about it. I don't know, I hope not, Inko said, anxious. Whatever the reason, I hope she comes home soon. We all do. Besides, Katsuki will look out for her, his old hag said pointedly. Right, brat? Why should I? Katsuki shot back, agitated. She's not my kid. His mother glared at him. Katsuki. Please, Katsuki, Inko pleaded. Even with a quirk, I'm still worried about her. I don't want her to get hurt. Who cares? Katsuki yelled, finally snapping. It's not my job to keep your brat safe just because you're too DMN weak to do it yourself. He was cut off by his father lunging over the table and striking his face hard enough to bruise. That's enough, Katsuki, he snapped with uncharacteristic venom in his voice, one of the few things that could actually make Katsuki flinch. Go to your room before I beat your butt, his mother roared. Fine, Katsuki hissed, tossing his chopsticks across the table, letting them clatter and roll on the wood as he pushed back his chair and stood, abandoning his half-eaten dinner. Thanks for the FING food. I'm so sorry about that, Inko, his mother said as he stormed out of the room, not bothering to wait for him to be out of earshot. No, it's all right, Inko said softly in a pathetic tone that made Katsuki want to wring her neck. At least your kid still talks to you. He marched up the stairs and into his room, slamming the door behind him and ignoring his mother yelling at him for it. Having visions about your quirk was apparently not normal, which was annoying, because that meant Aoi had no resources at her disposal that could help her determine what had happened to her. She had asked Ajuru about it, if he had any visions of his own while under the influence of Shinsu's brainwashing, but he was just as confused as she was when she explained to him what she had experienced. The internet was no help either. Forums, articles, interviews, there was nothing she could find that talked about black voids or talking to a visual manifestation of your quirk. The closest she got to an explanation was a schizophrenia diagnosis, but she highly doubted that was the case for her. At least she hoped. There was also something hauntingly familiar about the vision that she couldn't shake, and it wasn't until she had gotten back to the apartment after riding the train home that she remembered the first time she had seen her dragon form. It had been after her attempt, during her 2-day-long coma. The dragon was sleeping, coiled in front of Aoi like a content snake. Aoi took one small step toward it and it finally stirred, startling her. She backpedaled, watching the serpent sleepily raise its head to peer down at her. Is it time? It asked her. Is it time for what? Aoi parrot, confused. Is it time to wake up? Then she had, in fact, woken up in a hospital bed. According to the doctors, her heart had stopped twice, once in the ambulance and again on the operating table. She hadn't thought about what she had seen back then, having been too focused on everything else that had been going on at the time to think about the dream she'd had. That's all it was then, a dream. It was just my brain making sense of my quirk awakening. It didn't explain why Ajuru didn't have the same vision, but how a quirk interacted with an individual varied from person to person. There were probably other people who had similar visions while being brainwashed without even knowing it that neither Shinso nor Aoi had met yet. Whatever the reason, she doubted she would get to the bottom of this particular conundrum. She doubted the Gen Ed wanted anything to do with her at this point, and it was unlikely he would be willing to entertain her inquiries. Setting that dilemma aside, she turned her focus to Endeavor. She wanted to see what she could find on the internet about his personal life, specifically to see how he was able to cover up his quirk marriage. There had been no ceremony, and barely any news outlets or tabloids covered anything about their union. Apparently his wife, Rei, a gorgeous woman Aoi was both envious of and instantly infatuated with, though she would never admit that to Todoroki's face, was a Himura, which surprised her. The fact that Todoroki was related to Endeavor was impressive enough, but to find out he was also a Himura was even more astounding. Along with Yaoyorozu, It was the first time in Aoi's life she'd ever met actual nobility. Aside from those tidbits, however, there was little else to glean from public sources. In process of searching for information regarding Todoroki's parents, however, she stumbled upon something unexpectedly horrifying that shook her to her core, something he had omitted from their conversation. Tuya Todoroki, Endeavor's eldest child, had apparently tragically died in a forest fire at only 13 years old. A forest fire? He didn't have a fire quirk? There was almost nothing Aoi could find on him, unfortunately. All she knew was his name and how old he had been when he died. In fact, there was barely anything about any of Todoroki's siblings, or even his mother aside from her relation to the Himuras and her marriage to Endeavor. The number 2 hero had clearly gone out of his way to keep his personal life as private as possible, especially when it came to his family. It's like they don't even exist. There was so much she wanted to ask Todoroki, but she wasn't sure if it would be appropriate to interrogate him about his dead brother or his hospitalized mother, and if his reaction to her forfeiting was any indication, she was sure that their relationship wasn't at a point where she could casually ask about his other siblings. For the time being, the mysteries surrounding the Todoroki family would have to remain unsolved. As if on cue, Aoi got a notification from one of her hero news apps, drawing her attention away from the Todoroki family drama and onto a report from Hosu. When she saw what the headline for the article was, her jaw dropped in disbelieving shock. That's why he had to leave early. The notification headline read, Ingenium left in critical condition after near-fatal encounter with the hero killer. Kaizome passed a patrolling hero and pulled the hood of his sweater lower to obscure the top half of his face that was uncovered by his surgical mask. The pro nodded at him and gave an absent-minded greeting, but their focus was elsewhere, their head on the swivel as they searched the surrounding area for any sign of a villain or a civilian in distress. So they're finally bothering to patrol this area, huh? About time. Before Ingenium's hospitalization, no pro-hero bothered routinely sweeping this part of the city, but now that there was an S-rank villain on the loose, suddenly heroes were swarming the place. Originally, that was why Kaizome had tried laying low in this part of the district while evading the Ingenium's attempts to capture him, and it was why no one was around to reach him in time to provide backup before Kaizome had already slashed his spine and paralyzed him. He should consider himself lucky. Had I actually intended to kill him, his body would have been cold by the time his sidekicks found him. He turned a corner and stalked into the city plaza, a more populated area that had 2 patrolling heroes, a common sight in the more commercial parts of Hosu, and on one of the giant digital billboards was a recording of the UA Sports Festival. Reruns of the events had been playing on most local news and sports stations, replaying highlights of the events from each year's respective tournament. Kaizome scowled at the screen. Nothing more than a bunch of future frauds flaunting their power for attention. The teacher's lounge was mostly empty when Mr. Tanaka called Kaizome in to speak with him. So, you're aiming for the hero course? The older man asked, leaning back in his chair with an uninterested expression. That's right, Kaizome said, confused as to why his teacher wanted to talk about this with only him and not his other classmates as well. You wrote down that one of the schools you're applying to is UA. And? Their acceptance rate is infinitesimal. That's why I have backups. Why are you interested in UA in the first place? Kaizome narrowed his eyes at Mr. Tanaka skeptically. Why are you interrogating me about it? His teacher sighed, exasperated. Akaguro, I'm going to be straight with you. People from all over Japan are going to be taking UA's entrance exam, and a kid with a quirk like yours. I've been training. A kid with a quirk like yours isn't going to be able to compete with the kinds of powers the other examinees will have. If you had something flashier, you might have stood a better chance. So I just shouldn't try? Man, A+ teaching there, telling me not to bother to chase my ambitions. I'm telling you to be realistic. Oh yeah? You want realism? Without thinking, Kaizome punched Mr. Tanaka in the face, feeling the man's nose crumple like an accordion against his fist upon contact. Current Kaizome winced at the memory, embarrassed by his younger self's lack of control over his temper. Then, one highlight from the first year's festival in particular caught his attention, a green-haired girl forfeiting in the first match of the 3rd round. His face contorted in confusion as the camera caught a closer look of her face, showing her pensive and troubled expression, and her name was printed at the bottom of the screen. Kaizome hummed thoughtfully, intrigued by the young heroling. He read the name printed at the bottom of Aoi Midoriya. The next day, Aoi and her class were shown how many internship offers they had received after the sports festival. "No offers," she mumbled, staring dejectedly at the list of names projected onto the blackboard, her own nowhere to be found. "I guess this is what I get for all the stunts that I pulled. I should have known." "I mean, you did drop out," Mineta said, leaning over his desk to whisper to her. "Why'd you do that, by the way? Did you really not want to fight Todoroki?" Aoi and he spared a brief glance at the heterochromatic boy behind them in the back row, completely unfazed despite being at the top of the list with the most offers. "Not really, no." Mineta's brows furrowed together in confusion. "Seriously? You totally could have beaten him, though." Aoi shrugged, not wanting to get into the real reason she had forfeit. "Maybe." Then Midnight came in to take over the class and helped them all come up with hero names, allowing Mr. Aizawa to retreat back into his sleeping bag and conk out. Aoi was conflicted. She hadn't thought about hero names at all since she had been diagnosed as quirkless. In fact, she hadn't focused on her public persona in the slightest, as proven by her lack of offers despite having made it to the final round of the sports festival. "I must have felt more hopeless than I realized. After all, why bother coming up with a hero name if you can't be a hero without a quirk?" Then her mind went back to the first battle trial, remembering what she had screamed at Kaken after she had thrown him over her shoulder. Aoi is the name of a hero. Some of Aoi's classmates were incorporating their names into their hero names, like Tsukuyomi and Uravity, so she tried to think of something similar. It was a second self-chosen name for herself, in a way. Then she had an idea and quickly scribbled the characters onto the small whiteboard she had been handed, before nervously making her way to the front of the class to show Midnight and her peers what she had written down. "Awaryu," she stammered, forcing her voice to be as steady as possible. She wasn't sure she'd ever get used to public speaking. "The Azure Dragon!" Midnight exclaimed excitedly, and Aoi flinched at the sudden increase in volume. Another mythological homage, as well as something that fits both your aesthetic and your name. "I like it. But I thought the Azure Dragon was Siraiu," Hagakure piped up. "It gets the point across," Tokoyami said, shrugging. Aoi almost collapsed in relief and hastily wobbled back to her seat on anxious jelly legs. The cafeteria was at half capacity when she and her friends got there, and by the time they got their lunches and found a table, it was nearly full. "Where do you plan on going for your internship?" Uraraka asked Aoi as the trio sat down with their trays. "I haven't decided yet," Aoi admitted sheepishly. "I have a bad habit of getting indecision paralysis whenever I have to make a big choice." "What about you?" Uraraka grinned and punched the air. "I've decided I'm going to intern with the battle hero, Gunhead." Aoi perked up, intrigued. "You got an offer from him?" "Yeah." Uraraka reached down to absent-mindedly play with the hem of her skirt, smiling at her lap. "I'm glad people are giving me a chance, even though I lost my first match." She looked up to address Ida. "What about you, Ida? Who are you thinking about interning with?" Both her and Aoi waited with bated breath for their friend's response, studying their class representative apprehensively as he stared blankly at his food with a stoic yet concentrated expression on his face. Are we allowed to ask him normal questions like this? Even after what happened to his brother? "I was considering doing my internship with the normal hero, Manuel," Ida said finally. "Isn't he based in Hosu?" Aoi said, alarmed by his answer. Manuel's agency is one of the general choices for students who didn't get internship offers, but Ida did get offers, so that doesn't make any sense. Combined with the fact that he's in Hosu, there's no way it's a coincidence. "Ida, you're not going to do anything reckless, are you?" Uraraka asked anxiously. "I assure you both, I have no intention of doing anything brash or thoughtless," Ida said with a monotone, still refusing to meet either of their gazes as pressed his hands together in silent thanks before eating. "I'm merely interested in him as a hero and wish to learn under him. His being based in Hosu is nothing more than a coincidence." "Coincidence," he says. Aoi and Uraraka shared a concerned look, but neither one of them knew what to say in response. Can we push the subject? There's no way he's telling the truth. Aoi pressed her own hands together and muttered a silent thanks, then grabbed her own utensils to try and start eating, but paused, finding that she had almost no appetite. I can't let him go to Hosu alone. She forced herself to shove some rice into her mouth with renewed conviction, ignoring her lack of desire to eat. I guess I know where I'm doing my internship, then. On a train speeding towards Hosu, Aoi and Ida sat in a booth directly across from each other, the latter of the duo glowering out the window in annoyance. So, you also decided to do your internship with Manuel? Ida asked, trying to keep his tone civil, but unable to mask his evident irritation at his classmates' accompaniment. I hope you don't mind me tagging along, Aoi said as diplomatically as she could. You were right, he's an interesting pro, and seeing as I didn't get any offers, he was one of my better options. I see. There was an awkward and tense pause. I'm fine, you know. You don't have to worry about me. I know. I'm always here if you want to talk, though. I'll keep that in mind. Ida made his displeasure with Aoi's unwanted meddling explicit. Aside from his acknowledgement of her presence, he said absolutely nothing to her, and whenever he thought she wasn't looking, he glared at her like Kaken, angered merely by her being there alone. I know he doesn't appreciate me getting involved, but I don't know what else to do. One time, she caught him scowling at her in the reflection of the train window, and a knot of guilt formed in her stomach. I hope this doesn't hurt our friendship in the long run. Shudo and Tokoyami fought to catch their breath, leaning against the brick walls of an alley as they watched Hawks vanish into the distance, his straggling feathers zooming off after him in the blink of an eye. In less than a second, the number 3 hero was gone, as if he had never been there in the first place. How vexing, Tokoyami panted, grimacing at the empty space where their so-called mentor had just been only a moment prior. What was the point of taking us on as interns if he didn't actually plan on teaching us anything? He's taught us plenty, Shudo rasped, pushing himself off the wall to stand. Oh, and what, pray tell, have we learned by fruitlessly chasing him down day after day? To not waste our time on things that are beneath us. Shudo propelled himself after Hawks using his ice, leaving Tokoyami behind without a second glance. Next time, I won't let you walk away, Midoriya. Just like Hawks, I'll chase you down and force you to face me, one way or another. The normal hero was more observant than either Aoi or Ida had anticipated. On their first patrol, he called out Ida and right from the get-go, telling him to not go after Stain. Aoi was relieved that he had the same concerns that she did, but also felt a bit sheepish now that she knew a pro was already looking out for her friend. Guess I was worried about nothing. If Manuel's keeping an eye on him, everything should be fine. Unfortunately, her anxiety didn't always yield to rational reassurances, and Ida seemed no more swayed by the hero's words than he had by Aoi's. Luckily, though, for the first 3 days of their internship, things were relatively uneventful. Aside from Ida's angsty brooding, nothing happened for the most part, save from the occasional elderly person who needed help crossing the street or lost pet that needed finding. Then a Noma showed up in the evening of the 3rd day, and Ida decided to use the unexpected villain attack as a distraction to run off and hunt down the hero killer. Ida, wait. Aoi called after him as he started running away, struggling to split her attention between the rampaging Nomu and her friend. Where are you going? Go and help Manuel, Midoriya. Ida yelled back without looking, using his leg engines to take off in a burst of speed, before turning a corner and vanishing from sight entirely. Aoi whipped her head around to face their said mentor. Manuel! Ida's gone off on his own. What? Manuel exclaimed, momentarily taking his eyes off the Nomu and the other pro heroes that had started engaging the creature, looking back and seeing that Ida was, in fact, gone. Damn it, Ida. I told him. He let out a string of curses and shook his head. Aoi could see him internally debating what to do next before finally coming to a conclusion, albeit reluctantly. Go after him. Aoi was taken aback by the request. But what about the Nomu? Let us pros handle it. Besides, if there's a Nomu here, the League of Villains might be nearby. You have to keep an eye on him. If you two aren't back by the time the gnome has been detained, I'll come and find you both. Keep your location on. Aoi was conflicted, not wanting to leave behind Manuel and the other pros to fight the Nomu, but also not wanting Ida to get hurt while out on his own, especially if this was another attack orchestrated by the League. Deciding it was better to not waste time arguing, she pulled out her phone and turned on her location. Yes, sir. She then flew off in the direction Ida went, keeping her head on the swivel, on the lookout not just for her friend, but for any other potential threats. That Noma didn't look as strong as the one at the USJ. Maybe if I transformed I could. Aoi slapped herself to break herself out of her thoughts, then shook her head the same way Manuel had. Stop it. This is no time to be thinking about what this. I need to find Ida. 60% of all of the hero killer's victims are found in alleyways, and based on the direction Ida was going, I'm guessing that means he's searching those kind of places. She flew up higher to get a better look of the city from a bird's eye view, peering into alleys, straining her ears and eyes for signs of trouble. When she heard Ida scream, she barreled toward the building she heard it coming from and looked down into a backstreet to find 3 people, an injured pro hero, slumped against the wall of one of the buildings, a face-down Ida splayed out on the concrete floor, and an armored man standing over him holding a katana, poised to impale him. Stop! Aoi cried, dropping down into the alleyway and tackling the armed man to the ground. Kaizome yelled in alarm when he was suddenly body-checked by 5'0" girl who fell from the sky directly on top of him, pushing him off of Ingenium's younger brother and sending him hurtling to the ground. He hit the pavement hard, and he let out a silent gasp as all of the air in his lungs was knocked out by the impact. In his state of confusion of disorientation, his assailant took the opportunity to restrain him, straddling his back and grabbing his wrists to pin them down against him, both holding him in place and restricting his ability to use his hands. He instinctively tried to wrestle himself free, but the girl was unnaturally strong, not budging a centimeter even as he writhed beneath her. Midoriya? Ingenium's brother exclaimed, sounding as bewildered as Kaizome felt. I told you to go back. No can do, Ida. Midoriya shot back. Someone has to keep you out of trouble. I know it. Kaizome twisted his head around to glance over his shoulder to get a look at the girl above him, seeing a familiar set of green eyes and matching curls framing her face like a mane. It's that girl from the sports festival. She looks shorter in person. Do you mind? He grunted, glaring up at the UA student holding him down. You're in the way. I do mind actually. Midoriya snapped, lowering back at him. Heroes are going to be here any moment now, and I have no intention of letting you hurt my friend or that pro until they get here. Midoriya, stay out of this, please. Ida pleaded. He's dangerous. Then why are you here? To avenge your brother? And do what? Did you really think you stood a chance at taking down a villain who's killed pros with years of experience? We're just students, Ida. We're ants compared to him. The flattery is unnecessary, Kaizome drawled, trying to mask his mounting concern with aloofness. This is bad. She's stronger than she looks. If pros are actually on their way, I'm not sure I'll be able to free myself before they get here. Neither one of you should be here. Native chastised. Take your friend and leave, girl. You should listen to him, Kaizome told Midoriya, maneuvering his hand as much as he could to free the knife hidden in his wristband. If you stay, I won't spare you. I'm not letting you up, Midoriya said sternly, not having noticed the pocket knife slipping out from the band and into Kaizome's hand. Then don't say I didn't warn you. He flipped the knife open and managed to slip the blade between his wrist and Midoriya's palm flatways, managing to position it in such a way that allowed him to pull it back out and slice her hand through the material of her costume. She yipped in pained surprise and loosened her grip just enough to free his hand holding the knife. He brought it to his tongue and lapped up the blood on it, and he felt her go rigid on top of him as his quirk took hold of her, no longer able to engage her muscles to pin him down now that she was frozen. Wait, what? Midoriya exclaimed, startled. I can't move. I told you. Ida said, sounding panicked. His quirk, it's some sort of paralysis. Kaizome pushed himself onto his knees and bucked Midoriya off of him like an unruly horse, earning another yelp from the girl. In the short time it took him to get to his feet and retrieve his sword, however, he heard the sound of several footsteps running towards them, accompanied by the much older voices of pro-heroes. She wasn't bluffing. "Consider yourselves lucky, both of you," he told Native and Ida, sheathing his katana. "This young girl just saved your lives." He ran, scaling up the side of the building to start traversing the rooftops, putting as much distance between himself and the trio in the alleyway before their reinforcements arrived. Just as he was certain he was far enough away and he could no longer make out the sounds of voices, there was a screech, and a chalk-white monster with wings, a beak, and an exposed brain soared overhead. It caught sight of Kaizome and started to circle him like a vulture. The villain let out a long and exhausted sigh. Tonight is full of annoyances, isn't it? There had been 3 Nomu, all of them weaker than the one that All Might had fought at the Uze, and all terminated by the end of the night. Endeavor, who had apparently been patrolling in Hosu to search for the hero killer, was responsible for the deaths of 2, but no one knew that the third was killed by. The only evidence found on the dead Nomu was a knife sticking out of its brain. Aoi had a suspicion about who it had been, but she had no proof to back her theory. Shigaraki and Kurogiri had also been spotted in Hosu by a news helicopter during the Nomu attack, but they were gone by the time authorities had been alerted about the sighting. Native, Ida, and Aoi stayed only a single night at the hospital and were discharged the next day with little hassle. Your lucky Midoriya was there to intervene. Police Chief Tsuragami had told Ida after the trio had finished answering the police's questions regarding the hero killer. If not for her alerting the on-scene heroes as to what was happening and her timely arrival, I shudder to think what would have happened. Both Aoi and Ida ultimately decided to return to complete the rest of their internships, though Aoi had had to do some convincing on her part to get Magna to let her stay. They didn't catch him, Aoi. Magna had warned her over the phone when Aoi called her to tell her what had happened. The hero killer could come after you to get revenge. Maybe, but that's why we're not doing evening patrols with Manuel anymore, Aoi reassured her. Besides, even if he does want to come after me, I think I can at least hold him off. She looked down at the notebook she was holding. A fresh one Magna had surprised her with last Christmas, numbered 14. After all, I know what his quirk is. On their way back to the normal agency, escorted in a police car, she and Ida sat in horrible silence. He refused to look at her at all now, regardless if she was looking back or not, and had not said a single word to her ever since she stopped Stain from killing him. "How's your arm?" Aoi asked, desperate for something to fill the unbearably tense quiet of the car. "There's some slight nerve damage, but it could have been worse," Ida said in a clipped tone. Then he let out a bitter huff of amusement. "Everyone won't stop telling me how lucky I am." Aoi winced, ashamed. "I'm sorry I didn't get there sooner." She reached out to touch his arm, but the minute her fingers brushed his sleeve, he recoiled away from her, somehow finding a way to put more space between them despite already being pressed up against the car door. Aoi wilted, her stomach roiling, shame tripling. "Please, just look at me, say something, Annie." Despite her silent pleas, Ida remained still as a statue, and made no attempt to continue the conversation. Aoi let her hand fall back into her lap in defeat. Ida groaned, having been left laying in an exhausted heap on the cold checkered floor by the time Gran Torino finally relented his seemingly endless barrage of attacks. "You're getting a hang of one for all surprisingly quickly," the older pro noted, and either Ida was delirious or he actually sounded somewhat impressed. "You take after Tashinori." "Thank you, sir," Ida grunted. When All Might had offered one for all to him, the man had barely finished what he was saying before Ida said yes. A chance to be the #1 hero's successor was an opportunity no one in their right mind could pass up, and in spite of the young man's self-doubt, he refused to let any internal conflict stop him from carrying on the symbol of peace's torch. The night after he had received the quirk, however, he'd had a worrying dream that he hadn't been able to stop thinking about. Ida saw a circle of 8 thrones in a black void, 6 seating men, 1 seating a woman, and the last having an unidentifiable glowing figure sitting in it. "Damn it," one of the men, a tall and broad man with goggles on his head, swore, a concerned scowl on his face. "He already has a quirk." He won't be able to unlock One for All's full potential, a black-haired man in a blue coat lamented. No matter, a white-haired man with startling green eyes reassured. The base quirk combined with the one he was born with make for a powerful combo. Even without the rest of your powers, he's more than capable of taking on All for One. First, what if he suffers the same fate I did? Another white-haired man, this one with a jagged mark of some kind splitting the side of his face, asked warily. He won't. We won't let that happen. Are you suggesting we purposefully weaken One for All? The woman asked, her tone pensive. We have to, an orange-haired man that looked like Bakugu said. Otherwise, Ninth could die. Aijiro had discussed his dream with All Might, and while his new mentor was just as anxious as he was about what he had seen, he told him not to worry about it for the meantime, and to instead focus on training with One for All. Ready to throw in the towel? Gran Torino asked, peering down at the still panting boy. Aijiro forced himself to push off the ground and stumbled back to his feet, a weary but determined grin on his face. Not a chance, he said, becoming engulfed with red lightning as he powered up One for All throughout his entire body, the same way he would with his hardening. Gran Torino gave him a feral grin. Ida still wasn't speaking to her. He would only reply out of polite necessity when Aoi directly addressed him, and even when he did speak to her, he never said anything exceeding 5 words. She didn't know what to do, and it distressed her. Ida was one of the first few real friends her own age she had made in over a decade, and watching him pull away from her, similarly to how Kaken had after he had gotten his quirk and she had been misdiagnosed as quirkless, was reopening the stitches in old emotional wounds. He denied being mad at her, told her to stop worrying about him, and then would stop responding to her altogether after a certain point. She almost wished he would start screaming at her, willing to take any form of interaction from him as long as he was the one who initiated it for a change. On the second to last day of their internship, a journalist came by the normal agency to interview Aoi and Ida about their encounter with the hero killer. There's going to be an audio recording, but only the transcript will be released to the public, Manuel explained, handing each of them identical pieces of paper. These are the questions they are going to ask you, along with the responses you're going to give them. Wait, what? Aoi asked, dumbfounded. What do you mean? Feel free to paraphrase, but try to get the original point across as accurately as you can. We want as little deviations as possible. They might throw some curveball questions at you to try to catch you off guard, hoping that you'll slip up and reveal something that you shouldn't, so make sure to keep the conversation on track. Don't answer anything that isn't an official question. But why give us a script? I thought this was an interview. Most interviews are scripted, Ida explained offhandedly, his voice betraying no emotion. Aoi was taken aback by this revelation. What? I thought, I know reporters have to have their questions ready beforehand, but I assumed that we would just tell them what happened. Certain information has to remain classified for the sanctity of the police investigation and for the sake of preventing any public panic, Manuel said. Like what? Manuel gave Ida a pointed look. For starters, we shouldn't tell people how or why you ran into the hero killer that night. The last thing we need is a vigilante UA student scandal. Aoi winced, glancing at Ida to try and gauge his reaction, but his expression revealed even less than his tone. Won't people assume that anyways, though? I mean Ida is Ingenium's brother. The fact that he's in Hosu and he ran into the hero killer. There's going to be speculation, but we're not going to give any confirmation. The official story is that Ida being in Hosu is nothing more than a coincidence, and his encounter with his brother's attacker is just a slide of bad luck. When Manuel left his office to meet with the reporter, Aoi was left alone with Ida and her unsettled thoughts. Are all interviews scripted like this? She asked her classmate, and he nodded. More often than not, Ida said simply, refusing to elaborate. Aoi pursed her lips nervously and started to read the list of questions and answers they'd been given, feeling uneasy about lying to the public, even if it was to save Ida's reputation and prevent a media uproar. I get why we have to lie, but how often do heroes do this? How little do we actually know about what happens behind the scenes in the world of prose? She remembered her conversation with Todoroki at the sports festival, and her stomach churned with anxiety. Soon, Manuel came back to escort them to the meeting room where the journalist was waiting for them. Sitting in an armchair across from two others was a man with curly black hair, similar to her father's, wearing a tan coat and round, thin-rimmed glasses. In the middle of the room was a coffee table with a recorder on it, already turned on. Tanio Takuda, Juzo News. Mr. Takuda greeted, standing to bow to the two students. Aoi and Ida returned the gesture. Are you two Tenya Ida and Aoi Midoriya? We are, Ida said, taking the closest seat. Hello, Aoi stammered, shuffling to the other. It's a pleasure to meet you both, Mr. Takuda said, pulling out a notepad and pen from his coat and returning to his own chair once they were both seated. I hope you don't mind if we jump straight into the questions? By all means, Ida said. All right then, first things first, how are you two feeling right now? I imagine your encounter with the infamous hero killer was a harrowing experience. Aoi looked at Ida, waiting to see if he would respond, but the boy remained silent. It was terrifying, she said when she realized he wouldn't answer. He was more intimidating than I had ever imagined. I believe it, Mr. Takuda murmured, clicking his pen and jotting something down. The hero killer is notorious for killing seasoned pro heroes, so to face him as nothing but mere novices must be traumatizing. You have my sympathies. Thank you. We're fine though. Manuel and other pro heroes, even Endeavor, showed up to the rescue. Alright, that I envy. A chance to be saved by the number 2 hero? A once-in-a-lifetime experience to be sure. Aoi suppressed a shudder as she remembered the man's cold, unforgiving gaze framed by the flames he wore as a mask. Yeah, sure. Now, Ida, she flinched as Mr. Takuda deliberately zeroed in his attention on her peer. You look rather somber. Meeting the man who paralyzed your older brother and forced him into retirement can't have been easy. Aoi's pulse spiked with panic, and she hastily scanned the list folded in her hands to see if she had missed a question. That wasn't part of the script. I consider myself horribly unfortunate to have almost met the same fate as my brother, Ida replied robotically, a rehearsed answer to a different question that hadn't been asked yet. I wonder if the hero killer has a personal vendetta against my family specifically, and has been targeting us specifically. Why did you decide to choose to participate in an internship in Hosu, then? Right after your brother's injury? Mr. Takuda asked skeptically, narrowing his eyes at him. Was this encounter bad luck? Or were you intending to get revenge? I assure you, revenge was the farthest thing from my mind. My desire to intern with Manuel was completely separate from any feelings I have about my brother's injury and the hero killer. So this was, what, nothing more than a coincidence? Ida's met Manuel for a long time. Aoi blurted out, desperate to disprove the man's suspicion. He weighed the pros and cons of coming to Hosu after what happened to his brother, but ultimately decided that it was worth the risk. And was subsequently proven wrong, then. That's, unfortunately true, but it wasn't his fault or anything. What about you? Aoi was caught off guard, not even bothering to check the list this time. What about me? Why did you come to Hosu? Did you want to get a chance to fight the hero killer? Oh, no, not at all. In fact, I was hoping he was going to be long gone by the time Ida and I got here. So then why did you decide to intern with Manuel? Why not play it safe and choose somewhere far away from the villain's last known location? I can't tell them what the real reason is without exposing Ida. She was worried about me, Ida answered for her. She assumed I was planning on going after the hero killer and decided to follow me to ensure I stayed out of trouble. Sounds like she succeeded, Mr. Takuda said with a smile. You're lucky she was there to stop the hero killer. Ida glowered. And the hero killer is lucky that she let him get away. Both Aoi's and Mr. Takuda's eyes went wide with shock. Aoi felt her eyes sting with shame and her stomach turn into lead. He feels that way? The hero killer is incredibly strong, Aoi said, more to defend herself against Ida's statement than to satisfy the journalist. As stronger than I anticipated. I told you to leave, Ida hissed, finally turning to glare at her. She flinched under his hateful gaze. I warned you that he was dangerous. I was just buying time for Manuel and the other heroes to arrive. Ida slammed his hands on the arms of his chair in anger, and both Aoi and Mr. Takuda jumped, startled. And you bought the hero killer time to escape. You should have killed him when you had the chance. Aoi was shaking now, and she whipped her head around to the recording device on the table. Ida, he's still recording. I think that's enough for right now, actually, Mr. Takuda said, lunging forward to turn it off. My brother's killer walks free because you're too much of a coward to do what needs to be done. Ida roared, standing up to loom over her, his furious expression only centimeters away from her face. Does your selfishness know no bounds? Aoi couldn't breathe, as though the wind had been knocked out of her despite not having been moved from her seat. Tears finally spilled, and when Ida saw that she was crying, his anger momentarily flickered away, and was replaced with guilt. Manuel burst into the room when he heard the yelling. What's going on? He demanded. I think it's best if we take a moment to, Mr. Takuda began. He was cut off, however, when Aoi leapt out of her chair and made a break for it, bolting past Ida and Manuel to get out of the room. Waryu, the normal hero called after her, but she ignored him as she aimlessly ran out of the agency building, hiccuping as tears started to stream down her face. The phone rang 3 times before it was picked up. Who is this? Jiren's voice on the other end asked. Stendhal, Kaizome said, pushing himself off the inside wall of the phone booth he'd been leaning against. Jiren let out a laugh of genuine surprise. Haven't heard that name in a while. Can you get me in contact with the League of Villains? Whoa, what's this? Last I heard, you wanted nothing to do with them. I changed my mind. Wait, seriously? What brought this on? None of your business. Just tell them to meet me on the water tower where we last saw each other. You know, I always miss these little chats of ours. Tomorrow evening. Sundown. If they're not there, I'll assume they said no. Kaizome hung up before Jiren could respond, slamming it back on its hook and scanning the area around him through the glass of the booth to make sure no one was eavesdropping. I may not know what your game is, Shigaraki, but whatever it is, you'd better believe I'll be there to stop you. Earlier that day, Kaizome was livid. Every news station, tabloid article, and gossip column was convinced that he had joined the League of Villains, and that the Nomu attack on Hosu, which just so happened to conveniently overlap with his being spotted in the same city, was a coordinated operation. Ridiculous. As if I would ever ally myself with those creedless thugs. He knew he had to leave Hosu to continue his crusade somewhere far away and far removed from where he was now, but he had to be careful. He had let some of his victims survive in the past, but none of them had been cognizant enough to give any detailed descriptions of him. Now, however, 3 people had clear memories of what he looked and sounded like. The new police sketches that had been released to the public were scarily accurate, and Kaizome would be lying if he didn't admit that his paranoia had skyrocketed in light of recent events. He'd added a pair of sunglasses to his disguise, which were more like tinted goggles, because he needed a pair that had a band to wrap around his head to make up for the fact that he had no nose to balance them on. On paper, it wasn't much of a difference, but it made it so that his face was now completely obscured. Even with these extra measures taken, however, he made a point to avoid people as much as possible. When an intercity train pulled into the station he was waiting in, he went out of his way to find the least populated car he could find. It was a long way away from rush hour, so he was luckily able to find one with only 1 passenger inside. For a moment, he didn't recognize who it was, just a curly-haired girl hunched over in her seat, her face buried in her hands and her shoulders shaking, as if she was crying. When she heard him board, however, she finally looked up, and a pair of familiar yet puffy green eyes met his. It's her. Midoriya sniffled and wiped her nose on her sleeve, now trying to avoid his gaze. Kaizome waited for a reaction, for her to somehow see through his disguise and recognize him, but nothing happened. She doesn't recognize me. Can I help you? Midoriya asked suddenly, her voice croaking from rawness. What? Kaizome asked, momentarily panicking at being unexpectedly addressed to by her. Sorry, it just looked like you were waiting for something from me. Are you? No, I was just lost in thought. Kaizomi mentally berated himself for the slip-up, trying to seem as inconspicuous as possible as he searched for a seat. He debated finding one as far away from Midoriya as possible, but in spite of his apprehension, his curiosity was getting the better of him. Why is she so upset? Did something happen? Coupled with the questions he already had about her, why she had forfeit during the sports festival, why she had been so determined to protect her friend and the other hero even under threat of death, his fascination was near insatiable. Ultimately unable to deny his growing intrigue, he hesitantly plopped down in a seat in the booth directly across from Midoriya's, the only thing separating him and her being the aisle between them. I have to be careful. One wrong move, and I could get arrested. As discreetly as he could, he pulled out the knife that still had her dried blood on it and hid it in his sleeve, prepared to paralyze her and make a break for it in case anything went awry. It'd be difficult to get off the train, now that the doors had closed and it was pulling out of the station, but it wouldn't be the first time he'd had to smash a window and escape a moving vehicle, even at this speed. Why are you crying? Kaizomi asked, pitching his voice up slightly to sound casual and out of character. I'd rather not talk about it, Midoriya said softly, staring dejectedly at her shoes. Understandable. Whatever the reason is, however, you have my condolences. Thank you. Kaizomi tried to find something else to talk about to stop the conversation from dying out, when he noticed her bandaged palm, the one he had sliced. What happened to your hand? Midoriya looked down at her injured hand, her gaze unfocused. It's a long story. She sighed and shook her head. I'm sorry, you're being so nice, and I'm being so vague. You don't have to apologize. Actually, can I ask you something? It might be a bit weird for me to ask a total stranger this, but I don't know who else I can talk to about this. Kaizomi perked up at this. Please ask. Away. Midoriya let out a deep sigh, still staring at her hand. If a hero saves someone but a villain gets away, did the hero do the right thing? Kaizomi's eyes widened in realization. She's referring to our encounter. Of course they did, he said, trying to hide the full weight of the conviction behind his words, not wanting to sound too much like his impassioned villain persona. A villain can be captured any day, but people can only be saved once. Protecting people should always be a hero's first priority. Midoriya's expression and posture changed. Some light returned to her eyes, and tension in her shoulders he hadn't initially noticed softened. You really feel that way? I feel that way because it's true. Anyone who prioritizes a villain over a civilian, in my opinion, isn't a hero, they're just a mercenary in spandex. Stopping villains is important. Kaizomi's gaze hardened underneath his disguise. Not more important than saving those in need. Midoriya tried to suppress a grin, but she ended up with a small smile anyways. Thank you. It helps to hear that. Why would you ask something like that? What brought this up? Can't say. It's kind of random, anyways. It just... She sighed again. Sometimes, it feels like no matter what I do, I always mess things up somehow. Even when I think I'm doing something right, I end up doing something wrong. It's like I'm Sisyphus, and every time I get to the top of the mountain, the boulder I've been pushing up just rolls all the way back down, and there's nothing I can do to stop it, no matter how hard or how many times I try. I doubt that's the reality of your situation, whatever it may be. I hope that's the case. Kaizomi's brows furrowed together in puzzlement, the girl's vulnerable admittance leaving him with even more questions than answers. Can you answer a question? Just out of curiosity. Oh, of course. You're a student at UA, correct? I am. How could you tell? You competed in the UA Sports Festival, right? Midoriya, was it? It was all over TV and the internet. Midoriya chuckled weakly in sheepish embarrassment. That would give it away, wouldn't it? I'm still not used to people recognizing me in public like this. Tell me, why do you want to be a hero? To help people like all. She cut herself off suddenly, her expression shifting to a more neutral emotion, but Kaizomi didn't know why. Like all heroes. Then why would you bother worrying over whether or not a hero did the right thing by saving a person? It's a long story. Midoriya's face fell again. My friend and I got into a fight over the subject. Is that why you were crying? Yeah. There's a lot I can't say about the situation, but the gist of it is that I tried to save him, and in doing so, I let a villain get away. Kaizome resisted the urge to scoff. That's not how I remember it. So, he's mad that you saved his life? It's a bit more complicated than that. Doesn't sound like a very good friend to me. Should have killed that pompous brat when I had the chance. It's not his fault. He's going through a lot right now, and Midoriya shrank back in on herself, as if she was trying to disappear into her seat. A part of me wonders if I could have done something differently, if there was a way to stop the villain and save my friend at the same time. She started to tear up again. The next person that villain hurts, it's partially gonna be my fault, isn't it? It was moments like this one that made Kaizome feel well and truly like a villain, that she, someone who had the potential of a true hero, would blame herself for whatever he did next, stirred an old sense of guilt he kept forgetting he still had. You can't hold yourself responsible for someone else's wrongdoings. Midoriya huffed in bitter amusement in spite of herself. Easier said than done. Kaizome nodded in understanding. Fair enough. There was another pause, and once again he tried to find a way to keep her talking. Then an idea came to him. You were one of the interns attacked by the hero killer, weren't you? One of the two students the news mentioned, Midoriya was taken aback by the accusation. Am I really that much of an open book? It was just a guess. Seeing as this train just left Hosu, and you mentioned a villain that got away. Not a bad guess then. No point in hiding it, I suppose. If that's the villain you saved your friend from, he's forever indebted to you. He doesn't owe me anything. He owes you his life. I'm training to become a hero. It's just what I do. Well, he at the very least owes you an apology. Not if the hero killer has joined the League of Villains the way everyone thinks he has. Then I really mess up by letting him go. Kaizome let out a deep sigh of frustration at that. It still isn't your fault, and I doubt a villain of his caliber would even consider throwing his lot in with those upstarts. Midoriya shook her head in disagreement. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh yeah? And what makes you say that? Their goals align, and after the USJ, it would make sense that the League would try to recruit someone with the hero killer's experience and reputation. Kaizome resisted the urge to squirm in discomfort, unhappy that he had somehow garnered a reputation similar to people he considered to be nothing more than aimless criminals. So, she came to the same conclusion Shigaraki did. Do you really think that they're at all alike? Midoriya nodded. The League may lack the hero killer's experience, but their hatred for heroes is identical. Now it was Kaizome's turn to be taken aback. Identical? What gave you that impression? Midoriya shrugged. Just general vibes, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. The tone of their voice? Their attitude. She then looked out the window, and he could see her lost-in-thought expression in her reflection. The look in their eyes. Kaizome was unsettled by the comparison, but it forced him to think about his would-be collaborators in more depth. Then a question came to him, one that he hadn't asked Shigaraki when he had the chance. Why does the League of Villains want All Might dead in the first place? Do you know? Midoriya shook her head again. No, but there's a lot about the League I don't know. Where they got their Nomu, how they got into the USJ, how they knew where and when All Might was supposed to be. It's all a mystery. Kaizome's face contorted in confusion under his mask and goggles. You mean those monsters that attacked Hosu? I thought they were just villains. Midoriya turned away from the window to look at him with wide eyes. The news hasn't talked about the Nomu at all? He shook his head, and she hummed nervously. Then, I probably shouldn't have mentioned them. Kaizome awkwardly nudged her shoulder in an attempt to be reassuring. Don't worry, I won't rat you out. Midoriya finally smiled again at that. Thanks. Would you mind if I asked about them? I don't want to get you in trouble, but... You could, but that's the thing. I don't know anything about them. The leader of the League mentioned that they were bioengineered humans, but I'm not sure what that really means. Kaizome hummed in discontent. It sounds morbid. Midoriya hugged herself, equally uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't like the implications of it. Regardless of my feelings regarding them, the League of Villains is a more dangerous organization than I've given them credit for. Breaking into UA is no small feat, and both Shigaraki and Kurogiri's quirks are, though I hate to admit it, incredibly powerful. Combined with these enigmatic bioengineered humans, there's clearly more to them than what's on the surface. Thank you for indulging me, and I hope I didn't upset you further. Oh no, not at all. Honestly, talking has really helped, actually. Thank you. Kaizo mustered up a lopsided smile under his mask, even though Midoriya couldn't see it. I'm glad to hear it. He peered out the window to see how close they were to the train's next destination. What's your stop, by the way? HM? Oh, the one we're coming up on, I guess. He didn't check which train I got on, so I need to switch lines so I can head back to Hosu. What about you? Same as you. I didn't notice until now, but I think I forgot something back there. Oh, well, I hope you find it. If you need any help, feel free to come by the normal agency. I'll keep that in mind. Why aren't you and Ida talking anymore? Uraraka demanded. You haven't even looked at each other since you got back from Hosu. Once at the top of the stairs, Aoi opened the door to the roof and stepped out into the warm summer breeze that greeted the two girls. Technically, they weren't allowed to eat lunch up there, but no one had stopped them on their way there, and it was easier to avoid Ida here than it would be trying to awkwardly navigate the cafeteria so as not to sit too close to him. He asked me to give him space, Aoi said dismissively, talking around the subject without directly broaching it, both for the sake of Ida's privacy and her own sensitive feelings about it. His brother's forced retirement and paralyzation have taken a serious toll on him, and he said he needed room to process. Something happened between you two during your internship, Uraraka accused, closing the door behind her. Why won't you tell me? Aoi shrugged, trying to seem nonchalant as they set their lunch trays down on the floor to sit and eat. It isn't really my story to share. So, he's just ignoring us now? He's ignoring me. I'm sure if you talk to him. So he wants space from just you. Yeah. And you can't tell me what happened because, reasons. It's personal. Uraraka sighed in exasperation. This is the sports festival all over again. Why do boys have to make things so needlessly complicated? Aoi half-heartedly huffed in amusement. Your guess is as good as mine. Before she and Uraraka had fully sat down, however, she found herself drawn to the edge of the roof, curious to see what the school looked like from up high. It really is gorgeous up here, isn't it? Uraraka followed her gaze, her interest also piqued. It is. The duo momentarily set their lunches aside and made their way to the railing, taking a second to admire the sprawling sky above them and the courtyard below. It reminded Aoi of flying. Both girls were left in silent awe by the sight. Pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the school roof. Aoi recoiled from the edge, as though she had been electrocuted. Everything okay? Uraraka asked, worried. I'm fine, Aoi stammered, pivoting away and heading back to where they had left their food. Let's just eat. Whatever you say. Are you sure putting Midoriya and Bakugo in the same group is a good idea? Nemuri asked, trailing after Shoyuta into the teacher's lounge. Are you going to question every decision I make about my students? Shoyuta shot back, irritated. I've seen the way Bakugo treats her. They don't just not get along. He hates her, and it's completely one-sided. Hate is a strong word. Shoyuta, Bakugo bullying Midoriya makes your rivalry with that Akaguro boy in your first year look like a playground squabble. Shoyuta plopped down in his desk seat and tossed the folder he was holding onto his keyboard. You remember that? Nemuri sat down at her own desk and placed a hand against her beard. Of course I do. Watching my underclassmen compete always made my chest swell. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. Okay, moving on from that, my point still stands. They need to learn how to deal with each other. And I still say it's unfair to force an innocent girl to deal with her tormentor alone during one of the most stressful exams of the year. No, pitting two of my dumbest students against the principal is unfair. At least Kaminari and Ishido get along. And if they end up distracting each other by quoting memes and acting like fools the entire time, that'll be to their detriment. Shoyuta. She's going to have to deal with people like Bakugo in the future anyways. Better we prepare her now then. She's already dealing with it. Shoyuta flinched at Nemuri's sudden outburst, though she seemed immediately apologetic for startling him. Sorry, but you aren't paying attention. You think she's not already used to people like Bakugo? She deals with him every goddamn day, and has been doing so since middle school. We don't need to prepare her for something she constantly lives with. That'd just be arrogant of us. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at her. Are you saying I'm arrogant? Nemuri crossed her arms over her chest. Well, you certainly fit the part right now, don't you? Look, the decision's already been made. Even if she fails, she'll be graded fairly with Bakugo's temperament in mind, and if she passes, then she'll have more than earned it. What part of don't lose their trust did you fail to grasp? They'll trust me when I trust them. Let them earn my trust first. His fellow hero and teacher sighed, and the conversation ended there, much to Shuta's relief. With the silence, however, doubt slowly began to creep up on him. When finals rolled around and Aoi found out her partner for the exam would be, of all people, Kaken, she almost wept in frustration. Seriously? Of all the people to pair me with? Do the teachers want me to fail? The bus ride to the faux city where the two of them would be fighting all might felt longer than it actually was, the vehicle being filled to the brim with tense silence. Kaken glared at the floor, just as displeased, if not infinitely more so, as Aoi was at their current predicament. It was like he had a sixth sense, though, every time she even glanced at him, he'd glare up at her, and wouldn't look away until she did so first. Aoi's leg bounced a mile a minute, and her stomach was a roiling storm of dread. I'm going to fail. And if I fail, Kaken will too, and then he'll take it out on me. She forced herself to seek in as big a breath as she could and held it for a few seconds, before slowly letting it out, trying to force her racing heart to slow itself. She repeated the process again and again, the way Magna had taught her, but sometimes her anxiety was so strong that nothing short of getting shot with a horse tranquilizer was enough to dampen it. Will you effing stop? Kaken snapped suddenly. Stop what? Aoi asked, wondering what it was she had done this time. Your leg. It's annoying. Kaken looked down at her bouncing leg. Aoi brought both of them up so that she was sitting cross-legged on the bench. Now, however, her knee was bouncing. Kaken scoffed, but ignored her, so Aoi took the win. Do I have any good memories of you? You're amazing, that I can't deny, but why does a part of me still cling to you? For me, Izuku? Her mother pleaded, using the same desperate tone she always used whenever she wanted Aoi to do something. He don't like me, 3-year-old Aoi said, nervously glancing across the playground where Kaken was screaming as his own mother yelled at him, furiously scrubbing away at the dirt on his face with a handkerchief until his skin turned red. He's just a bit blunt, that's all. Auntie Mitsuki was the same way, and we turned out to be best friends. Trust me, once you get past the gruff exterior, you'll find that there's no better friend you can ask for. But Kaken isn't like Auntie. Izuku, her mother sighed, a sign she was already tired of the topic. Mitsuki and I are going to be spending time together anyway, so it'll just be easier if you two got along. What's up? A familiar rumbling voice from above asked. Aoi gasped and looked up to see her father's dark eyes and crooked smile. Daddy, she said, tearing herself out of her mother's grasp and bolting to the man, allowing herself to be hoisted into the air with an excited squeal. Hey there, hatchling, her dad said, beaming. How's it going? Izuku was just feeling a little tired, her mother answered for her, giving Aoi a knowing look. Right, sweetie? Reluctantly, Aoi nodded. The faster this conversation ended, the sooner she could escape her mother's nagging and spend time with her father. Oh yeah, looks like someone could use a nap, her dad said, rubbing her small, pudgy cheek with a calloused finger. Wanna go take a nap, Aizu? Again, I nodded, this time more enthusiastically. You just want an excuse to sleep, her mother chided, half teasing and half genuinely annoyed. Hey, it's called multitasking, her dad said defensively, holding Aoi against his chest and walking back to the apartment with her. Come, let's go lay down, bud. Well, Kaken asked, breaking Aoi out of her thoughts. Are you gonna pee out again? They were walking through the test site now. All Might was somewhere in there with them, but they had no idea where. So for now, they were entirely alone. What do you mean? Aoi asked, still jittering and on edge. Don't play dumb, Kaken growled. Are you gonna sandbag the way you did at the sports festival? And when you fought Stain? Aoi tensed up defensively, a mixture of hurt, guilt, and anger rising in her. You weren't there when I fought Stain. Kaken sighed. Look, you can beach and them about not wanting to hurt villains all you want. Aoi did a double take when he mentioned what she had spoken about with Todoroki. When did I tell you? But I swear to God, if you and your sanctimonious bullshit get in my way of passing this stupid ifing test, let me guess, blow my butt to smithereens? Faster than Aoi could react, Kaken backhanded her. She stumbled back in painful surprise, and was grateful that her super strength gave her some resistance against impacts, especially considering how much more power Kaken's hits had with the added weight of his gauntlets. Let me finish, the blonde barked. Jesus Christ, do you ever shut up? He was then cut off, however, by a ginormous gust of wind, stronger than a hurricane hitting them full force. You want to recruit the Bakugo kid? Stain asked warily, glancing over from where he was leaning against the brick wall in the corner of the bar. Tamura, who had pillowed his head with his arms on the bar while Kurogyri mindlessly organized glasses and bottles, made a questioning sound. You sound skeptical, he noted with mild interest. Stain's seemingly permanent scowl deepened. He embodies everything I despise in both heroes and villains alike, a glory hound who prioritizes personal gain over the people around him. He's strong. We need strong allies, senpai. Alliances are hard to maintain with people you can't get along with. Who says we won't get along? You just told me he attacked you and Kurogyri during your attack on the USJ. That implies a lack of potential for camaraderie. Tamura waved him off dismissively. Water under the bridge. We'll overcome our differences the same way you and I did. Besides, recruiting him is only one part of the plan. According to Master's inside source, UA has a summer camp program for its students. And? What? You don't see the opportunity? Will All Might be at the summer camp? No idea. Okay, seriously, what is your personal vendetta against All Might and UA about? Is that a rhetorical question? They are the pillars that hold up hero society. One, a dumb oaf that inspires the masses to dress up like idiots in the name of justice, and the other a facility dedicated to churning out fodder for the social machine it supports. So, you blame them for playing a part in society's corruption? No one who plays this game is innocent, senpai. Anyone who participates, especially major players like them, are nothing more than scum. Stain had an unreadable expression on his face. I think I'm starting to see where you're coming from. See? Potential for camaraderie. I still have my reservations. What's to stop this plan if yours from failing the way the USJ did? Well, we're taking a different approach this time. See, at the USJ, we tried to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. This time, though, Jiren's being more particular in his scouting. Rather than a mob of low-level thugs, I'm focusing on acquiring a specialized team. You think we can pull together a team capable of a mission like this before the summer camp? Trust me, senpai, it's not that hard to find like-minded individuals who have a bone to pick with heroes. Fine, but we both have to agree on who we let join. Tamura sighed and rolled his eyes. Or else what? Or else they're getting a knife in the throat. Shish. You're just a pocketful of sunshine, aren't you? I'm not being facetious for the sake of comedy. I will kill anyone I deem unworthy. I request that you keep the blood splatter to a minimum, Kurogyri piped up. It's troublesome to get it out of hardwood and brick. Stain cleared his throat awkwardly, looking at the ground like a chastened dog. Make an effort. Much obliged. Stay still, you weakling. Katsuki's mother growled, rubbing his cheek even harder when she realized the dirt on it still wasn't coming off. And stop trying to leave Izuku behind. You have to take care of him. Why? 3-year-old Katsuki whined, trying and failing to wriggle free of his mother's iron grip to get away from her harsh ministrations. I'm not his dad. Because he's even weaker than you, and he needs someone to protect him. But why do I have to do it? Don't you want to be a hero? This is what heroes do, Katsuki, they protect people. If I'm weak, that must make her FNG pathetic. A feeble flurry like that barely hurt me at all. All Might boomed above him with his signature obnoxious grin. Katsuki, now laying sore on the pulverized asphalt of the street, glanced at Deku, who was standing frozen in place, watching him and All Might with wide eyes. Though he hated to admit it, she'd been right. Attacking All Might head-on hadn't gone in his favor. Why do I always get burdened with you? I never asked to be made responsible for your useless but... So, what should we do? Satu asked, searching the faux city they had been dropped off in for any sign of Cementos. Should we try and capture him? I dunno, Idru said, staring at the ground with his arms crossed over his chest, deep in thought. That might not be the best course of action. What makes you say that? Our quirks are stamina-based. Cementos's isn't. He can outlast us easily, so if we try to take him head-on, we won't be able to beat him before the timer runs out. I learned this the hard way after training with Gran Torino. If we stick to an offensive plan with no alternatives, we'll be overwhelmed before we know it. Idru sighed at the memories of his internship. Nothing was more humbling than getting your butt repeatedly handed to you by a tiny old man. Then, the ground beneath them suddenly started to shake, starting out as a soft tremble but gradually increasing in intensity, like an earthquake. I'll distract him, Idru said, powering up one for all. Make a break for the exit, and if he's already blocked it, then we'll try to capture him. On it. Satu confirmed, grabbing sugar packets from his utility belt and chugging them down while Idru raced towards the epicenter of the quaking. You got any ideas? Idru asked, nervously surveying the landscape separating him and Tenya from the archway on the opposite end of the test site. We have to lure Mr. Powerlifter to the surface so we can capture him, Tenya said definitively. Are you sure? How are we supposed to capture a guy who's basically a superpowered groundhog? Maybe we should just try to escape. Tenya scowled at the suggestion. You're lucky this isn't being made public. Manuel snapped. Are you trying to get arrested? When Tenya didn't respond, he slammed his hands down on his desk. That wasn't a rhetorical question. No, sir, Tenya said, gripping the arms of the chair he was sitting in and glaring at the floor, barely blinking. Your grief does not condone your actions in the slightest. Heroes do not kill unless there is absolutely no other choice. Even if that results in a villain escaping? You shouldn't have been there in the first place, Ida. I didn't know. Bullshit. I was just trying to stop him. You were trying to kill a man. If Midoriya hadn't, she saved your ungrateful life. Manuel let out a long, tired sigh and fell back into his own chair. Other heroes are searching for Midoriya as we speak. When she gets back, you will apologize to her, and you better be sincere about it. Do I make myself clear? Tenya still did not meet his gaze. Yes, sir. We'll force him out, Tenya argued, refusing to let his opponent walk free the way the hero killer had, even if it was just a test. If we intentionally collapse the tunnels he's made, he'll have no choice but to come up and face us. Or he'll just dig deeper to avoid us, Idru argued warily. No, he won't, because he'll need to stay close enough to the surface to stop us from reaching the exit. What do we do if one of us gets stuck? Once all the tunnels are destroyed, that won't be an issue. Idru looked like he had more to say, but seeing how unwilling his partner was to collaborate or compromise, he let the subject drop. Whatever you say, I guess. Shudo heard the sound of heeled shoes running towards him, and looked up to see that Yaoyorozu had returned, panicked and panting. What the hell are you doing? He barked, frustrated she had come back instead of escaping the way he had instructed her to. I told you to get out of here. I'm sorry. Yaoyorozu stammered, wilting under his scrutiny. I didn't know what to. Hurry up and let me down before Mr. Aizawa gets back. Flinching at his tone and volume, Yaoyorozu rushed to comply, hurriedly untying Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon and lowering him down so that he could carefully land without falling on any of the caltrops their teacher had left behind. What should we do? She asked next. Listen to what I say next time, Shudo said in a low, menacing voice, making his displeasure with her as evident as he could. Yaoyorozu further shrank in on herself. The timid, remorseful girl next to him hardly resembled the confident recommendation student he had voted for earlier that year. I'm sorry. Mom, 6-year-old Aoi said, jumping up and down and holding a poster up for her mother to see. Look. Her mother leaned down and took the flyer from her. A martial arts class? She read aloud. You want to go? Aoi nodded vigorously, but the woman hummed nervously, unsure. I dunno, what if you get hurt? I won't. I promise. Izuku, the other kids will have quirks. What if one of them uses theirs on you and you get hurt? They won't. It's a no-quirk class, so people can't use them. But there could still be an accident. But Mom. Her mother leant down again to pat Aoi's head, attempting to be reassuring but coming across as condescending. Sweetie, you don't need to learn how to fight. As long as you have Kaken, you'll be fine. He'll keep you safe. Aoi's heart sank with disappointment. But I want to keep myself safe. Her mother set the paper down on the counter and went back to doing dishes, once again ignoring her. Don't worry, baby. You won't have to. I never asked for a handler. Why did I need to be looked after like a dog? Just because I didn't have a quirk at the time. You'll soon join him, young Midoriya. All Might said, startling Aoi out of her thoughts. It was intimidating, watching him so handily take down Kaken in mere seconds with little to no effort. Aoi took a few steps back, trying to decide if she should fight or run, but All Might just grinned, a sight more terrifying than it had any right to be. Is this how villains feel when facing him? What? Are you going to abandon your partner and run? The number one hero taunted with an uncharacteristically sadistic tone. So, you're going to abandon me and run? Aoi stumbled backwards away from Kai, unable to tear her gaze away from the man's predatory golden eyes boring into her. He reached down and started to pull off one of his gloves. Do you honestly think I'm just going to let you leave? The Yakuza leader drawled in an even voice, his calm demeanor masking the malicious intent behind his words. Aoi froze, suddenly realizing that All Might's own expression, for some reason, reminded her of the other man, despite having not thought about him for over half a year. But why am I reminded of him? Instinctively, she started to shift. Transforming gave her a floaty sensation, the way it usually did, as she felt herself start to expand to her full draconian size. Oh my! All Might exclaimed, both he and Kaken staring up at her with wide eyes when she had fully changed into her dragon form, the duo now nothing more than two tiny figures beneath her. It's even larger in person. And not that you look any heavier or anything. Aoi ignited her entire body, the first time she had done so in front of any of her teachers or peers, ensuring that he couldn't grab her without burning himself in the process, and the man let out a comically high-pitched scream of alarm. Then she all but hurtled herself towards the exit, zooming through the archway before All Might could react. She quickly detransformed when she heard the announcement that she and Kaken had passed, gulping in a large breath and holding it, the same way she had done on the bus. Don't think about him, don't think about him. Thankfully, All Might approached her shortly afterwards, an eerily silent Kaken tailing after him. I'm embarrassed to admit that I underestimated you, the pro lamented, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, oblivious to any inner turmoil his students were facing. You've really been holding out on us, huh? I promise, I'm not underperforming on purpose. Aoi said hurriedly, simultaneously rushing to defend herself yet grateful for a distraction to prevent her from going back to thinking about overhaul. It's like 13 said, some quirks are really dangerous. She stared down at her hands. Being a late bloomer, I was able to compare my experience as an average person to, well, what I later became, and the difference, if I'm being honest, it scared me. You know that speech the hero Kal-El made? The world of cardboard, one. All Might hummed thoughtfully and nodded. Yes, I'm familiar with it. It's something I myself relate to very deeply. He looked down at his own hand and the weighted gauntlet on his wrist. Always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone, never allowing myself to lose control, even for a moment, or someone could die. With quirks like ours, That sentiment haunts us, whether we like it or not. No kidding. That just sounds like an excuse to hold back, Kaken grumbled as he passed the two of them. It's a perspective gained when one combines power with wisdom, young Bakugu, All Might said, attempting to sound encouraging. One all heroes and future heroes, yourself included, will benefit from. Kaken didn't respond and kept walking back to the bus, sullen and silent. Aoi and All Might soon followed. Despite her best attempts to push the memories from her mind, her thoughts inevitably returned to Kai. She tried to distract herself the way she used to when she first left him, but it was hard to stop thinking about him once she started. She had met him her second night living on the street after getting kicked out. He was polite and handsome, even with the mask covering the lower half of his face. He had asked her if she was all right, assuming she was a runaway. She ended up spilling her guts to him, desperate to vent to anyone willing to listen about the bullying, her being quirkless, a fact that fascinated him, and after that revelation, he seemed to oddly warm up to her for no apparent reason. Her transition, her getting kicked out, unable to contain herself once the emotional dam within her had broken. And he had paid diligent attention to her as she poured her heart out to him, providing a sympathetic ear she had been needing but lacking for. It wasn't until after she was done, however, that she even thought to ask him his name. "My name is Kai," he said, taking off one of his gloves and shaking her hand. "What's yours?" Aoi had debated what name she would want to use after she had transitioned, but up until this point, she hadn't yet settled on one yet. Now, however, was an opportunity to try one out. "Izumi," she said, feeling out how the name felt in her mouth and how it sounded to her. It was a fine name, but she ended up changing it later after she left Kai, feeling as though he had spoiled the name for her. It was also too close to Izuku, and she would find that Aoi fit her much better than either of her previous names had anyways. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Izumi," Kai said. "Tell me, do you have a place to stay?" "No." "In that case, how would you feel about staying with me for the interim? Just until you can get back on your feet?" Her gut instinct screaming at her to run, but she ignored it. Ida would appreciate that. Despite the fact that she would later find out that Kai was undeniably a monster, Aoi considered herself incredibly lucky for surviving the next 3 months with the man. In her hopelessness, she had acknowledged the high possibility he was a serial killer and or RPST on the prowl, but had no energy in herself to care. A sick, vengeful part of her almost hoped he would RP and murder her, so that when heroes found her body later, her mother would be overcome with guilt for abandoning her, that everyone who had done wrong by her would feel shame for what they had done to her. But while Kai was a horrific man, he was no Kiyoshi Okubo. For that, in spite of everything she endured during her time with the Yakuza leader, she would always consider herself miraculously fortunate. Ashido, Kaminari, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Kaken had failed the practical exam. Despite the fact that both Ajuru and Aoi had managed to escape the exam site before the timer ran out, both Ida and Kaken had received penalties for their lack of cooperation with their teammates. "But what about me, sir?" Shiro asked warily, raising his hand. "I was unconscious for the majority of my exam. If it weren't for Mineta, we wouldn't have passed." "Yes, but he wouldn't have been able to pass had you not given him the opportunity to do so," Mr. Aizawa explained. "You were also graded on a bit of a curve. Compared to Bakugu and Ida, you were a model teammate." Shiro grinned and rubbed the back of his neck, slightly smug now. "Well, when you put it that way." Luckily, everyone still ended up being able to go to the summer camp, although those who had failed would be taking extra lessons. Even with this reveal, however, everyone who had failed, save Ashido and Kaminari, still seemed unhappy with the results. Yaoyorozu had never appeared more depressed, and both Ida and Todoroki looked near murderous. No one was more furious than Kaken. After the class agreed to go shopping over the weekend together, Aoi hesitated to leave the classroom, fully aware of what would happen the second she stepped foot into the hallway, but this time, Kaken didn't even wait for her to leave herself. On his own way out, he grabbed her by the elbow and started to drag her with him. "We need to talk," he said under his breath. Then, something changed, and rather than simply go along with whatever Kaken wanted, Aoi yanked herself free and planted her feet where she was. Now you want to talk? She shot back, a steadily growing frustration within her finally reaching its boiling point. About what? You can't blame me for this. Like hell I can. Kaken snapped, rounding on her. It's your fault that I failed. It was a good thing Mr. Aizawa had already left, otherwise he would have had a front row seat to see Aoi punch Kaken square in the face, breaking his nose and sending him to the floor in an instant. Whoa! Kaminari exclaimed, along with several of their classmates also making sounds of surprise. Finally! Jairu roared, punching the air with both hands and grinning. That's enough! Ida yelled, marching up to Aoi and Kaken. Midoriya, such violence is unbecoming of a hero in training. This coming from you! Aoi snapped, whipping her head around to glare at him. It was like a dam within her had broken, and anger she hadn't even realized she had stored up was now pouring out uncontrollably. Which is it, Ida? Am I too violent, or am I not violent enough? Make up your mind. The room fell silent. Oh boy, Ajuru sighed, shaking his head. Ida, what is she talking about? So you asked. I told you. Kaminari said to Jair. That's why he went to Hosu. Kaminari. Jair hissed, cutting him off. You went after the hero killer. Mineta said, pointing at Ida. Both Ida and Aoi's faces morphed in horror, realizing that as Aoi had predicted, their classmates had managed to piece together a rough idea of what had happened during their internship. I'm sorry, Aoi stammered, moving to leave. I have to go. Midoriya, Ida said, reaching out for her. We're iku. Kaken wheezed out, pushing himself off the floor while clutching his now bleeding nose. Whatever pent-up resentment Aoi had instantly returned. In a split second, in a state of anxiety and irritation, she planted her foot on Kaken's chest and shoved him back down, careful to hold back her full strength so as not to break any of his ribs. This time, Ida said nothing, and Aoi left her stunned silent class without another word. Not even 10 seconds after Kaizome texted Kurojairi, a cloud of black smoke formed next to him, and the bartender gradually materialized next to him. Mr. Stain, Kurojairi greeted. How was your? He cut himself off when he suddenly noticed the hulking corpse at their feet bleeding out in the alleyway they were in. I assume this was muscular? He was nothing more than a brute maniac with a penchant for esism, Kaizome spat, glaring at the now cold and unblinking body staring blankly up at them. A villain who only killed for pleasure, no different than that moonfish guy Jiren directed me to. The world is better off without them. So far, every villain you've been introduced to has met a grisly end. And? You got a problem with that? Kurojairi sighed. Between you and Tamura Shigaraki, I am unsure if we will be able to pull together an adequate team by our self-imposed deadline. Kaizome pulled a rag out from one of his pockets and started to clean Muscular's blood off his blade, his brows furrowing in puzzlement. What makes you say that? Did Shigaraki's meeting not go well? Well, compared to yours, it went just fine. We might even have 2 official members. Might? What do you mean might? Tamura Shigaraki needed a moment to collect himself. Tensions were high, but luckily, no one was injured or killed in the ordeal. I was considering introducing them to you. Kurojairi trailed off and glanced at the dead man again. Kaizome huffed and rolled his eyes. I won't kill anyone in the bar. I would deeply appreciate it. Kurojairi opened another portal to said bar, and the second Kaizome stepped through it, he heard a high-pitched squeal. Mr. Staney, a young, feminine voice shrieked. Cold dread washed over Kaizome. Oh Christ. A blonde blur charged at him, a flash of something like a knife in their hand, and before he could react or the portal behind him had even fully closed, a new one engulfed the girl and sent her colliding with the wall opposite of him. Oof, his attacker grunted, dropping her knife and sliding to the floor at an awkward angle, the blade clattering on the ground next to her. Miss Toga, I remember specifically asking you not to attack anyone in here, Kurojairi chastised dryly, appearing behind Kaizome. Heh, sorry. Toga said, sitting up with a wild, feline grin. I just got excited. She hastily got to her feet and dusted herself off, now staring at Kaizome with an expression of manic glee that made him squirming uncomfortable. "It's you. It's really you. Will you calm down?" another voice said, and Kaizome looked over to see that it belonged to a young man covered in severe burn scars sitting on a bar stool, both his tone and his expression annoyed. "You're being obnoxious. Kurogyari, who are these people?" Kaizome demanded, sizing up the stab-happy girl and the arson victim. "Mr. Stain, allow me to introduce Miss Himiko Toga and Mr. Dabi," Kurogyari said, motioning to each of the newcomers. Kaizome's brows knit together, recognizing one of the names but not remembering how he knew it. "Toga? Where have I heard that name before?" "You know me," Toga exclaimed excitedly, turning to Dabi while jumping up and down. "He knows me." "Keep it down," Dabi groaned, rubbing his temples. "Too noisy." "She's a rather prolific serial killer, according to Jiren," Kurogyari explained. Something in Kaizome's mind finally clicked. "You the girl who killed her classmate and drank all his blood, right?" he said. "The vampire girl that was all over the news a while back." "That's me," Toga chirped proudly. Kaizome kept glancing back and forth between her and Dabi, before turning back to Kurogyari. "I want to talk to them both individually." "Seriously?" Dabi bemoaned, and Kaizome wondered just how old he was. "Haven't we waited around long enough?" "You can go first if you want," Toga said, hopping onto a bar stool to start spinning on it. "I don't mind waiting. You got a place where we can talk uninterrupted?" Kaizome asked Kurogyari, ignoring them both. "Right this way," Kurogyari said, opening a portal for him and Dabi. "Greenworm, I don't think I should come on the shopping trip. Gravity fails, Ida won't be there." "Greenworm? What? Why not?" "Gravity fails. He said something came up, but I think he's avoiding all of us now." "Gravity fails. He's staying in touch with Yamamo, but it's only to discuss class rep stuff." "Gravity fails. And don't worry, we've all agreed not to talk about Hosu." "Greenworm, I'm sorry for creating an inconvenience like this." "Gravity fails. You're not. Literally none of this is your fault." "Gravity fails. Now hurry up and get over there so we can meet up." Mina and Toru already showed up. Aoi couldn't help but smile a little at her friend's reassurance. "Greenworm, let me finish packing what I have to see what I need." In truth, there wasn't much to pack. Kai had bought her clothes and other essentials when he took her in initially, but she'd been forced to leave most of it behind when she'd left him, and Magna couldn't afford to buy herself much on her own aside for necessities, let alone anything for Aoi. In fact, Aoi probably wouldn't be able to afford anything more than sunscreen with what cash she did have, but the shopping trip wasn't just about buying supplies. It was about spending time with her classmates and friends. There was a single dresser with 4 drawers she and Magna shared, 2 for each of them. Aoi's were mostly empty, most of her belongings already packed for the summer camp, so when she opened one to check if she had missed anything, all she found was her old Shai Hasaikai plague mask that had previously been hidden behind clothes that now sat folded in her school bag. She kept debating on whether or not to get rid of it, but had the irrational fear that someone would somehow find it in the trash and find out she used to be associated with them. Now that she could get a better look at it, though, an unnerving realization dawned on her. It looks like a Noma beak. The implications of what that could mean nearly sent Aoi spiraling into a panic attack right then and there, so she slammed the drawer shut, and did her best to push any idea that the League of Villains was somehow connected to the 8 bullets out of her mind. It's just a coincidence. Nothing more. Unfortunately, a part of her already knew she had gained a new bugbear. "Doctor?" 13-year-old Tamura asked, anxiously following the older man down the long, unobtrusive hallway, too mentally and emotionally preoccupied to muse about which facility Kurogyari had warped him into this time. "Where's Master?" "I have good and bad news," the doctor said nonchalantly, leading Tamura towards a darkened hospital room at the end of the corridor. "Which do you want first?" "Is Master all right?" "He is now." Tamura was becoming increasingly annoyed with the doctor's aloof vagueness. "What's that supposed to mean?" "He nearly died, but I was able to revive him. There's permanent mutilation, and he'll need to live off life support from now on." "He's alive." "More or less." Deciding he was done tailing behind the doctor like he was stuck on a shitty escort mission, Tamura pushed his way past the doctor and bolted to the door and window waiting at the end of the hall. He peered inside the window, but it was pitch black. He then yanked open the door and blindly felt around for a wall switch to turn on the light. When the room was finally illuminated, however, the sight before him caused him to let out a primal gasp of horror that left him nearly entirely out of breath. "Master!" Tamura cried, but it came out soft and wheezy, his voice nearly gone from the shock alone. He rushed to the hospital bed his mentor was laying on, carefully dodging a maze of different-sized wires littering the floor as he made his way to the man's side. When he finally reached his master, joining the several life support machines beside him, he reached down to cup the now eyeless face of his unresponsive surrogate father, careful to keep one finger raised so as not to injure him any further. Tamura glared over his shoulder at the doctor, who was now standing in the doorway reading a clipboard, unfazed by the disfigured man on the cot. "Who did this?" he demanded, enraged. "Oh my?" Tamura glared at the mob of people around him, swarming the newly opened mall he had wandered into, all caught up in their own worlds, some trying on gaudy off-brand hero killer merch from one of the nearby stores, completely ignorant to the villain that was lurking among them. What draws these idiots to people like the symbol of peace and the hero killer in the first place? What makes me different from them? In the end, we're all just destroying the things we don't like, right? "Well, I guess that just leaves me," a voice Tamura recognized said, somehow able to pick up on it over the ambient sound of the surrounding crowd. "Why does this always happen?" The villain turned to see a flash of green curls, and just like the sports festival, his focus latched onto the 5-foot dragon girl he had fought at the USJ. "Well, maybe you can enlighten me." During the day, the red light district would seem abandoned. It wouldn't be until the sun went down that working girls and businessmen would start emerging from the woodworks and trickling down the avenues, saving their escapades for the evening and midnight hours, when most job shifts ended and darkness would afford them the desired obscurity. It did mean that, though, that while there was still light, there was next to no one around to eavesdrop on any private conversations a person might be having. Not interested, Magna drawled aloofly, strolling past the broker. "Seriously?" Jiren said, surprised. He watched her continue on her way, but made no move to follow her. "I thought this sort of thing would be right up your alley. The League attacked my baby sister, Gi. If I ever meet that Shigaraki guy, it's on sight." "Good to know." Aoi wondered why she had bothered to show up in the first place. Even at UA, she was getting left behind. She knew there was no malice behind her classmates' actions, but she couldn't help but still feel hurt by the casual abandonment. She shook her head. "I'm being oversensitive. It's not like I asked to join any of them. Though none of them bothered to ask me either." Aoi's feelings of loneliness was immediately replaced with startlement, however, when a scarred palm wrapped around her neck from behind, gripping her with only 4 fingers and leaving the middle one raised. "You know, I got real lucky," Shigaraki rasped, and she could have sworn her heart stopped when she realized who had grabbed her. "When you burned my hand, I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to use my quirk again. Once it fully healed, though, I was able to use decay with no issue. Want me to show you?" Aoi's stomach turned to lead with dread, and she glanced up to see the villain's unobscured face, 2 garnet red eyes boring into her like burning pokers, with eye bags underneath them so prominent that she wondered if the man ever slept. "Shigaraki," she breathed, her voice lost to her. "So, you remember me," Shigaraki remarked, mildly intrigued, and the corner of his mouth started to twitch upwards. "Midoriya, right? Fancy running into you here. Did you track me down?" "Why? HM? Oh no, this is a genuine coincidence, believe it or not. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to see you today at all. Out of the 2 of us, I'm probably more surprised than you are. Then, why are you here? Do I need a reason? It's a public space. I mean, why approach me? What do you want?" "To talk." This took Aoi off guard. "To talk? Is that a crime?" "And no, but threatening to kill someone is, and..." She pointed at her neck, which Shigaraki was still holding. "Well, how amenable are you to a conversation? I can be civil, if you willingly agree." "That's Still technically coercion. The villain tightened his grip threateningly, his nails pressing into her skin hard enough to leave indentations. Is that a yes or a no? For a moment, Aoi struggled to come up with a cohesive answer, trying to think of what to do. Then, she ultimately relented, trying to sigh but not able to get much air out with Shigaraki half-strangling her. You know what? Fine. Shigaraki raised his eyebrows in surprise. Really? You promise? Aoi looked around to see that not only were her peers nowhere to be seen, none of the civilians passing them bothered to notice her predicament. She was used to feeling invisible, but right now, that sentiment was impossible to ignore. Why not? It's not like anyone's going to interrupt us. Shigaraki hummed thoughtfully, studying her downtrodden expression. What's wrong, hero? Have you always been this prickly? Or did I just get you on a bad day? Aoi nodded in the direction of a table and 2 chairs in front of one of the mall restaurants. Come on. Let's find a place to talk so that we don't block foot traffic. Shigaraki snorted. So considerate. Dabi vanished in a black cloud, temporarily leaving Kaizome alone on the random rooftop Kurogyari had dropped them off on. He'd had trouble getting a read on the kid. Aside from his quirk, he knew nothing about Dabi, his real name, his age. It was all a mystery. The only thing he was willing to be fully transparent about was his desire to follow the hero killer's creed, and he had a distaste for heroes that matched his own. Overall, he was wary of the boy, but willing to accept him into the league's ranks. He would still be keeping an eye on him, however. What Kaizome was more worried about his next interviewee, who bounded out the portal Dabi had just stepped through. My turn. Toga chirped, beaming as the fog behind her dissipated. Don't worry, no stabbing this time. Kurogyari made me promise. Good, Kaizome said, because I'm not above throwing a child over the side of this building. Toga laughed. You're funny. That wasn't a joke. I know. Still funny. Anyways, what do I want to talk about? Why are you here? What do you hope to gain by joining the league? I'm here so I can be myself. Elaborate. I heard it on the news. Your quirk is kinda like mine. I need to drink blood in order to use it too. And what is your quirk? I can transform into someone by drinking their blood. I can't use other people's quirks while I turn into them, though, which is a bummer, and I have to get naked so that my clothes don't overlap with theirs. It can be kinda inconvenient sometimes. What does that have to do with your interest in joining the league? Jiren said you wanted to change the world, right? I get it. The world's a hard place to live in for people like us, so I want to make one where I can be myself. Kaizome hummed thoughtfully, curious about her choice of words. You've been ostracized for your quirk, haven't you? It's common for people with blood-based powers like us to be looked down on. Toga unexpectedly became uncharacteristically solemn. I tried to be normal. For years, I really tried, but it didn't work. I can't just pretend to be something I'm not, can't just suppress such an integral, natural part of myself. All it did was make my cravings worse. Why did you kill that boy? The one from your school, I mean. I didn't mean to kill him. I didn't even want to kill him, but all the counselor told me to do was to not use my quirk. Sounds easy, right? Not doing something should be simple, but it wasn't. I wanted to use it, yearned for it, to the point where I started drinking my own blood just to alleviate the desire. Therefore snapped. I needed his blood, and I didn't realize I'd killed him until he was, empty. I haven't been able to stop since. I mean, why bother stopping at this point? I'm already labeled a villain. Either way, if I get caught, I'll be serving life in prison, no matter how many people I've killed. I have been trying to learn control, though, learning to leave people with just enough blood to survive without skinning them completely dry. Kaizome himself couldn't relate to her experience, having never experienced literal bloodlust himself, but he could logically understand where she was coming from. She also wasn't a total lost cause like Moonfish or Muscular, and clearly capable of both self-reflection and adaptation. It is unfair. It's not like you need to kill people to use your quirk. Counselors love telling us shit like that, don't they? If you have an unsavory power, just don't use it, as if it's that simple. Then you have heroes who flaunt their quirks and are praised for them, many building their popularity based on what power they have, because they have an ability the public considers palatable. Toga lit up, her earlier grimness instantly forgotten. Right? It's totally unfair. Besides, it's not like I asked to be born with a quirk like this. Why should I have to change just to make everyone else comfortable? What about the specifics of your quirk? Is there a time limit to your transformations, or can you turn into someone as many times as you want after drinking their blood? Yeah, there's a time limit. It depends on the amount of blood that I drink. 1 cup can last me a full day. I'm sure we can find a non-fatal way to collect blood for you. I know Jiren has contacts who make unlicensed support gear. Then, you'll only have to kill people when you intend to, whether you want their blood or not. Toga stared at him with an unreadable expression, but before Kaizome could worry about what it meant, she lunged forward and wrapped her arms around his middle, hugging him tightly. The older villain went tense, bracing for a knife in the back and preparing to push her off of him, but all she did was hold him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been hugged, and was thus unsure of how to respond, so all he did was awkwardly pat the blonde's head as she squeezed him, hoping that was an appropriate reaction. Tamura almost couldn't believe what was happening. Midoriya sat across from him, compliant, having made no attempt to attack him, escape, or call for help, despite no longer having his hand around her neck. He had honestly expected her to take off the second he let go of her, and had sent Kurogiri his location thinking he'd need to make a quick escape, but he was beginning to wonder if that would be necessary at this point. The only reason he had released her in the first place was out of curiosity, wondering if she would keep her word and go along with him, but he was still bewildered when she actually did. What is your game, Midoriya? To tell you the truth, I hate mostly everything, Tamura began, but right now, the thing that pisses me off the most is the hero killer. So, he didn't join you guys? Midoriya asked, a hint of hopefulness in her tone. Nah, he's joined us. Her face fell. But that's not what my problem is. I'm just confused as to why everyone's so obsessed with him. Obsessed? What are you talking about? Tamura glanced at the store selling stain merchandise and nodded at it. I'm talking about that. Midoriya followed his gaze, and her own expression contorted in disapproval. That's tasteless. You're telling me. I mean, why is everyone so enamored with that guy? What is he doing that I'm not? Are you jealous? Tamura raised an eyebrow at her. Jealous? Why the hell would I be jealous? You sound like you are. Yeah, well, I'm not. Midoriya pursed her lips and nodded, seeming unconvinced. Okay. To be fair, though, Stain has been doing this longer than you have. He's been on the scene for years and evaded capture this whole time. In fact, until Hosu, basically nothing was known about him. He had this whole mythos surrounding him. Tamura opened his mouth to argue, but found that no words came out, because he had no argument to give. Though he hated to admit it, she had a point. I guess that makes sense. Midoriya started wringing her hands together in her lap, looking around nervously, and he wondered if she was looking for someone to help her. Alright, so, I know that I'm the one getting interrogated here, but, could I? Tamura's interest was piqued. What do you want? Midoriya inhaled sharply and slowly let it out, clearly trying to hype herself up. I have to know. Tamura smirked. So that's what you're playing at? Trying to fish information out of me? He teased. It's a personal question, Midoriya stammered. Personal? How so? Midoriya's gaze hardened, and though Tamura didn't know her well, the serious demeanor she had adopted appeared out of character. Are you connected to Shai Hasaikai? The words sounded vaguely familiar, but Tamura couldn't remember where he'd heard them. What are the Shai Hasaikai? Midoriya practically deflated in relief. Oh, thank God. It's just a coincidence. A coincidence? What's a coincidence? Tamura narrowed his eyes at her suspiciously. What are you going on about, Midoriya? Midoriya, in a weak attempt to seem more imposing, squared her shoulders and sat up as straight as she could, trying to make herself as tall as she could despite being a full foot shorter than the villain. Let's make a deal. For every question of yours I answer, you have to answer one of mine. Sound fair? It was a fool's bargain, and it would put all of Tamura's plans into jeopardy, but the risk affected them both, meaning that the odds were split evenly between the two of them, and Tamura could never decline an offer to play, no matter what the game was. Deal. I'm not gay. Ochako fanned her burning face, trying and failing to shove the suggestive thoughts about her friend out of her mind. It felt like the metaphorical equivalent of trying to force a full cabinet close. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just, I've never had a crush on a girl. And I know I like boys for sure. Aoima's got it all wrong. Girls just act closer than guys. It's totally normal. She took a deep breath and let it out, before looking over the railing of the second floor to scan the lower level she had just left, unable to spot Midoriya in the sea of people beneath her. Guilt started to form in her stomach. I shouldn't have run off and left her alone like that, especially after everything that went down with Ida. I mean, I was the one who hassled her into coming along in the first place anyways. I should take responsibility. Ochako shook her head and slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to focus. I'm being ridiculous. It's totally fine. We're going to spend the day shopping together like two regular female friends. Just gals being pals and nothing more. So, do you want to go first, or? Aoi trailed off, motioning vaguely between her and the villain sitting across from her. I'll go first, Shigaraki said definitively. What are the shy Hasaikai? Aoi said in a sharp, apprehensive breath, but put on her best poker face in an attempt to hide the tsunami of emotions she had surrounding the subject matter. One of the few remaining Yakuza in Japan. They wear masks that reminded me of Noma Beaks, so I wondered if the League was somehow connected to them. How do you know the shy Hasaikai? It's my turn to ask a question. Shigaraki sighed and rolled his eyes. All right, fine. Ask. Aoi momentarily debated with herself on what to start with, cycling through the mental list of questions she had, before settling on the one that both bothered and confused her the most. Why do you want to kill All Might? Shigaraki's eye twitched in irritation just at the mention of the hero. You wouldn't get it. People like you refuse to see the flaws in your idols. Aoi's mind went back to the rooftop where she had spoken to him a year ago. She would never want him dead, but she'd be the first to admit that he wasn't perfect. I would argue that I'm more objective than you're giving me credit for. Shigaraki looked away from her, watching the throng of people pass by them unsuspectingly with an expression of silent hatred. Sir, the man who raised me, All Might nearly killed him. Aoi was taken aback by this reveal, trying to think of every villain she could remember being that severely injured by the number one hero. Who is your master? When did this fight happen? Shigaraki clicked his tongue disapprovingly and glanced back at her. My turn, hero. Aoi flushed in embarrassment, realizing she had accidentally asked a second question. Oh, alright, my bad. Sorry. Shigaraki's face was unreadable now. Why were you in Hosu? I know your friend wanted revenge for what Stain did to his brother, but that doesn't explain why you decided to tag along. Aoi flinched at the reminder of the Hosu incident, her most recent argument with Ida still fresh in her memory. I wanted to keep him out of trouble. I knew he was planning on going after the hero killer, but I hoped we wouldn't actually run into him. Now he's part of the League. You must have the worst luck, huh? First having to deal with us at the USJ, then in Hosu. And now here. Shigaraki snorted, amused by her misfortune. You must be a trouble magnet or something. Aoi sighed in exhaustion. I'd believe it. Anyways, back to my last question. Who's your master? Shigaraki hummed thoughtfully, like he was trying to decide on whether or not to tell her. You ever heard of the Quirk Boogeyman? I'm not familiar with that title, no. Is there another name I might know him by? Unlikely, but I'm sure you've heard of him. A man who can both take quirks but also bestow them. Aoi felt a vague sense of familiarity. Wait, you mean that old internet rumor? Shigaraki smirked. Not a rumor. My master is the real deal. How do you think it's possible for the Nomu to have more than one quirk? Aoi's eyes went wide in realization. Because your master gave them extra quirks. Is that what you meant when you said the Nomu was a bioengineered human? It's my turn to ask a question. But that was barely an answer. Shigaraki smirked. Still an answer, though. Aoi huffed, annoyed. Fine. Your turn. I've barely seen you use your quirk outside of the USJ. Why is that? Sure, You couldn't transform in that alley while fighting Stain without causing major collateral damage, but I didn't see you so much as hover during the sports festival. Matter of fact, why'd you forfeit during the sports festival anyways? That's 2 questions. Shigaraki rolled his eyes again. Whatever, answer the second one, then, because that one has been bothering me for a while now. Aoi opened her mouth to answer, but struggled to find the words to explain her bizarre experience. I had a vision. Shigaraki brows furrowed together. A vision? Was it the purple kid's quirk? No, it was weird. I talked to myself? More specifically, I talked to myself as a dragon. What? I know, right? Shinso had brainwashed me, and then I was in this black void talking to my dragon form, and it was telling me not to yield or something, and the next thing I know, I'm breathing fire, so I got freaked out and I forfeit. So, that wasn't supposed to happen? No one else Shinso brainwashed experienced what I did, so I don't think. Aoi paused, finally registered she had answered more than one question, then glared indignantly at the villain. Hey, that's cheating. It's my turn. Shigaraki had the audacity to chuckle. Fire away then. How did you know All Might was supposed to be at the USJ? That wasn't public information. How do you think? Aoi resisted the urge to roll her own eyes. That isn't an answer at all. Humor me. Did the League hack the system? Shigaraki's eyes crinkled mirthfully. Come on, hero, put it together. You have to be at least moderately intelligent to get into UA. Aoi thought about it, had been thinking about it since that fateful day, but she hated the implication with every fiber in her being. There's no way you have an inside source at UA. Principal Nizu's background checks are too thorough for someone to slip through the cracks like that. Are you sure about that? How then? How would that even be possible? Shigaraki shook his head. Nah, hero. Not your turn. Aoi tried her best not to pout. What else could you even want to know? Why don't you use your quirk more often? Hell, you could have at least burned the hero killer. Shigaraki held up the hand she had burned, displaying a scar identical to her own. Just like you did with me. Aoi was irrationally ashamed when she saw the mark she had left behind. I used that aspect of my quirk on you as a last resort. I don't want to hurt people, even villains, unless I absolutely have to. Not just that, but sometimes I actually forget I have a quirk. I was a late bloomer, so I've spent the majority of my life quirkless. That means I still think like a quirkless person, even though I've developed this great power. Shigaraki seemed both bewildered and agitated by her admission. You're seriously worried about hurting villains? Even ones that are trying to kill you? Why? I just am. Aoi sighed, regretful. I am sorry that I hurt you, regardless of the circumstances. Shigaraki reached up as if to scratch his neck, but stopped halfway, clearly conflicted about how to feel. Are you brain damaged or something? Midori-chan. A new voice abruptly interrupted. Gah! Aoi exclaimed in alarm as she was yanked out of her seat, whipping her head around to see her only brunette classmate. Uraraka. Who's this? Uraraka asked with faux innocence, barely sparing Shigaraki a glance. Nice to meet you. Sorry, but we really have to go. Aoi was now utterly confused. We do? Shigaraki began, equally perplexed. Bye. Uraraka said, dragging Aoi away without another word. On one hand, Aoi was glad Uraraka had been there to get her away from the villain. On the other, she was now watching Shigaraki get up from the table and disappear into the crowd, escaping before she could call a hero and report him. Just like the USJ. Just like Hosu. Not again. I'm not jealous. I mean, why would I be jealous in the first place? What's there's to be jealous about? Who's jealous? Not me. Uraraka, wait. Midoriya said, pulling herself free and forcing them both to her and Ochako. What's going on? What the hell was that about? HM? Nothing. Ochako stammered, trying to come off as nonchalant. It was only when she saw Aoi's annoyed expression that she realized what she had done, interrupting a conversation her friend had been having and unceremoniously taking her away with no explanation. I'm sorry. That was rude. I shouldn't have just dragged you away like that. She looked back to the table where the boy had been sitting, but he had disappeared. Where did he? Midoriya cut her off. He's gone. Don't worry about it. Ochako flinched at her curt tone, guilt doubling. I'm really sorry, Midori, for leaving you alone earlier and for that. Who was he? Was he a friend of yours? No, but I know him. We met outside of school. Are you okay? Midoriya shrugged. I will be. Ochako started to apologize again, but the greenette cut her off a second time. Did you get your bug spray? Not yet. I wanted to come back for you first. Then let's go get it. She then grabbed Ochako's hand, something that the anti-gravity girl tried not to freak out over, and started leading her towards a map of the mall. She seemed slightly less brittle once Ochako explained she had returned for her, but she was still obviously tense. I wonder what they were talking about. When Ochako had first seen them, she had mistaken them as a couple on a date, and defensiveness had flared through her before she could stop herself from making a fool of herself. It's not jealousy. I'm just looking out for my friend, nothing more. When Tamura returned to the bar, Kurogyari and Stain were waiting for him, the former standing behind the bar like an NPC and the latter leaning against said bar. Where have you been? Stain asked expectantly. Out, Tamura replied dismissively. What about you? How'd your meeting with that muscles guy go? Stain shook his head. No dice. He wasn't worth our time. The other two, though, Toga and Dabi, they've joined. Tamura raised his eyebrows in surprise. Really? You let them live. They have potential. We can work with them. Good. We're off to a good start then. Stain seemed slightly taken aback by Tamura's casual compliance. No objections? According to Kurogyari, you stormed off because you got into a fight with them. We got off on the wrong foot, that's all. I've collected myself. Something changed. What happened while you were out? Tamura looked down at his palm, unable to stop thinking about the conversation he'd had with the hero student. I gained some perspective. Momo pushed open her story-length front door just enough to step through, not wanting to swing it out to its full berth. For some reason, though, despite it already being dark outside, the lights in the foyer were off, leaving the room bathed in near-complete darkness. I'm home, she began, greeting whoever might be lurking in the darkness. Momo-chan, a haunting baritone voice said, freezing Momo in place with icy horror. Next to the staircase was a credenza with a table lamp on it, which was then flicked on by an unseen hand, revealing the owner sitting in the decorative armchair. Next to the sideboard, a man in a three-piece suit with no hair or eyes, wearing a breathing mask and a metallic neck brace obscuring the rest of his features. My dear girl, it has been too long, all for one drawled, and even behind the mask, Momo could make out his wide, taunting grin. Your mom is coming to Parents' Day, Kaken mentioned casually as he passed Aoi's desk on his way out of class. Kaken had been ignoring Aoi ever since the infamous nose-breaking the previous week, yet still refused to tell any of the teachers about what she had done. This was the first time he had spoken to her since, and the revelation caused Aoi's breath to hitch and dread to pool in her stomach. What? She asked, hoping against hope she'd misheard him. But the school doesn't have her number. Yeah, but my old lady does, so when she found out, the first thing she did was tell your mom, they plan on cornering your butt. Aoi went from neutral to spiraling panic in less than a second. As Kaken left, her breathing became harder and more rapid. The mere idea of having to face her mother after so long, after everything that happened, was enough to paralyze her with neurosis. What's wrong? Mineta asked, interrupting her train of thought. Do you not want your mom to come? No, I don't, Aoi spat, clenching her fists on her desk. I haven't spoken to her in almost a year now. Oh dear, Yaoyorozu piped up, startling both Mineta and Aoi. The heiress had been unusually quiet and sullen all day up until that point, so her interjection was unexpected. Apologies, I don't mean to eavesdrop, but what happened between the two of you? Aoi let out a long sigh. Long story, but it's why I'm living with my sister instead of her. Didn't expect you to have any sort of family drama like that, Mineta mused. You don't seem like the type. Aoi huffed in bitter amusement. That is oddly flattering. I'm glad I give off the energy of a person with a stable home life. I'm sure you can speak with Mr. Aizawa about it, Yaoyorozu said. Aoi thought about how that interaction may go, and her mood soured, because none of her imagined scenarios ended well. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it'd be better to talk to one of our other teachers about stuff like this, Mineta agreed solemnly. This is the place? Stain asked Jiren, warily scanning the crowded street they were on. Are you sure? Why a criminal would want to meet in broad daylight on a busy avenue right in front of a high-security jewelry store was beyond Tamura's comprehension. He strategically stood behind a poorly disguised Kurojirai, who was only wearing a fedora and a dress coat on top of his usual outfit, using him as a shield against the streams of people passing by them. This is where he said to meet him, Jiren replied simply. Don't worry, he's hard to miss. He stands out. How so? Tamura asked, trying not to sound as nervous as he felt. Just then, the jewelry store's alarm went off, loud enough to be heard from outside where they were standing and over the ambient sounds of the mob of civilians. What the hell's going on there? Stain demanded, sliding a knife hidden in his hoodie's sleeve into his hand. Heroes will be here any second, Tamura said. Kurojirai, get ready to... Just give him a minute, Jiren cut in, his usual nonchalant demeanor unfazed by the commotion across the street. We may not have a minute, Kurojirai argued. Just then, as if summoned, a masked man in a top hat and long coat leapt from the roof, rappelling down the side of the building with a grappling hook. People in the crowd below screamed as he retracted the grappling line and landed on a parked car, before launching off of it and booking it down the street. Fortunately, there were no cars currently driving down it. When Tamura looked back and forth, he realized that both lights at each intersection were red, blocking traffic just long enough for the man to cross it. He wondered if that had been planned on the criminal's part or nothing more than a slide of luck. Right on cue, the masked man said, making a beeline for the League members and Jiren before skidding to a halt before them, the sea of citizens fearfully parting the way for him. Wonderful timing, gentlemen. Now we can leave, Jiren said. Kurojirai, let's bounce. There was an explosion of black mist, earning another round of screams from the people closest to them, but it was quickly cut off when the fog dispersed and the group found themselves back in the bar. Now that's what I call a disappearing act, the masked criminal said in awe, giving a small round of applause. Bravo! Mr. Kurojirai, was it? I commend your timely escape. Have you ever had an interest in being a magician's assistant? When the clapping died down, Tamura glanced at Stain and saw the older man looking back at him with an identical expression to his own unimpressed exasperation. Great. He's an eccentric. Gents, meet Atsuhiro Seiko, Jiren introduced, vaguely motioning to the newcomer. Stage name, Mr. Compress, part-time magician, full-time thief. The one and only, Mr. Compress said, taking a bow. He rose and nodded at Stain. I'm assuming you must be the infamous hero killer. Then he turned to Tamura. Which would make you our illustrious leader, Tamura Shigaraki. You haven't joined yet, Stain said sternly, but the magician was undeterred. Of course not. After all, I haven't even finished my audition. You're what? Tamura asked, confused. Mr. Compress reached into his coat and pulled out a blue marble from an unseen inner pocket. Observe. He handed the marble to Jiren, who held it out in his palm expectantly. Before Tamura could ask what he was waiting for, Mr. Compress snapped his fingers, and the marble enlarged into a velvet pouch only slightly smaller than the circumference of Jiren's hand. The broker opened the pouch, and all 3 League members peered inside to see it. Full of clear, intricately cut stones. What are these? Stain asked as Jiren took one out to hold up to the light. Canadian blood diamonds, Mr. Compress replied. Not for public display, of course, but trusted high-paying customers are permitted to privately purchase them. These ones were smuggled into the country back in December. Canada is at war? Tamura asked, bewildered, wondering if there had been something on the news he had missed. The definition of conflict diamonds has changed over the years, Jiren explained, rolling the diamond between his fingers. These days, in the age of quirks, Diamonds mined and sold to fund villains are also considered blood diamonds, even if the country of origin isn't actively at war. In fact, people have started to distinguish the two by calling them war diamonds and villain diamonds respectively, as well as a list of other alternative names I can't remember off the top of my head. Both are still banned by the KPCS though. At least they're supposed to be, Mr. Compress said with a tone of disapproval, which Tamura found ironic, considering the fact that the man was a thief. Funnily enough, the highest bidders for these villain diamonds are, believe it or not, pro-heroes themselves. Ironic, isn't it? Heroes raising up the very people they're trying to take down. He held up a diamond himself, which made the trio do double take, because Jiren was still holding his. Tamura realized he must have somehow taken a second one from the pouch without any of them noticing. Tell me, are either of you familiar with the Peerless Thief? Who? Tamura asked. Aji Harima, Stain said. He's what you might call an original villain. When the hero system was first settling into place, he would steal from the wealthy heroes and distribute his spoils amongst the poor and downtrodden. A Robin Hood type figure, you could say. The very one, Mr. Compress concurred. It's his creed that I follow, and I hope to find like-minded individuals in your League of Villains. You can imagine that my interest was piqued when I learned of the hero killer's own doctrine. What's your quirk? Tamura inquired impatiently, already getting bored of the conversation. Why, you just saw it. That marble just now? I can shrink anything in a spherical area around my arm into a marble-sized object without damaging it. It even works on myself, conveniently enough. It's served me well whenever I've needed to make a quick getaway. So it works on people? Stain asked curiously. That it does. Something like excitement flashed over the hero killer's features, and he lightly shoved Tamura towards the magician. Prove it. Wait, what? Tamura began, realizing he had just been volunteered. If you insist, Mr. Compress said before anyone could interject. With the brush of a red leather glove, the world went dark, as if Tamura had suddenly gone to sleep without warning. Then he heard a snap and he was standing back in the bar. What the hell? He roared, rounding on Mr. Compress. You piece of shit. He lashed out, reaching for the man's masked face, but Stain grabbed his wrist and twisted his arm behind his back before he could. Act. Tamura choked out, bending awkwardly to try and free himself from the senior villain's grip. That's a useful quirk, Stain said with a small grin, only letting go of Tamura after he guided the younger man away from the performer. Especially for a thief. Precisely. Mr. Compress agreed. Apologies, Mr. Shigaraki. As you can see for yourself, however, you are completely unharmed. Do we really need this guy? Tamura grumbled, annoyed at being made into an unwilling magician's assistant. I mean, you can't be that good of a thief. We had to bail you out just now because you set off that store's alarm. Oh, the alarm going off was intentional. Are you saying you set it off on purpose? Kurogiri asked, puzzled. That I did. After all, part of my audition was proving I could make a hasty escape in the event that something should go awry. You didn't escape, we did, Tamura mumbled, more to himself than to anyone in particular. More specifically, Kurogiri did. Alas, how is a magician supposed to perform great feats without putting himself in mortal peril? One must be willing to give everything they have during a performance after all. Well, you obviously accounted for us being there to help you get away, Stain reasoned. I suppose that does count as a successful escape plan, seeing as it worked. He nodded. All right, you're in. Wait, what? Tamura blurted out in disbelief, whipping his head around to glare at Stain. You actually want to take him on? Stain shrugged. His skill set and quirk are exactly what we need. Besides, what is it you said about party balance? We need one of everything, right? Tamura, in spite of his agitation, momentarily contemplated what he was saying. True. We don't have a rogue yet. Toga's more of a knife-wielding monk than anything. Yeah, that sheet. Stain turned to address Kurogiri. Do you know where Dabi and Toga are? I can track down their whereabouts if need be, Kurogiri said. Then let's introduce our newest member to them as soon as possible. Excellent. Mr. Compress exclaimed, elated. I look forward to our future collaborations. Tamura huffed. Here's to hoping we don't regret this. Hello there, cutie, Midnight asked when she noticed Aoi awkwardly standing by her desk, pushing back her chair so she was fully facing her student. Can I help you? You know how Parents' Day is coming up? Aoi said, blushing at the term of endearment while trying to seem more calm and put together than she felt. What about it? Can neither of your parents make it? It's not that. My mom, I haven't spoken to her in a year now. The thing is, even though the school doesn't have her contact information, Kaken, because his mom knows my mom, so she was told about Parents' Day anyways. All of this to say, you don't want your mother coming to Parents' Day. Midnight's tone and expression were completely non-judgmental, which set Aoi at ease. If that's okay, well, you have nothing to worry about. No one can come onto campus without a direct invitation from the school, so even if your mother does arrive, she won't be allowed to even get past the gate. However, I'll still make a note in the system that you don't want her showing up. Aoi almost collapsed in relief. Thank you. If you don't mind my asking, though, will you have someone come to Parents' Day? Your father, perhaps? My older sister, actually. Midnight smiled warmly. Well, I'm glad you still have a positive female role model in your life. I look forward to meeting her. I really do appreciate the reassurance. I needed it. It's no issue, sweetheart. Is there anything else I can help you with? Aoi's encounter with Shigaraki instantly came to mind, but for some reason her mouth wouldn't open. Tell her. You have to tell someone. The things you learned are too important, someone has to know. But then she remembered Ida screaming at her for letting Stain go, and she hesitated. The idea of being blamed for letting a villain escape a second time made her stomach churn. Inside her, common sense and shame were at war. It would look suspicious, waiting this long to tell someone. Have I waited too long? And what would I even say? Will people believe me? It's not like I have any proof to back my claims. No. That's it, she said finally, forcing the words out. The Yaoyorozu's butler, Uchimura, had led her and all for one to the dimly lit dining room where Momo's parents were waiting for them, both sitting tensely in their respective seats as Uchimura pulled chairs out for her and the villain. The training camp? Momo asked anxiously. Why are you interested in that? I'm not even sure All Might will be there. Are you really in the position to be asking questions right now, Momo-chan? All for one shot back coolly, his voice sounding like venom coated in honey. Behave, Momo, her father chastised tersely, leveling a glare at her. Shouldn't she at least know what to expect? Her mother argued, trying to seem stern in the faces of the two powerful men in the room, but Momo could tell by the tension in her shoulders just how nervous she was. During the attack on the USJ, she and her classmates ended up held hostage by one of your henchmen. Had she known ahead of time what was coming, she might have been able to strategize accordingly. Did it not ultimately work in her favor, though? All for one countered coyly. Her lack of knowledge about what was happening cemented her image of innocence, didn't it? No one would suspect her of betraying her class with such a genuine reaction of surprise and disdain. They threatened to kill me and my friends, Momo said, doing everything in her power to keep her tone clear and strong, praying that none of them could hear the tremble in her words. They had no idea who I was. If they had succeeded, you would have lost your inside source. All for one chuckled. Would you prefer I told my people about you? Do you really want someone like Tamura or Kurojiiri? Or hell, even the hero killer, to know who you are? You do realize Stain holds a great deal of contempt for fake heroes, right? Stop being difficult. Momo's father sighed in exasperation, ignoring the dread slowly creeping onto his daughter's face. All for one is an old patron of ours. We owe him everything, so enough with the ingratitude, and just do as the man says. Just take my quirk. Momo pleaded, hoping that even if All for one couldn't see her desperation, he could hear it. You like collecting those, don't you? My power, I know someone like you would find it useful. Momo! She froze at her father's raised voice, going rigid as a board in fear. None of this is up for discussion. Is obedience truly lost on you? I just want to protect my friends. Do you care more about the safety of your friends than you do about your parents' very lives? All for one drawled teasingly. Or your own safety for that matter? Her father added in a low voice. Mr. Hanamura's looking for his next wife, you know. What does that have to do with anything? Her mother demanded defensively, her metaphorical hackles rising. Father, he's older than you, Momo said softly, suddenly sick to her stomach. I'm not even out of school yet. And yet he invited me to dinner last week to discuss your availability, her father interrupted, leaving no room for argument. You're already bleeding, aren't you? You're a woman now, Momo, and should I give my blessing, there is a long line of men I know who would be more than happy to teach you about obedience. You never mentioned this to me, her mother hissed viciously. It didn't concern you. She's my daughter too, you butt. This seems like a family matter, All for One said with a grin, grabbing his portable life support and getting to his feet. I'll take this as a sign to take my leave. He rounded the table, deliberately making sure to stop beside Momo on his way out. You should be arriving at summer camp next week after Parents' Day, correct? I'll be expecting your call, Momo-chan. Pray don't forget. He reached for her, and though she instinctively pulled away, he still cupped her face, rubbing his thumb across her cheekbone. It was meant to be a reassuring gesture, but all it did was make her skin crawl underneath his soft palm. Though I'll be more than happy to remind you if you do. Ever since that night, Yaoyorozu family meals had been quiet affairs, so Momo was nervous to break the silence that evening over dinner. You're coming to Parents' Day, right, Mother? Momo asked as casually as she could manage. That's the plan, her mother said, forcing a smile in an attempt to reassure her. I still don't see the point of it all, her father cut in, unprompted. Your grades speak for themselves, don't they? Why should we take time out of our day just to watch you study? Her mother's face fell, her pleasant facade instantly replaced with contempt. Well, it's a good thing you won't be there, then. It's about the principal, dear. Don't you dear me now. Momo's father sighed and raised an unimpressed eyebrow at his wife. Are we really doing this right now? Her mother suddenly slammed her hands on the table, startling Momo, but her father barely reacted. Hanamura? Her father glanced at Momo. Go to your room. Your mother and I need to talk. Momo didn't need to be told twice. She quickly excused herself and all but bolted out of the room, desperate to put as much distance between herself and her father as she could. The second she was alone in a too large corridor, with not even a servant in sight to witness her, she hiccuped, and tears started to stream down her face. With a whine, she began to cry, wiping her wet face in a fruitless attempt to dry it, but to no avail. The fear and guilt she had been feeling since the start of the school year finally became too much to bear, and the emotional dam she'd struggled to hold up was now breaking. I'm sorry, everyone. I really am a coward. Tamura hadn't even been trying to recruit anyone when he found the kid. He had been on his way home from the convenience store, snacks in hand, when he heard a groan in a nearby alleyway. Overwhelmed with curiosity and reassured by the fact that he could disintegrate any potential threat with nothing more than a high five, he decided to investigate. There was the sound of rustling and an empty food can clattering on the ground. When Tamura peered down the alley he'd heard it come from, all he saw was an oddly shaped lump pressed against the side of a dumpster, obscured by shadows and the general darkness of the evening. What the hell? He called out. Who's there? There was no response. Tamura sighed, realizing he was going to have to walk in himself if he wanted to see what it was. All right, if anyone tries to mug me, they FING die, got it? FCK off, the ominous lump said with a muffled prepubescent voice. As Tamura strolled into the alley, the lump unfurled, revealing a middle school boy in uniform, who happened to look a lot like a younger version of him, only with sandy blonde hair and brown eyes. His face was a mural of purples, yellows and blues. A giant bruise covered a third of his face, including a black eye, along with a busted lip and a dried bloody nose. Oh shit, Tamura droned, idly wondering who or what was responsible for the boy's injuries. A rat. I'm not a rat, I hole, the kid spat, and Tamura could tell by the redness on his tongue and teeth there was blood in his mouth. You look like one. So do you. Yeah, well, at least I don't look like a rat that a cat just used as a chew toy. Fair enough. If it happened to you? Why do you care? It's none of your business. Tamura scoffed. Fine. Be that way. He had no idea how long he had been walking for. His feet were sore and calloused, his stomach ached with hunger, and his throat was dry from thirst. He kept passing people, an entire horde of adults, yet not a single one stopped to help him. Tamura squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head, suddenly disoriented. What the f was that? A memory? When did that even happen? Come on, he said, his mouth moving before his mind could catch up with it. Get up. Why? The kid asked skeptically. You gonna beat me up too? Sorry, but I've reached my limit for the day. Tamura shook his head and pulled out his phone, too distracted to quip back. No, we're gonna get you food. I know a guy that can get you whatever you want. Now it was the kid's turn to scoff. Nice try. You think I don't know this trick by now? I'm not going to a secondary location with you. He eyed Tamura's phone warily, then started to stand up, as if getting ready to run. Who are you calling? Tamura failed to resist the urge to smirk. I'm not calling anyone. Only a handful of seconds after sending Kurogiri his location, both he and the kid were swallowed by a warp gate, and now they were both in the bar. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri began. What the F? The kid yelled, stumbling backwards and tripping over his own feet, falling on his butt. Where the hell am I? Calm down, Tamura drawled. It's just a bar. The kid suddenly pulled a revolver out of his uniform pocket and pointed it at him. Oh hell no. I am not getting kidnapped today. Before Tamura could even process that a gun was being pointed at him, Kurogiri warped the weapon out of the boy's hand and was now holding it in his own. No firearms inside, please, he said, and Tamura could have sworn he heard a note of sarcasm. Now the kid was scared, and he started to push himself away, backwards crawling into one of the corners. Don't hurt me. We're not gonna hurt you, Tamura said, rolling his eyes. Kurogiri, get the kid something to eat. Right away, Kurogiri said, turning his attention to the kid. Do you have any allergies I should be aware of, mister? I'm not telling you my name, the kid snarled, trying to mask his fear with anger, making him seem less intimidating and more like an angry kitten. In fact, I'm not telling you anything about myself. If he dies from anaphylactic shock, that's on him, Tamura said. Make sure it's a light meal, though. I'm not sure his stomach can handle anything heavy right now. The kid narrowed his eyes at Tamura. Why are you giving me food anyways? Trying to gain my trust? Drag me? Poison me? Jesus Christ. Tamura sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Look, if I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead, so enough with the dramatics already. You just kidnapped me. How am I being dramatic right now? Perhaps you'd like something pre-made, Kurogiri offered, so that you know it isn't tampered with. He set the revolver down on the bar top and warped a store-bought sandwich wrapped in plastic into his hand. Like this. The kid just glared at him. F you. All right, that's it, Tamura sighed, setting his bag down and grabbing the sandwich from Kurogiri. Kurogiri, hold him down. Wait, what? The kid said, yelping in surprise when Kurogiri teleported behind him and grabbed his arms. Hey, let me go. He started squirming in Kurogiri's grip, trying to yank himself free, stomping on the villain's foot and kicking back at his shins to try and force him to let him go, but nothing worked. If Kurogiri was in any pain, it didn't show. Any expression he might have been making was hidden by the black fog that covered his body. Tamura tore the sandwich out of the plastic, then reached to grab the kid's face. The boy started snapping, trying to bite the older boy, but missed. After a minute or so of back-forth, the kid trying to chomp Tamura's hand and Tamura dodging him, the decay user finally managed to grab the kid's nose with 2 fingers, the rest curled into his palm to stop himself from accidentally dusting the boy. For a moment, the two just scowled at each other. Eventually, though, the kid was forced to gasp for breath. The second his mouth opened, Tamura shoved the sandwich into it. It's already in your mouth, the villain muttered, quickly becoming frustrated. Just eat it, brat. Reluctantly, the kid finally took a bite. Then, Tamura clamped a hand over his mouth to force it close, keeping his index finger raised. "Swallow," he growled. "Like pilling a goddamn dog." The boy rolled his eyes and did so, and Tamura slowly let go. "See? You're fine." "I feel like there are easier ways to drag me," the kid said. "I assure you, as far as I am aware, there are no medicinal additives in it," Kurogyari said. The kid stared at the sandwich, and after a brief internal debate, he swiped it from Tamura. "About demon time," Tamura grumbled, watching the boy practically inhale the food. "Maybe I can send an anonymous tip." "Would that be too suspicious?" "The police would obviously want to find out who sent it in." Aoi sighed and fell back onto her futon, threading her fingers through her hair and gripping it in frustration. Even now, a week later, she was still thinking about her encounter with Shigaraki in the mall. "I need to stop making a big deal out of this. The longer I wait, the more suspicious it'll look." Despite her best efforts, however, inner doubt and conflict refused to loosen their hold on her. Why was he willing to tell me this stuff anyways? How useful can this information be if he gave it up so freely? Does he just not care? Or did I ask the wrong questions? And why did he want to know stuff about me? She moved to reach for her phone on the floor desk, trying to decide who to call, but stopped halfway through the motion. But what if the traitor is a teacher? What if I end up reporting this to the very person who's doing this? She pulled away, and now laid flat on her back, staring at the ceiling. Maybe I'm just looking for excuses not to admit that I let another villain get away, but regardless, I should probably look into this myself. I have no solid proof to back my claims anyways. Until I have something concrete, I'll just wait. "What's your name?" Tamura asked, watching the younger boy gasp for air after a solid minute of chugging the water bottle Kurogyari had given him. "None of your business," the kid rasped, coughing for air. Tamura rolled his eyes. "I have to call you something." The kid cleared his throat and handed the empty water bottle to Kurogyari, thinking about it for a moment. "Call me Kyo." "All right, Kyo, I've got questions for you." "What the F, do you even think I know? What do you want?" "I want to know what F'd up your face." "Tell me your name first." Tamura's eyebrows furrowed together in confusion. He pointed at himself. "You want to know my name?" Kyo scoffed. "I have to call you something." Tamura was caught between smirking and sneering. "Shigaraki." "What, like the League of Villains guy?" "I am the League of Villains guy." Kyo snorted loudly. "Seriously? Why'd you make the name of your villain group a League of Legends reference?" "Well, so far you're the only one who recognizes the reference." "Really? It seems kinda obvious." "You would think. Is there anything else I can get you, Mr. Kyo?" Kurogyari asked after warping the water bottle away. "Just Kyo," Kyo corrected, but didn't turn his attention away from Tamura. "You still haven't told me why I'm here, by the way, because I highly doubt you want anything to do with the kids who beat me up. After all, those losers just want to be heroes." Kurogyari gave Tamura an inquisitorial look, which was hard to decipher with his limited features. "I myself have my inquiries regarding young Kyo's sudden appearance." Tamura's mind went blank. What am I supposed to say? I just did it without thinking? My body moved before I knew what I was doing? None of it makes any sense. "We're looking for new members, aren't we?" He lied, scrambling to come up with an excuse. "You a villain, kid?" "I'm not even good enough to be one of those," Kyo said dejectedly, his strained smile barely holding in place at this point. "If I'm too weak to be a hero, then I'd be a pathetic villain." "What makes you say that?" "It's my quirk. It's effing useless." "What is it?" "It's stupid." Tamura clicked his tongue disapprovingly. "Just spit it out." Kyo shoved his hands in his pockets, glaring at the floor. "I call it instinct, but that's a pretty vague name for it. Basically, I can sense vibrations through thick gaseous substance. It has to be a certain density, though, otherwise my quirk doesn't work." "What kinds of gases?" "Anything with more mass than oxygen, basically. It's nothing more than a party trick to use when there's fog. And you're playing hide and seek. Could still be useful with the right support gear." "Yeah. And where would I get something like that?" "We know people. If you joined us, we could connect you to all kinds of resources." What, do you actually want me to join the League of Villains? Me? Why not? What the hell is your recruitment criteria? Why the hell would you scout out a 13-year-old with a stupid quirk? That's not a no. Answer the question. The corner of Tamura's mouth started to twitch upwards. You don't like heroes, do you? I can tell. Kyo went tense at the accusation, hardening his gaze. That's presumptuous of you. You said you were too weak to be a hero earlier. And the kids who beat you up? I bet they're the ones that told you that. They want to be heroes too, right? What's it to you? You think I don't know that look in your eyes? The anger? The hatred? You want to make them pay, don't you? Pfuff. You know I'm right. Tamura was cut off by the door opening, revealing Stain and a man wearing a paper bag over his head. Who's the twerp? The man behind Stain asked, pointing at Kyo, then he suddenly flipped him off for no reason. This is a bar. Yeah, who is this? Stain added. This is Kyo, Tamura said, our newest recruit. I never agreed to join, Kyo argued, but it lacked any real conviction. You never said no either. Isn't he a little young to be a villain? Stain said skeptically, giving the gangly middle schooler an unimpressed once-over. I'm 13, Kyo said defiantly, glowering at the hero killer. I was younger than him when I started, Tamura said nonchalantly, ignoring Stain rolling his eyes. He then motioned to the second man in the doorway. Who's that? This is Jin Babaigawara, Stain replied. The recruit Jiren took me to meet. Call me twice. Twice greeted. Go F yourselves, assholes. Okay, do you guys even have a recruitment criteria? Kyo asked incredulously, staring at Twice with a disturbed expression. Where did you find this kid? Stain asked Tamura. In the trash, Tamura said. Where did you find him? I also found him in the trash. Trash buddies. Twice cheered, bounding over to Kyo and holding up both hands. Sure thing, hobo guy, Kyo sighed, reluctantly giving him a half-hearted double high-five. Something was wrong. It was Parents' Day, but Mr. Aizawa and every single one of their parents were late. The bell rang, but still, no one was there. Then they were all sent a text message by Mr. Aizawa telling them to meet in one of the cityscape training grounds with no further explanation. There was a bus waiting for them when they got outside. On the ride over, some speculated about why they were meeting in one of the training grounds instead of the classroom, but there was no use in texting Aizawa for clarification. He never responded to messages sent to him. When they got to the fake city, however, the first thing they noticed was the overwhelming scent of gasoline, and then they heard a scream. Rushing to the source of the smell and noise, hearing more cries as they got closer, they arrived at a clear lot. The buildings that had previously occupied it reduced to nothing but rubble. In the center of the space was a pit the size of a small crater, and in it was a cage on a platform balanced on a beam protruding from the ground. And in said cage was all of their terrified parents and guardians. Big sis? Aoi cried out, rushing to the edge of the pit with her classmates before skidding to a stop. At the bottom was watery black liquid with a heavy, pungent smell emanating from it, gasoline. Aoi's heart sank. Is this the League? How did they get past the front gate? Was it the same person who let the reporters in? What do we? Her thoughts were interrupted by Magna letting out an overdramatic wail. Oh my dear sister, she exclaimed with an over-exaggerated sob. Save me. Any and all dread Aoi was feeling evaporated in an instant. This is a setup, isn't it? She said, unimpressed. What? Someone's dad whisper shouted in alarm. How'd she figure it out? Someone else's mom mumbled. My dear, sweet Aoi, whatever could you mean? Magna continued, refusing to drop the theatrics. I am at the mercy of a low-life heathen. Sis, please stop, Aoi groaned, hiding her face in her hands in embarrassment, now feeling horrified for a completely different reason, having all her classmates and friends there to witness her sister's terrible performance. You can't act. Magna let out a sound of genuine offense. But I thought today was supposed to be about familial appreciation. I appreciate everything but your acting. She's kinda got her there, another dad murmured. Wait, so, this is just another training exercise? Uraraka asked, relaxing slightly. Feel free to think whatever you want, a mechanical voice rang out, but be aware that there are hostages in play. The adults parted the way to reveal a tall man in a black mask, cape, and cowl in the cage with them. Are you a teacher? Aoi asked, unfazed by the appearance of the villain. I see, Todoroki said, crossing his arms over his chest. We're being tested, to show our parents and guardians what we've learned here at UA thus far. So what do we do? Jair asked. We should start with the gasoline, Aoi said, peering down at the liquid at the bottom of the pit where the earlier scent was coming from. Is there any way to dilute it? Make it non-flammable so that it can't be ignited. A lot of water would make it unusable, Yaoyorozu replied. Aoi quickly scanned the area before her eyes landed on a fire hydrant. Could I trouble you to make a fire hose? Yaoyorozu unbuttoned the bottom of her uniform shirt, just enough to expose her stomach. It's no issue at all. I'm still here, you know, the fake villain said impatiently. I'm sorry, but can you please wait a moment while we figure this out? Requested, earning a loud snort from Magna. You do realize I'm a villain, right? Test or no, you should be treating me as a threat. All due respect, sir, but what my sister lacks in acting she makes up for in martial prowess. If you were a threat, she'd already have you on the ground by now, so forgive me if I struggle to take you seriously. That she's got a point, actually, Magna agreed. You know, maybe I should have pretended to be unconscious. You really have that kind of faith in your sister? Mineta asked Aoi. The greenette nodded without hesitation, reminded of how the two of them had met in the first place. Aoi hadn't meant to end up in the red light district, but she had been desperate to get as far away from Kai as she physically could. After all, the Shai Hasaikai only dealt with drags and weapons, not PRs. After dark, however, it was easy to mistake her for a working girl, no matter what she was wearing. Up until that point, being around Kai protected her from the type of men who prowled this district, but now she was alone, and she'd yet to discover she even had a quirk at that point. She ended up straddled by an older man with her arms pinned over her head, two other men looming over them with voyeuristic grins. Aoi was embarrassed to admit that she froze, so accustomed to abuse that her body shut down and her mind went blank after being ambushed. Magna and other girls would reassure her later that it was a natural response, but the sense of shame never went away, no matter how hard she tried. How much do you think she costs? One of the men watching asked with a grin. More than we can afford, the man above Aoi chuckled. That's never stopped us from taking what we want, though, right? Aoi felt her eyes sting with unshed tears. He'd barely gotten a chance to unbuckle her pants, however, when someone shouted, "Get the F off of her!" The next thing she knew, all three men went flying backwards, as if yanked away by invisible strings. I trust her with my life, Aoi said with more conviction than she was used to having. It's done, Yaoyorozu said, handing her a coiled fire hose. Hopefully it's long enough. We just need it to get the water over the side. I'm sure it's fine. Aoi turned to Dokoyami. Can you take this to the edge of the pit? Be careful, though, once the water starts, the pressure is going to be super strong. We'll help, Shuji said, stepping forward with Kirishima and Satu. Aoi thanked them and handed one end to the boys, unraveling the hose as she made her way to the hydrant with the other end. Todoroki ended up creating an ice bridge to the cage while the pit filled with water, allowing the students to reach the cage. Kirishima took 2 bars and forced them apart to create an entrance, allowing Siro to restrain the villain, while the adults were evacuated off the platform. The villain, in question being All Might, who most of the class didn't recognize in his emaciated form. You know, I had a whole story planned and everything, and I didn't even get to do anything with it, the pro lamented, almost pouting. I'm sorry, Aoi said, torn between being amused and actually feeling bad. After everyone was saved, and the demonstration concluded, Mr. Aizawa finally revealed himself from wherever he had been hiding. You were meant to take this more seriously, he chastised Aoi, but there was no heat behind his words, just exhaustion. I apologize, sir, Aoi said sheepishly, but I honestly can't imagine a scenario where my sister being a hostage didn't include her beating up her captor. Don't even need a quirk to do it either, Magna added with a grin. I had not anticipated this, admittedly, Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Still, regardless of whether or not you know something's a test, I expect you to treat it as though it's real, no matter what. Understood? Understood, Aoi said, bowing. Ain't he a pocket full of sunshine? Magna murmured once Mr. Aizawa walked away, and Aoi had to slap a hand over her mouth to muffle her giggling. There was only one problem. For the rest of the day, Kaken's mom, Mitsuki, would not stop death glaring at her. Aoi was surprised she didn't start making a scene by screaming at her in front of everyone. She had known her godmother would take her mother's side, she always did, but like her mother, the two hadn't directly spoken in around a year. Not like I could ask the teachers to uninvite her, though. She kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, bracing for the moment Mitsuki would corner her the way Kaken said she would, and it came just as the rest of the parents and family members were starting to leave. Aoi was actually surprised she restrained herself long enough to privately berate her, and considered it a small win that she would at least be spared public humiliation. Everyone was escorting their parents and guardians out of school before lunch, but even though Aoi was sticking next to Magna like glue, Mitsuki still came up to her and grabbed her arm. Aoi, Kaken's mother said in a low voice as she dragged her further down the hall, away from Magna. We need to talk. Excuse me, Magna interjected, grabbing her wrist and yanking Aoi free of her grip. I would appreciate it if you didn't grab my sister like that. The trio now stood alone in the corridor, everyone else having already left. Mitsuki sneered at her. Sister? Don't make me laugh. Who even are you? And why is Aoi leeching off your butt in the first place? Magna leveled her with a glare of her own. She's not leeching off of anyone. Oh really? You do realize her mother is worried sick over her, right? How's that for emotional leeching? Then why hasn't she called the police? Aoi asked, trying to steel her nerves when confronted with the angry woman. Why didn't she tell anyone I was missing? Because she didn't want your father to find out, you ungrateful brat. Unless you want your father to find out you threw a tantrum and ran away. She's the one who kicked me out. I only left because I had nowhere else to go. Mitsuki let out a bark of laughter. Oh, that is rich, and about the most unbelievable excuse you could have come up with. Excuse? Aoi paused, struggling to process what her aunt was implying. Wait, do you guys actually think I just ran away out of nowhere? You're being serious? Is that what she's been telling you? Don't play dumb. Do you really think we'd believe that she would do something like that? Wait, what? Kaken asked. He had originally gone ahead with the rest of their class and the adults, but had apparently doubled back without any of them noticing, coming in just in time to hear what they were talking about. He looked as though he had been struck by lightning, mouth hanging slightly agape in disbelief. Deku, what the hell happened? He asked, probably the calmest Aoi had heard him in a long time. What? Do you actually believe her? Mitsuki said after a moment, scoffing. See, this is where she's getting it from. If you weren't such a bad influence. Don't blame him for what I'm doing, Aoi snapped, having long grown sick and tired of being treated like Kaken's misbehaving dog, and tell my mom to call the police if she wants to talk to me. Until such time as I am legally obligated to go back to her, there is nothing stopping me from avoiding her at all costs. Mitsuki looked like she was trying to drill holes into her with her eyes. You're a real piece of work. You think I won't drag you to her myself? She's waiting just outside the gate. She can wait there all she likes. I'm not talking to her. Hag, lay off, Kaken said, but his eyes never left Aoi. Don't you take her side. Mitsuki hissed, rounding on him. Don't defend your little friends when they're FANG up, Katsuki. Only weaklings shirk responsibility. Listen, I have to leave for work, but I'm not comfortable leaving you alone with Aoi, Magna cut in sharply, or any child for that matter, so I'd appreciate it if you wrapped this up and excused yourself so that we're not wasting any more time on petty dramatics. Mitsuki sent her a venomous glance. Watch your back, Beach. Magna gave her a judgmental once-over, making a point to be as obvious as she could while scanning the other woman up and down. At least I have a back to watch, Flatty. It was less about how either of their bodies actually looked and more about the expression of loathing on Mitsuki's face. Aoi could see her debating on whether or not she was going to start cussing Magna out, but instead decided to redirect her anger onto her son. If you don't drag her butt home, she pointed at Aoi, by the start of next semester, you're grounded for life. What? Aoi said aghast. He's not my handler. Then start handling yourself. I'm sorry, do I need to call a teacher? Magna asked rhetorically. It was a small mercy that Mitsuki finally relented, and Aoi wondered if her mother had made her promise not to make a scene, because that's the only reason she could think of why her aunt chose to walk away without another word. Deku, we need to talk, Kaken said, but there was no heat in his voice. If anything, and Aoi felt crazy for thinking this, she could have almost sworn he sounded concerned. About what? Magna asked, crossing her arms over her chest and staring Kaken down over the tops of her sunglasses. About her mom kicking her out. I didn't even know that. Mag, this might be different, Aoi reassured her sister. I'll be okay, alright? If he tries anything, you punch him in the D-dash, Magna said, still wary. Aoi smiled and nodded before hugging her. I'll see you soon. Try not to get into a fight on your way out. Magna gave her a small squeeze. I only promised to try. Then she was gone, leaving Aoi and Kaken alone. Well, Kaken said expectantly. Let's find somewhere we won't be interrupted, Aoi said, now nervous for a different reason. The duo made their way to the school roof, but for a few beats neither of them said anything. Aoi wanted to break the silence, but she had no idea where to start. Up until that point, she had assumed Kaken had known everything, that him saying she'd ran away was nothing more than him belittling her and invalidating her situation, but now she wondered why she ever thought her mother would honest in the first place. She kicked you out, Kaken said finally, getting right to the matter at hand. It was after I came out, Aoi explained. She sighed. Everything she ever did for or to me, good or bad, was out of fear for my safety. It was less about me being a girl and more about how other people would treat me on top of being quirkless. I waited hours, Kaken, hours begging her to let me back in, and I only left after I was sure she went to sleep. The way she spinned it, she made it seem like you up and left out of nowhere. And you never questioned that? I did, but I never. Kaken struggled to articulate himself, and Aoi couldn't blame him. Their predicament had more layers than either of them realized. It wasn't my first thought. I didn't think she'd do something like that. Aoi huffed in bitter amusement. Neither did I. She's fine with you being Aoi now. Well, I'm sure it's easier now that I have a quirk. Just one less thing to worry about. Look, what your old lady did was effed up, but things are different now. I'm not going back. Then what the F do you want me to do? Just sit back and take the fall for your sheet. Do you have any idea how much trouble I've been in since you left? Why would you be in trouble in the first place? Because they can't punish you, and I'm the closest thing our parents can take their anger out on. Not only that, but I've always been responsible for your butt, Deku. Every mistake you made, I also paid for. Wait, what? Kaken threw his arms up in exasperation. Yeah, dumbass. Every time you acted out or did something stupid, I got punished, just like you, even if I had nothing to do with it. Because you were weak, and that meant I had to take care of you. I was grounded for 3 months after you got kicked out. Yet this whole time, you've been taking care of yourself just fine. So many things that had previously confounded Aoi were gradually starting to make sense. Is that why you hate me? I don't hate you. You've literally said, I hate you, to my face. Kaken growled in frustration. I don't hate you. It has nothing to do with you. Then why bully me? Why out me on the first day? Why bother me relentlessly for years? I dunno, why do you keep trying to be my friend after everything I've done to you? When it was so effing clear I wanted you to leave me alone. Now it was Aoi's turn to snap. Because everyone told me to. Mom, our teachers, they told me to just make up with you and be friends. That everything would solve itself if I made peace with you. That's not how it even works. I know. But you have any idea how many times our teachers took your side? How many things they swept under the rug for you just to keep your permanent record clean? A million emotions crossed Kaken's features all at once. What the hell are you talking about now? School, Kaken. Our teachers watched you bully me, day after day, but they never did anything. Then you should have stood up for yourself. I did. But every time I fought back, I got in trouble. Effing what? Do you have any idea how much shit my mom gave me for standing up to you? How many times teachers lectured me because they saw me retaliate against the shit you pulled? I was never weak, I was sabotaged. What an impassioned culmination, someone above them purred. Aoi and Kaken's head whipped around to see Midnight sitting on the edge of the stairwell building, a dire expression on her face. And Miss Midnight? Aoi stammered. Kaizome hadn't expected the main Nomu facility to also be in Kamino, previously believing that it would be located somewhere far away from the bar for the sake of security, nor had he anticipated Shigaraki's mysterious master to invite him to see it. He had assumed it would be the sort of thing he would have to hunt down himself, though he supposed it made sense that he would be brought in to see the Nomu the League was being given for their upcoming mission. He still hadn't met the man behind the screen, but he had been introduced to the doctor, a man he instantly disliked upon first meeting him. Currently, the duo stood before two giant cages, each of which contained a Nomu, one muscular and green with chainsaws protruding from it, and the other furry and quadrupedal-colored pink with purple stripes and indigo spines that trailed from its rough-to-it reptilian tail. The green one sat motionless in the center of the cage, but the furred one paced like a restless beast, letting out a low growl every time it passed the doctor. These are Nomu? Kaizome asked disbelievingly. They were nothing like the ones he had encountered in Hosu or the one that had attacked the Yui. Impressive, aren't they? The doctor sighed proudly, making Kaizome's skin crawl in disgust. Much sturdier than the one you killed in Hosu. No hard feelings, right? None at all. I do request you bring these ones back, however. My creations aren't cheap, you know. And these two will follow my commands, correct? Precisely. The doctor handed Kaizome two speaker mics, one green and the other pink with purple stripes. I assume the color coordination is self-explanatory as to which mic controls which Nomu. Convenient. Thank you. Any word from All for One source yet? Not until summer break properly starts. They won't know where the training camp is until they actually get there. Who is our spy? Do you know? Not a clue. Things like that aren't my domain. Kaizome pursed his lips in annoyance, unhappy with the little progress he had made in uncovering the League of Villains' secrets. The Biastral Nomo flicked its tail in agitation, drawing his attention to it. How do you make these things anyways? Are they people? The doctor grinned. Trade secret, my friend. It was a true testament to Kaizome's self-control that he didn't drive a knife into the man's eye socket. In Aoi's mind, she pictured two enemy soldiers laying low together in a trench on the front lines, and in a rare moment of peace, finally getting a chance to talk, asking why each was fighting the other, what they were fighting for, and wondering why their leaders had sent them to war in the first place. That was how she felt in that moment with Kaken, filling in the gaps in each other's stories. Have we truly been set against each other for this long? Aoi watched Midnight leap off the stairwell building and land between her and her childhood friend, though how the woman was able to do so in heels was a wonder. You do realize students aren't allowed up here, right? Midnight said. Not that I'll tell anyone, of course. Far be it from me to get in the way of youthful rebellion. She glanced back and forth at each student. To be honest, I came up here out of the concern that one of you would throw the other off the side of the building, but I see now that the situation is far more complicated than I initially realized. No sheet, Kaken grumbled. Midnight gave Aoi a sympathetic yet concerned look. You never mentioned your mother kicking you out. It's complicated, Aoi said anxiously, worried about what would happen now that a pro-hero knew about her situation. Besides, I'm fine now. I have my sister. Where the hell did you even meet her? Kaken demanded. What the f have you been doing for the past year, Deku? Is that genuine concern I hear? Midnight drawled, eyeing him skeptically. Color me surprised. I didn't think you had it. In you. Kaken glowered at her. Stay out of this, teach. No. I don't think I will. In fact, from what I've gathered, I think one of the key issues here is a lack of proper adult intervention. The hell it is. Katsuki, your treatment of Aoi is inarguably unacceptable. Shoyuta assured me he would handle this, but it's clear to me that, in spite of his best efforts, he's failed to do that. Yeah? And what the F are you going to do about it? Midnight turned back to Aoi, her demeanor softening. Sweetheart, how would you feel about being transferred to 1B? What? Aoi asked, dumbfounded. What? Kaken parroted, equally puzzled. I'll also be speaking to the police about both of your parents, Midnight continued pointedly. I wasn't able to glean much about your own home life, Katsuki, but the neglect Aoi has faced needs to be addressed. They won't believe me, Aoi said, her hands shaking. Kaken's mom will take my mom's side. Midnight got closer to place a hand on her head, petting her curls reassuringly. Luckily for you, I happen to know a detective with a quirk that can determine how truthful a person is. Aoi hugged herself to try and calm herself down. Will my dad find out? He's been abroad since I was 3, he has no idea about any of this. He deserves to know, sweetheart. What if? What if what? I don't know. The nerd is worried about ruining her parents' marriage, Kaken interjected, and despite their myriad of misunderstandings, he still had his moments where he knew Aoi better than almost anyone. But why the hell would you transfer her to 1B? Because I don't believe keeping you two together is healthy, Midnight replied matter-of-factly. Your relationship needs navigation and untangling, that goes without saying, but forcing the issue will only continue to strengthen your resentment towards one another. I want you specifically, Katsuki, to start seeing Hound Dog. What? I don't need any shrink. You don't get a say in this. If you want to continue attending UA, you will be seeing a counselor. Kaken snarled. You saying you'll expel me if I don't? Midnight crossed her arms over her chest. Precisely. Unlike your previous teachers, I have no qualms about marking your permanent record. Aoi was dumbfounded, opening her mouth to say something, but no words came out. No teacher had ever stood up for her like this. And I thought Mr. Aizawa was tough? Do I get a say in whether or not I transfer classes? She asked, unsure about how to feel about it. You do, Midnight said gently, but I would highly recommend it. Especially after finals, it's clear you two need time apart from one another to deal with your own problems. And if you both wish to amend your relationship, it should be done without any outside influence. Don't worry, though, you'll still be able to see your friends outside of class. You really think that's gonna stop my old woman from getting on my butt? Kaken spat. I'm gonna get sheet for this no matter what. Midnight raised an eyebrow at him. Then I'm sure she'd also appreciate a visit from Child Protective Services. Tell me, Katsuki, is there anything going on at home that I should know about? Kaken went tense, his jaw clenching apprehensively. I'm not a weakling. I don't need any protective whatever. You know what? How about you start seeing Hound Dog after the break? Kaken opened his mouth to argue, but Midnight cut him off. Sounds like a plan. Anyhow, are you two finished then? Or is there anything else that needs to be aired out? There's a lot we need to talk about, Aoi said tactfully, but not today. I have a lot I need to think about first. Feeling is mutual, Kaken agreed, his gaze hardening, but this isn't over, Deku. She has a name, Katsuki, Midnight said with a warning tone. Kaken looked sad, but anyone who had known him long enough could tell by his reluctant and conflicted expression that the teacher had gained his respect. Aoi. Then Kaken left, and Midnight let him go. Aoi was stuck in place, her mind reeling and struggling to process what had transpired. It had been over a decade since she'd heard her former friend address her by anything other than Deku, and it was the first time she'd ever heard him use her chosen name. She felt that maybe it was foolish to feel a glimmer of hope, but she couldn't stop herself, not hope that one day he and she could be true friends, but that the animosity and tension between them could potentially be resolved. Are you all right, sweetheart? Midnight asked once they were alone, tucking some of Aoi's hair behind her ear. Did I ruin everything? Aoi asked, still feeling anxious despite the overall positive outcome of the confrontation. No, sweetie, you didn't ruin anything. Dad's gonna find out though, and then what? I don't know. That's what scares me. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe you should talk to someone as well. Oh no, I'm fine. Really, aside from this last year, my life's been totally fine. Please, I don't want to waste anyone's time. I'll go over a list of our counselors with you after the summer, alright? I mean it, please don't. Aoi. Midnight didn't raise her voice, but the finality of her tone was enough to cut Aoi off. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but I'm afraid this isn't negotiable. Aoi wanted to argue, desperate to keep the peace by any means necessary, but at this point, she didn't have it in herself to do so. Okay. Midnight then put a hand on her shoulder and guided her back to the stairwell. Come on. Let's go get some food in you before class starts. Shuichi couldn't remember the last time he had felt this nervous. He paced back and forth, Shigaraki and Kurojiri watching him with mild interest. Dude, you're gonna be fine, Shigaraki said, bored. Chill out. Easy for you to say, Shuichi said, trying to still his shaking hands. What does he like? I mean, what is he really like? Not the guy on the news, but the person you've met. Shigaraki hummed, thinking for a moment. Stubborn. He also has a major temper. The guy stabbed me the first time we met. That doesn't make me feel better. Look, he hasn't killed a recruit in a while, and you're not the kind of person he'd have a problem with anyways. He's also not allowed to kill anyone inside the bar, Kurojiri said. Rest assured, Mr. Iguchi, that your safety is guaranteed as long as I am here. Ugh, Shigaraki groaned. Don't start with the I am here bullshit. Sheet makes me sick. Then, there was a ping. All three of them pulled out their phones to check if it was them, and it turned out that it came from Kurojiri's. Stain has sent me his location. One moment. OF-, Shuichi breathed, leaning against the bar for support. I'm not ready. Dude, Shigaraki repeated, chill. In a cloud of smoke, none other than the hero killer appeared. Shuichi did everything in his power to appear neutral, but internally he was screaming. Stain was even more intimidating in person, covered in armor and knives with a katana strapped to his back. Right now, he and Shuichi were the same height, but only because the other man was slouching. Were he to stand straight, he would easily tower over the mutant. When Stain glanced at Shuichi, it took every ounce of self-control the younger man had not to gibber. Stay calm. And you are? Stain asked expectantly. Shuichi tried to force himself to speak, but no sound came out, too paralyzed with starstruck awe to coherently respond, and he wanted to slap himself for it. Say something, you idiot. This is Shuichi Iguchi. Kurojiri filled in after an awkward, drawn-out beat of silence. Codename of Spinner. He's our latest recruit. Yo, Shigaraki said, nudging Shuichi to break him out of his daze. Tell him about how much you hate heroes and sheet. That'll get him going. Why does he hate heroes? Stain inquired pointedly. Anyone can have a problem with prose, but the reasoning is just as important. Because they're all frauds, Shuichi said finally, the words bubbling out of him of their own accord once he found his voice again. Pros are nothing more than show ponies prancing and preening for the crowd, forgetting the true meaning of the word hero. And you're willing to stand by that conviction? With my life. Stain didn't seem to expect this, and there was a flash of something across his features, like he was taken aback. He then addressed Shigaraki. I take it you don't hate him. He's not dead, is he? Shigaraki asked rhetorically, and Shuichi silently mused about just how familiar the two were with each other. Stain nodded, turning back to Shuichi. Then let's put that resolve of yours to the test. Shuichi only had the emotional strength to wait for Stain to leave before collapsing on the floor, supporting himself on his hands and knees as he made incoherent sounds of overwhelmed disbelief. Jesus Christ, dude, Shigaraki snorted, amused. Get a grip.